Alright. Seems like everything's working fine. Yep, model seems to be moving not that well yet. Huh, okay. Just a little bit of yapping before we get into the reaction stuff. I've got a bunch of videos put to the side. You can also send me stuff in if y'all want. Yep. Today, just a chill reaction stream. Gonna yap a little bit before we get finally into the reactions. I don't know. This is much more just to offset the time until I can start Xenoblade Chronicles, because like I'm pretty close to finished with, like, pretty close to finishing Wind Waker. So like I need some time, because like tomorrow we're gonna finish Wind Waker, and then we're probably gonna have to start Xenoblade on Monday, depending on like how well I can get through tomorrow. But I do think like I would be able to finish Wind Waker in 6 hours tomorrow. I feel like that's gonna work. But like, I need to check a lot of things for Xenoblade, because like I don't know how well it runs, if it even runs. If not, I might like spontaneously change the idea and like wait until I can make it run. But that's just like, I don't know. I also need to check out like that different like program I can run for VTuber stuff, because like with the other one I could technically like have mouth movements back. I could technically like add hand movements and stuff, even though that's gonna be very like what do you say, like a bit wonky. I would say that's a bit wonky, but like if I haven't seen any option that just like lets my head move and not just like the body of the model. So like that's gonna be a bit awful, but I have to see. I also got the idea to check out VC phase, but like I don't know. It's just like I need to play around with these a little more, and for that I need to get like a bit ahead for like content. Which is why I added the reaction streams to it in this case. So like I can re-upload the reactions. I have like a bit of like content to the side that I can like upload, so that's not an issue. I want to turn the Wind Waker run like into maybe like shorter videos, so like cut down on the streams, edit out the stuff that I don't need, and have like a mini series of like Wind Waker streams. Like, turned into a little best of. I don't know. I'm still working on that. Like, I want to try more. I want to try way more, but like, I don't know. I want to try more, just. Like, I'm right now editing the Pokemon XG compilation for all the shiny shadow Pokemon. I think I'm not gonna upload the wild Pokemon separately and just turn all the wild Pokemon into a compilation by itself. So we can finish that finally. Because like I have all the videos, like, but I'm like still like on a huge backlog on how to upload these. And like I don't want to pressure the people that are here for the Pokemon content to like watch all of these. But I don't know. It's like I could drop more of these videos, but like at the same time, again, I don't want to pressure people like they have to watch these or anything. I feel like that's a bit, you know, in general, just a bad idea. I feel like that's just my idea though. But yeah, the general plan is to just have the Dokkan videos as usual. They're gonna drop as usual. That's not gonna change. The shiny hunting project will be turned into streaming content because I have a new project. It's just that I still need to set it up, and then obviously the reaction videos, which will also be turned into streams. Now the question then becomes: do I add additional stuff to it? Because that's the question. Because at this point I would have some time freed up, or I use the time to jump into the editing, like stuff, like the art stuff, or like design stuff is the better term. Because I don't have a starting soon screen, I don't have a ending screen, I don't have a be right back screen. For the next Shiny Hunting project, I would need a layout, because, like, you know, DS games usually have 2 screens, so I would need to figure that out. Maybe a proper banner could be a good idea. Like, I'm working on, I have some ideas, but, like, I haven't really found the time to, you know, do much here. That's the main issue right now. I don't really have found the time to do much. But, like, yeah, it's just, like, a bit difficult to navigate this right now. Because, like, I'm working on it. I'm definitely working on it. But, yeah. I have a bunch of videos ready. Some are weird, some are not. Some are just, like, a bit... like... more like a lot of drama stuff and, like, weird stuff that happened. I've got, like, an hour video that I would want to react to, but, like, I don't know. I've got some things. I've got a bunch of things. But the general plan is... content-wise, have the Dokkan content rolling, have the... What's the... I'm looking for the right word. Have Pokemon XG running until we're done with that. And the streams and the reactions. Though the reactions now will take place in the form of streams and then re-uploads of those reactions. I think that's just, like, the general idea of the thing. But, like, yeah, I'm ready. I'm excited to push this channel to, like, and push my ability to work on this to, like, to the brink, to my maximum until April. That's the general idea. But we'll see. We'll see. Yep. That's the general plan. Get to 1K by the end of the year, and then we'll just push further and further until we are, until I'm ready to push this to full time. Which may sound ridiculous, I know, but, like, I really want to do this. I really want to do this. I really want to. Like, I love doing this, so that's the general plan. Okay, I would say that we could technically jump into the reaction stuff. We could. Because of, yep, like, for like 10 minutes. And, like, I don't know much more what to yap about, to be fair. I'm just like doing my thing, staying in my lane, and do my stuff, and let nobody influence that. That's a general idea. Yeah. There's still a reaction video dropping today, still. Though I probably would think about changing the way I upload things, because I don't think it's really beneficial to drop a video during stream. At least, like, a reaction to... I don't know, it's like... It's like, how do I do this? But we'll have to see. So... Because, like, if some people are in the stream, how are they gonna watch the reaction? So it's like streaming Dokkan and then dropping a Dokkan video doesn't feel like it makes much sense. Streaming reaction content, but then dropping a reaction video at this around the same time, kind of feels weird. Feels a bit like off. Just in my opinion, but I don't know. I would need to play around with that. Now the question is, if I change the upload time, is YouTube gonna punish me for that? That's the other question, because I have a feeling YouTube punishes you for changing, like, bringing some inconsistency in. Because, like, my Pokemon XG videos got punished the moment I started uploading 2 of them. And then I kind of like fixed over like a week or so. So like, I don't know, the algorithm doesn't really like me. But I think we should. I think like that is the way to go to push this a little bit back to after I finish stream. My idea, but I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, let's get into the reactions. Change the screen here. Of the Underlay theme here. I can turn that off. So the first video I would be reacting to is the dead internet theory. I do not know that much about this. Like, I have like a general like idea of what is meant by this. But, like, I don't know. Like, the only thing I know is that it's, like, meant that lots of accounts are technically just dead accounts. Or, like, bots and stuff. That's just what I know. You let me know if the video is too loud or if I'm too loud, because I got no idea. Because I don't know how to necessarily check this. That's just my thing, though. So, like, probably I'll do this. Wait a minute. I think I got an idea. Wait. That is a bad idea. I have a different idea. Let me change something real quick. So, we're gonna do... This might become super small now. Also, you know what the problem is with, like, Streamlabs? It, like... Wait, this seems to work much better if it's windowed, so I can check the audio at the same time. That kinda works, but not really. I know this is a bit, you know, wonky and stuff, but like, bear with me here. Cause like, I don't know if like the audio is good or something. I don't know. Oh, I know how to check. I know how to check. I'm just gonna run the video real quick.
The internet
That's the idea. I'm gonna run the video. check how the audio is,
Truth doesn't really exist
and then I'll
online
know for
anymore.
sure.
Bots have swamped social media with misinformation, and the web pages we surf today are almost entirely
We'll
generated
see.
by AI. Even
I'll just
YouTube
let
has
the video
started
run.
channels completely run by AI with zero creative input from humans. Every single day, less and less of the content we consume is created by humans, and what's even worse is that all of it is being recycled back into a system that we have very little control over,
Maybe we change
leaving the
that a
internet a
bit,
shell of
so
what
it's
it once
not
was.
too loud.
Scrolling through social media has become an isolated, empty, and fruitless activity. But how exactly did we get here, and is it too late to revive it? The internet started as a weapon of
Let's
war,
see.
not
Is
an
that enough?
explicit military war,
Is
but
that
a
is that
technological
good?
battle during the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union. This pushed American researchers to develop a way of sharing data and programs
Is that
through a global discourse
fine?
network beginning in the
Check,
early
check.
1960s. The earliest version of the internet created
Is that too
at
loud?
two
Maybe, I don't
universities,
know.
the University of California and Stanford. Simple messages could be communicated between them, but it was
Yeah, I
nothing
think
like
that's
what we
good.
have today.
I think that's good. Because I would like to still see stream. Okay, I think I got it. I think I got like a proper like idea of how the audio works. All right, so this video is by Aperture. Wait, so this is by Aperture, right? Is that how you pronounce it? The dead internet theory. Now, the only thing I know about this theory is that it's basically like AI bots. Nothing is really real anymore. All that stuff. That's the general like what I know about this theory in core. But yeah, we'll have to like watch and see what this like 100% means. But yeah, let's get into the video. I think everything should be fine, right?
The internet is dead, and we are the killers.
Really? We'll start off like this. The internet is dead and we are the killers. Um, are we? Also, like the
Truth
video.
doesn't really exist online anymore. Bots have swamped social media with misinformation, and the web pages we surf today are almost entirely generated by AI. Even
True, true, true. Um, that is way too huge. Never mind, that is way too huge. But at the same time, I can't watch chat, so it doesn't matter. We'll turn it back. That should still be the same size, right? Yeah, that does it well. That does it. I wonder if I do this. I don't know, would I? Nah, I wouldn't. I mean, I could technically turn it into something like, yeah, I could technically, like, make it super big. But, like, I don't want to. So, like, yeah. Um, let's just jump into it.
the internet is dead, and we are the killers.
The internet is dead and we are its killers. Wait a minute, I'm gonna restart this reaction. Alright, so this is a video by Aperture, the dead internet theory. I think what is meant by this is just like majority of like the internet are just basically like dead accounts and like nothing really like is there that's like and a lot of AI and stuff. I think that's what it's meant to be. I have no idea though. I'll be 100% real. I got no idea. But we'll just jump straight into it. So yeah,
The internet is dead, and we
the
are
internet
the
is dead and we
killers.
are the killers. Okay. I mean, it's already dead.
Truth doesn't really exist online anymore. Bots have swamped social media with misinformation, and the web pages we surf today are almost entirely generated by AI.
I mean, he said truth. Truth no longer exists online. I would say. That's just my general theory. I would say that. Truth does not exist anymore because people run with the first thing that they see. Like, we can look at, like, let's take, for example, like, some Java content creators. They run with the first thing they see, and, like, they don't look at the other side. So, like, they spread misinformation. I think a lot of that didn't just come with, like, AI. Like, that truth no longer exists online. That statement. That didn't just happen through AI. I wouldn't necessarily say that that's true. That happened way before that.
Even YouTube is flooded with channels completely run by AI with zero creative input from humans. Every single day, less and less of the content we consume is created by humans, and what's even worse is that all of it is being recycled back into a system that we have very little control over, leaving the internet a shell of...
I think the really scary part with this is the fact that a lot of art gets fed into this, which it technically is art theft. At least that's what I would consider it. I mean, a lot of things are now run by bots. Like, I'm a VTuber and, like, I get flooded with bots. That's just, I don't know. Like, my Twitter is flooded with bots. Like, bots are following me, and, like, I'm personally just too lazy to, like, get through, like, my follower list and block all these bots. I'm just too lazy. It's just, ugh.
Of what it once was. Scrolling through social media has become an isolated, empty, and fruitless activity. But how exactly did we get here, and is it too late to revive it?
I mean, some of the things I would say, I mean, it is mindless, especially TikTok. Like, scrolling to TikTok is super mindless, like, because, like, we have two different, like, versions of, like, what we're getting
here. The
here.
internet started as a weapon of war, not an explicit military war, but a technological battle during the Cold War between the...
Did this? I didn't remember watch this. Did this autoplay at some time? I don't know. Yeah, let's continue.
States and the Soviet Union. This pushed American researchers to develop a way of sharing data and programs through a global dispersed network beginning in the early 1960s. The earliest version of the internet created between two universities, the University of California and Stanford. Simple messages could be communicated between them, but it was nothing like what we have today.
So it's just basically like
that network continues spreading via the use of phone
okay,
calls.
it's like internet history.
In 1983, there were only 500 computer hosts connected. Within 5 years, that reached 100,000, rolling out to increasingly more countries.
Damn.
Then everything changed with the creation of the World Wide Web. The World Wide Web was a simple concept. It was a network of hypertext documents accessed with a program called a browser. By the mid-1990s, it had moved from scientists and governments into the realm of public consumption. The birth of the internet was celebrated as a revolutionary force.
Like, that's
with
all
free
makes
transfer
sense.
and
Like,
democracy
yeah,
of
that's
information,
obvious.
power could be put back in the hands of the people. The borders of regulation and nationalism would be transcended, creating a new age of society. You no longer needed a media or a political platform to air your views. Everyone could become their own publisher.
True, yeah.
Something that wasn't possible before. There was only one problem: greed. As the years turned to decades, the internet followed a familiar path, the same one almost every other important technological innovation did before and will keep doing. Dozens of internet service providers had emerged, but they slowly began merging into just a few big companies, leaving consumers with no real choice.
True. I mean, we here have, like, internet providers, like three here in Germany, like 3 big ones. So like they all like, and depending on where you live here in Germany, you really don't have any other choice but to pick a certain one. So like yeah, there is kind of like a monopoly situation in most areas.
Just like with radio a century earlier, thousands of different companies were slowly bought or priced out of the market. This was true for both the infrastructure and the web real estate. By 2001, when the dot-com bubble popped, the top 10 websites made
Just remember that like a lot of companies nowadays, they all are just like the same company. Like look if you look at certain products, like for example like Coca-Cola, you look at certain soft drinks and they just lead back to Coca-Cola. Like it's the same like company basically that runs like these other companies. That's what it is, and
made
it's
up
cool.
31% of page views in the United States. And by 2006, that number climbed to 40% and then 75% in 2010. At the same time, iPhones and smart devices changed our relationship with the internet. Browsing the World Wide Web became less common as people shifted to semi-closed applications, and in 2010, these applications accounted for less than a quarter of internet traffic. Today, it's 90%. Keeping users inside the confines of applications made advertising more effective. Having created an entirely new ecosystem, Apple was on its way to becoming one of the biggest companies in the world thanks to this closed system. After the dot-com bubble popped, only 5 tech companies were able to survive and thrive: Google, Amazon, Apple, Facebook, and Microsoft. The
Okay.
big 5 are now virtually impossible to avoid on the internet, whether through advertising, e-commerce, or the cloud computing hosts that websites depend on. This tech dominance has permanently changed our society, and as these industry giants compete in a technological arms race for the next big weapon to sell consumers, that being artificial intelligence, the last vestiges of a utopian internet could be lost. Connection and
Like it's already like there are like politicians that specifically like go after, you know, like the internet and try to like censor it. That is already happening even without like, sure, they have pretty much control on what consumers well consume. I mean that makes sense. Sure.
truth. Nearly 5.5 billion people have access to the internet, and the average user spends 6 hours a day online. It's by far the world's
I'm a VTuber. I spend like, I don't know. It's more than 6 hours, that's for sure. How did I survive this brain rot? I do not know.
biggest market.
I don't
and
know.
Unfortunately, the most
I
valuable
cannot
commodity
tell.
in that market is your attention. Views, likes, and reviews are worth their weight in gold, and this has led to a huge shady marketplace for all kinds of engagement. Money has turned the
True.
internet into a tiered system, ripe for exploitation. Creating a successful channel or social media profile can be a lucrative long-term investment. With a few clicks and dollars, anyone can buy thousands of Spotify streams, Instagram likes, or YouTube views. How can companies offer these services?
If you bought, you're kinda a loser. Just my opinion though. If you bought, you're kind of like a loser. If you buy views, likes, whatever. Just my 2 cents.
Well, employing thousands of people to click on posts manually would be far too expensive. Instead, they use bots, automated, unattended software. When set on a target, they artificially engage with the post, boost it in the rankings, and attract more attention. Websites do their best to scrub bots out, but it's almost impossible to remove them all. Over the last 6 years,
Twitter and art and like art scammers. Ever since I became a VTuber, there were so many art scammers. It's insane how many there are.
deactivated over 27 billion fake accounts. Some
27.
believe it's already too late to take action against bots.
5.5 billion people use the internet. Taking that into consideration would mean that Jesus, that would mean the majority of people on in the internet are basically bots. That's crazy, or dead accounts, or like literally dead people. You
I
God.
think we may have reached a dark tipping point. First posted in 2019, the Dead Internet Theory proposes that we're living in a dystopian ghost town populated by simulated actors. According to the theory, something changed around 2016.
That is true.
The internet had become so
Sure.
saturated by automated content that having a genuine human-to-human interaction was rare, if not impossible. Surfing the web was like driving alone and only passing automated vehicles on the road. The theory's original poster admitted that it sounded conspiratorial, but they were certain of a feeling that something was distinctly lacking. There was an emptiness online that hadn't been there in the early 2000s. Images, conversations, and memes all began to resemble one another, while forums that were once exciting now felt sanitized. This was all
I mean, you would never know if like somebody was a bot or not. That's like the question. You can like look at certain things that make an account look like a bot. For example, on Twitter, if they like have a blue banner, that indicates they are a bot. If they have like an art description, kind of, that also may seem like they are a bot. It's like you can look at certain things and and like tell that this account is a bot. Like that is possible. Is it as easy as it was back then? No, absolutely not. Certainly, no, it's not. But like, there's still ways to tell that someone is an account is a bot. You can tell.
supposedly all carefully curated to keep control of culture and political power, and most of all, to make sure that the general population stays in line. The dead internet theory remained on the fringes until 2022, when a grand unveiling brought the issue of bots to global attention. On November 30th, 2022, the world was introduced to ChatGPT. Built on a large language model that processes gigantic datasets and forms relationships between ideas, it is the most advanced form of artificial intelligence ever to exist. For decades, computers have been much more powerful than humans at specific tasks,
AI
like
girlfriends
chess or math.
that is the worst shit that has ever graced the face of this planet. Dudes don't have to go out and get like an actual relationship anymore. They can just tap and get an AI girlfriend. That is insane.
Mathematical calculation.
Or an AI boyfriend.
The question that divided
you're a
computer
woman.
scientists and philosophers was whether or not computers could ever transition into a kind of general intelligence. Mathematician Alan Turing asked this question in 1950. He developed the Turing test as a way to determine whether a machine was thinking. The test was simple. For a computer to pass, it has to fool a human into thinking they're talking with another human. Last year, ChatGPT-4 became one of the first to pass the Turing test. We had officially...
Yo! Okay, that's kind of scary in this case. Because, like, if it can pass as a human... God, imagine you have, like, you get to know somebody on the internet, and, like, you fall in love with them, and then... the truth is something on the other side. The thing sitting on the other side is actually a bot. An AI. That's gonna happen. That's gonna eventually happen. True, every year we get closer to SAO. True, Burning Robber. Hi, how are you doing? By the way. True. I mean, the concept of SAO is like cool. Like if it's actual people, like you play a game like that. I mean, the concept is okay, but like I don't know.
brought a machine to life, and suddenly the dead internet theory became not just a conspiracy, but a likely future. And if we can't distinguish between humans and AI anymore, who can we trust?
Not the AI bots on Twitter.
49.6% of all internet traffic in 2023 came from bots. Even...
What? About 50%? Okay. Okay. That's wild. 50% basically is like just bots. That's crazy. That is crazy.
More daunting is that things are likely to get much worse. Now that search engines have started to integrate AI technology like ChatGPT into their services, the flaws have never been more clear. Tech giants are rushing products to the market to compete with each other for supremacy, In the process, there have been some disastrous results. Google's entry into the world of AI, Gemini, told users that rocks are a source of vitamins. Astronauts who landed on the moon.
Rocks. A source of vitamins. What? Fine. I'm gonna head out and eat a rock. I'll be back. What? That's wild.
Encountered cats. Backpacks are just as effective as parachutes when jumping out of a plane.
That is wild. Okay, that's a wild one. That is a wild one. Imagine. Just imagine. Yeah, let's jump out of a plane with just a backpack. Sure. Why not?
These tech-fueled hallucinations come from them trying to piece together gigantic amounts of information that have been compressed. And they do this with an algorithm that identifies
Gemini was in the... this AI was, in other words, it was high on this information.
The important components and interpolates the missing pieces. Anything creative is usually generated using a composition or altered version of work that has already been created by humans. Artwork and music online are being used as training data for artificial intelligence.
That's what I hate a lot, but like, don't hate the player, hate the game kind of situation. Because like, what are you gonna do about it? Who is gonna enact that law? Let's say there was a law that like prohibited the use of like feeding your AI with like real artwork. How would you even like make sure that that is not done? Because that's the question. How would you make sure that that's not happening? You don't. Because like, how are you watching this?
Too many arguing that workers are being exploited. Hundreds of artists backed by the nonprofit Artists' Rights Alliance.
Yeah, there was a video on a dude. Maybe we'll react that. Maybe we'll react to that. That video is out there. Maybe I can find it. But like, there was a video of a dude who basically lost his job, and because he was like a designer for something, and he lost his job to an AI because they trained his material. No, they trained the AI on his material. And since like that material belongs to the company, yeah, he can't do much against it. That is wild.
Open letter seeking to prevent AI from sabotaging and undermining artists. On top of that, these models don't know how to judge whether or not a source is trustworthy. Instead, they gravitate towards popular responses, which can range from reliable academic journals to a meme made by a 17-year-old to gain Reddit karma. One individual created a fake website designed purely to trap crawlers. These are automated programs commonly used by search engines to systematically download the contents of web pages. They realized that the GPT bot was collecting around 3 million pages from their sites every day. This was a small
What? That is crazy. That is insane. We are feeding this machine with all sorts of information. That's crazy.
Small window into the quality of data that is being scraped by chatbot AIs and forming their responses, which isn't exactly a positive sign. What's even worse is that because so much of the internet is already generative AI, the next generation of AI will use content created by the previous generations as training datasets, and with each passing generation,
it makes sense. Obviously, that makes sense. What I'm questioning, however, is they are definitely hiding things that we do not know about. They have probably way more trained AI than they want to admit. That's just my theory, though. But like, it makes sense, kind of, to have that.
Work these AI tools produce will continue to be less and less human. Search results will be filled with AI-generated content, and finding trustworthy sources will become even more difficult. The word robot was first used in a 1920 Czech science fiction play called Rossum's Universal Robot. It comes from the Czech word robota, which loosely translates to slave. This was a good description of mechanical robots used in production. They were simply tools like a hammer or a calculator.
Pretty
As
much.
robots moved into the digital world, though, the relationship between master and slave has been blurred. Online media is already largely controlled by artificial intelligence. Powerful automated programs determine whether content succeeds or fails. Advertisers pay millions for professionals to crack the code mysterious algorithms.
The problem is, like, if this does fuck up eventually, like, how would you be able to stop this if eventually nobody would even be able to understand what's going on? That's a question that I'm asking. Like, if nobody understands what's going on, like, how are you gonna fix it? If something does go wrong. Another question is, like, how does this influence, like, relationships in the future? Like, if people do start to use AI, like, girlfriends and boyfriends, like, how the effect of that, like, how do we know that how this will end?
Because they're constantly changing, these programs essentially create a secretive inner functionality process not even known to those who design it. Left at the mercy of pattern recognizing supercomputers, our behavior has been shaped around them. Social media sites have shifted from authentic social engagement to prioritizing consumption-driven models. As long as they can keep you online, it's good for business. While there,
Basically, the peak description for TikTok.
algorithms process unimaginably large datasets to create profiles of you as a consumer, categorizing your online behavior to create personalized ads.
That's pretty
All
much
it
what it
takes is a
is.
single click to fill your feed with a certain subject, pulling you in to consume more. The system rewards copycats and imitators who observe successful content, and they have no choice. To survive, online creators, influencers, and marketers must constantly seek the algorithm's approval. In the end, even the humans who create are forced to create.
Thankfully, I don't. I just do what is fun. So, like, I don't really have that problem. The thing is, like, if you like become slaves to the algorithm, like, are you really like, are you really you? Is what I'm asking.
Create generic, unoriginal content. And there's a reason people are complaining about the
Remember the prank era, when everybody did pranks, and, like, all you could see on your For You page is pranks. All you could see on, like, the main, like, website of, like, YouTube, all you could see is pranks. In the, like, trending tab, all you could see is, like, pranks. I remember that era. That era was very popular in Germany back then.
Mr. Beastification of YouTube. But who can you blame? When a creator feels like the only way they can succeed is to appease the almighty algorithm and they see how well Jimmy Donaldson does that, why shouldn't they copy him? As Friedrich Nietzsche argued,
Yeah, but as a small creator, how would you be able to, like, copy, like, somebody like Mr. Beast? That would not work. And I do feel like people are more and more gravitating towards authenticity more and more. But that's just my theory, though. But, like, I feel like there has been a shift to what people watch, like to watch.
people tend to follow the herd for protection, afraid to show authenticity and confront truth. With this comes nihilism, where the herd drifts aimlessly without meaning or certainty. That is reflected in the algorithm. The content we consume and perpetuate leaves us in an infinite cycle of emptiness. Our aesthetics and values.
True, true. We can relate this, for example, to, like, red pill content. Like, just getting like fed with all this red pill doomer, like the term doom scrolling, like doom scrolling all the time. That will leave you with emptiness, and the algorithm will feed you this information, regardless if you want to or not. Like, I had my doom scrolling era on, like, when I like really used TikTok. And, like, yeah, it was bad. Like, every session, like, just watching TikTok felt bad. it made me kind of like feel a little miserable, empty. I kind of understand what he's trying to elaborate here.
Are now curated by non-human forces. So is our culture still ours? Are humans the ones giving the orders, or has technology become our master? The commercialization of the internet, the concentration of a handful of companies, and the creation of a quick but dangerously inaccurate generative tool have given us a technology that is manipulating our deepest weaknesses. The emergence of bot armies offers a shortcut for business development. AI offers a shortcut to creativity for low-quality content production. Powerful algorithms have fueled our addiction to short-form content. Has the internet become a carefully constructed reality we've all been...
That has not worked yet. I do not have the attention span of a goldfish. I can still watch like video essays and remember most of it. I can pay attention. I don't struggle with that.
Presented with, not to the extent
The
that
algorithm has
describes,
got me
but
yet.
as artificial intelligence spreads through the internet, our sense of reality is being seriously shaken. It's a wake-up call to change course before it's too late.
But I can see the huge difference between like what is it called? There's huge difference between like views that shorts get and views that like regular videos get. Like there's a big difference.
The internet alive, we need the courage to break away from the herd. Acknowledge that the current systems aren't working, and that humanity is more important than profit. If you like the videos we make and would love to support us to make...
That's not gonna happen. 'Cause money is our god now. That's not gonna happen.
bigger and better projects, we just updated the Patreon. Everyone who joins will get free access to our updated Discord server,
I basically
where
think
you can
like
connect with the Aperture community.
that's it for the video.
Patrons can choose from different tiers with perks like discounts
Because
on
this
all the
just
merch we
seems
have.
like, yeah, just the stuff for the Patreon. That was an interesting video, a good video. I mean, it didn't really go that deep into the topic of like the dead internet theory, aside from like the AI stuff and bot stuff. So I guess it did kind of like. There are probably bigger videos and more like complex videos. But like, yeah, that was a solid video. Yep, that was nice. I still have a bunch of other videos that we can watch, I think. First of all, I wanted to look up, what was it? Let me look that up real quick. Okay, so where is it? Because I talked about the video where a dude was basically like fired, like after, what is it called? AI trained his job. I didn't watch the entire video. I just saw a clip on like of like Asmongold. So like let me look that up real quick. Could I find it like this? No. There's the wait. Let me type that differently in. I lost my job to AI. Can I find it like this? No. Let me check something real quick. If not, I'll find it through Asmongold's like reaction, because that one is up. That one is up. Oh, I found it. I found it. So this was the video that like I saw the clip of by Asmongold. So yeah, let's unhide that again. Yeah, we got it. We got it. So like this is the video about like how this dude lost his job to AI. Let's jump into it.
Hello, I don't know if anyone does live commentaries anymore where they talk about something that's happened in their life and the background is, you know, gameplay, but that's what this is today. So, something a bit different, it's still Halo gameplay as you'd expect from this channel, but the topic of discussion is that I just lost my job, and I lost it to AI, which is very unfortunate. I think many people joke about the, you know, The fact that, oh, AI is going to take all our jobs and we're all going to get replaced, and especially
Like some
within
things are definitely gonna get replaced. Like we don't need like people who do art stuff anymore, like design stuff. We don't need designers. They are all trained, like they're gonna be replaced. Like their designs are gonna be used to train AI, and then the AI is gonna replace them. That's what's gonna happen. It's kind of insane, but like it happens.
my industry, which is graphic design. Um, my job, I've been a graphic designer for the past 8 years of my life, and I've worked at this specific.
I wanted that job before. I wanted to be a graphic designer. Well, glad I didn't do that. With the emergence of AI, that was a good idea. Glad I didn't do that.
Big company for 6 years. You would
That
think
could have had bad
that
consequences for me.
being one of the longest running employees, being there 6 years, having a wage increase almost every year, and being very much valued because I was the only graphic designer left, you'd think they want to keep me on as much as possible. I mean, I barely was allowed to take holiday because I was the only designer. So if I was off, then nobody could cover for me, and the company ended up with work stacking up. However, over the past 3 months, I'd say, I've noticed that my schedule at the company became like less and less cluttered, and it got to the point where I was
Okay.
getting paid for a 7-hour and 30-minute day, and some days only
That is wild. Okay, I would love to have that to happen to me. That is wild.
doing 2 hours of work, which obviously was great for me. I loved it. Got up at 9 o'clock because it was work from home as well.
So technically, you could have already guessed that that would have eventually happened. Like that basically like was wide open to happen. That was pretty obvious, I
I'd do
guess.
2 hours of work and I'd have nothing left to do for the rest of the day. Maybe some revisions / amends would come in at like 3 or 4 o'clock. I'd do those for 20-30 minutes, and that'd be my day. I'd essentially do between 2 and 3 hours of work and get paid for 7.5. It was great for like 3 or 4 months. And then, yeah,
and then
on
it hit him.
Monday this week, I got told that I'm being made redundant, and I was thinking, how could this be possible? You clearly need a graphic designer. The company I work at is a marketing agency who does email and web designs for clients. And
Yeah, that was so over. Like that is. Yeah, that was pretty obvious that would like happen. Sure. Yeah. True. Technically.
yeah.
Yeah, that
I was a
was
bit
like
confused
super
on
obvious
that
that
one.
would happen.
And then I did a bit of digging, asked a few people, and it turns out basically all of the material that I've provided over the past 6 years is now being fed to AI and templated. So a design that would take me 30 minutes now takes AI 30 seconds, as it's been trained on all my templates. Essentially,
Yeah,
I
bro,
think
you got replaced like completely. It's kind of scummy, but like no, actually it's just scummy. At least like tell me that the material I'm working on is gonna be replaced by AI, or like sure he could have seen it coming. At least like that he would be getting replaced.
it just literally reuses my templates, and then they can input the hex codes they want the email or the website design to be, drag and drop in the client's logo, upload the client's font, and boom, it will generate my template, but using their brand assets. And
That's
I thought,
wild.
you know, it makes sense from a business point of view, but it's extremely scummy.
That's
It puts me
wild.
out of a job. My immediate thought was, well, let's go to some competitor companies and see if they're looking for designers. I've looked at between 10 and 15 competitors, and every single other competitor is doing the exact same thing. Some of them even boasting
I mean
about
that
it
was
on
to be
their
expected,
website,
right? Like
and
that was
going as
pretty
far
obvious
as
that
simply
would eventually
inputting your
happen.
website URL. It will extract all the assets and learn about that website, and then
That is insane.
artificially generate email and web templates for your brand. That is insane. Like, email and web designers are going to be completely out of jobs this year.
Yeah,
Like,
this is unstoppable. This will not be stopped. It will happen to other things as well. This will just like spiral into worse and worse until eventually we have like robots that do like the serving. So even like people who are like waitresses waiters and waitresses will be out of jobs. This will spiral into the industry eventually. Because like right now it's like mostly like art and like design stuff, but it'll get worse.
like it just removes the need.
Eventually, you'd even have content creators who are like completely like built around AI. That will eventually happen. Eventually.
For us completely, and I think the graphic design industry is where most people cracked jokes about AI taking over. You know, oh, AI generation can't do it, it messes up the hands, or it gets things wrong and it clearly looks like AI.
Yeah, that was a couple of like that was like last year. Like right now, it's gonna get difficult more and more. Like next year, it's gonna be really difficult to like even spot it. Like artists can still spot it, but yeah, damn. Next year, not even artists will be able to spot this.
But those days are past us. Like, AI progresses incredibly fast, and I've used some of it myself to see if it actually works. And I've asked some people, like, you know, hey, here's this drawing I did as a concept for like a video game character or a weapon or an environment, and they can't tell that it's AI anymore. It's progressed so far that I genuinely think within the next 6 to 12 months, many, like thousands, even tens of thousands of graphic designers will lose their jobs.
Hey, I mean, what if like the Concord characters were so bad because they were made by AI? Just an idea.
And it's a serious problem because it's the main skill I have. You know, I've been a graphic designer professionally since I was 19. I'm now 27, about to turn 28, so almost 10 years of my life. I went to college for this. You're going to tell me that I literally went to college for something that's now going to be redundant?
Bro got a good degree. That's basically useless now. Yeah, that does happen. But like, what are you gonna do? For example, like art degrees. The harsh truth is, you can take that degree and throw it into the bin. That's practically what this is. You can like art degrees they were useless before. I'm gonna be real. Like art degrees were useless before, but now they're even more useless.
In the industry? What am I supposed to do? Like, my fallback plan is literally a retail job, which I obviously don't want to do. I have minor experience in game design, but nothing that will land me a middleweight job. I'd have to get an entry-level job and take a massive pay cut of probably £4,000 to £6,000 a year. It's an incredibly difficult position to be in. I have a house. I have a mortgage.
He's British. Just kidding. That house is gonna be really difficult to pay for. That would be really difficult. I hope that he's in a better spot now. I hope that honestly he can do content creation for this. Like maybe this video helped him out a lot. I have no idea, but like, man. This is harsh. Like you've worked towards something and now like you're getting replaced and like you may lose the house and like all that stuff. I mean, that's kind of hard. I feel with this man.
To pay.
Because like I know what it feels like to be like at the verge of like losing everything. I know what this feels like.
I thought I was financially stable, so I have a couple of things on finance because obviously I thought I had money coming in every month. And the redundancy pay I will get will cover me for maybe 3 to 4 months, and then I'll be out of money. So I have 3 to 4 months to figure out my situation, which luckily is a decent amount of time. But other people won't be so fortunate. The only reason I get a good redundancy package is because I was there for 6 years, right? Some people who have only been at a company for 1 or 2 years will not get a good redundancy package. It will be 1 month's wages, and they send you.
Imagine, because like you start doing this. You have no idea that like AI is gonna be used like this. So you start out at a company as a graphic designer, and then you get like sit there like for 2 months, and then you're gonna get dropped, and like you lose a job. That's like that would be insane, dude. That is insane. That is
your way. And that's how it works in the UK. I don't know how it works in other countries. It could be worse. So, yeah. I mean, I'm not stressing too much right now because obviously I'm good for a few months. I can look for jobs. And I do know that obviously if I absolutely have to, I can land myself some kind of retail or warehouse or sales like entry-level job, and I'll have enough money to survive. However, this like growth of AI in the industry is gonna completely destroy like my hopes and dreams of becoming a senior or like creative lead at a company.
Yeah, that is over. You can forget that. That dream is like over. That's not gonna happen. Nah, that's not something that will happen. Because like even those are gonna get, like, what team are you gonna lead? A team of AI bots?
Own juniors underneath me, apprentices, stuff like that. Like that is my realistic goal. Obviously, my unrealistic goal is to run my own company or do YouTube or something like that. But
that is my unrealistic goal. Do YouTube.
Realistic goal with the skill I have would be a senior/lead design position. And it seems like that's less and less likely to happen now because of the rise of AI. So yeah, as I said, I understand it from the company's perspective. I spoke to my boss about it. I very much understand his point of view.
Yeah, it's just cheaper. That's the harsh truth. It's just cheaper. I mean, morally, ew. Logically, makes sense. Because, like, think about it. If others start using AI and they can pump out quicker designs, they're gonna save money. They're gonna make more money. And to stay competitive, you have no other choice to go the same route. It makes sense.
People go isn't easy, but look, if you can let go of a couple designers and you save yourself tens of thousands a year, I do understand it from a business point of view, but it just sucks that this technology exists. So yeah, that's my current situation.
That man will hate AI forever. That man will hate AI forever.
It's not great.
I'm gonna like this.
The past 40 to 50 days have been terrible for me. I've lost my
Understandable.
job. I had a secondary like side business with my friend selling little plush toys. He's pulled out of that, so that business might not happen anymore either. And then my video game, which was like a third-person Halo game called Cross Planet, is also no longer in production because of disagreements and conflicts within the team. A couple staff members didn't agree with things, couldn't align and have a clear vision, so the project is ending after 3.5 years.
Ouch. Imagine you worked on something for 3 years and it gets cancelled. No, let's. Well, if it's not something like Concord, I guess it can't be that bad.
So my whole schedule, as I know it, has been torn from me. I have
Youch.
24 hours in a day, and absolutely 0 of them are allocated to something. I'm just completely free. Like, you know, some may see it as a good opportunity to change my life around and dive into something new, but that's dangerous and quite scary. My boss told me that if he thinks that I would be happiest if I freelanced or if I ran my own business. Obviously, those things are true, but like I said, I have a mortgage to pay and bills and stuff like that. And freelance is not sustainable
Yeah,
for some people.
freelance is not gonna like pay your bills. Not to mention, and that is really important, not to mention the fact that most probably could get enough knowledge on AI to do like design stuff themselves. So that is also not a real option here.
You might have 2 months where you're extremely successful, and then you could have 5 where for some reason you just struggle to sell. In that situation, I would quite literally lose my house. So
Yeah, true.
it's an extremely scary thing to dive into. I don't think any of my family would recommend trying to use my redundancy pay to keep me alive and start my own business. It's just it's not the ideal situation. It's the last thing that I'd try
True,
and
it's
do.
not.
So yeah, that's it. There's the live com for today. That's the situation I'm in. Does leave me with a lot of time to do YouTube. I think what I'll probably do is
That'll
maybe
probably not like pay well enough. I mean, looking at how like well this video has been doing, maybe it did turn things around. Maybe, but I don't know.
take, take a week or two to myself, and then after that, I'm going to be heavily looking for another position and see how it goes. So maybe over the next like 2 weeks, we'll see more YouTube videos or something. But you know, the chances of YouTube turning into something that actually brings in money is very unlikely. I do make a bit of revenue from YouTube, but it's nothing really. Somewhere in the region of £20 to £40 a month, which is absolutely not.
That's abysmal. That doesn't do anything. Yeah, true. I made $3 and 25 cents.
Enough to even pay my food. Never mind.
Because
pay my
somebody
mortgage.
decided
My
to get
YouTube
a
channel is nowhere big
membership.
enough. It's just the money that I get from YouTube is enough to buy myself like a nice pair of shoes at the end of the month, or
Hey, at
I
least a
don't
nice
know.
pair of shoes.
It pays for something like a bit of food, or maybe if something needs repairing, or I
True,
want a
true.
new game. Yeah, it's rough.
Yeah,
So
that sucks to
hopefully
him.
May and June, prove to be more positive. We'll see. Yeah, thanks for watching this video, and goodbye. If you're a graphic designer watching this as well, man, I highly recommend learning some new skills while you can. And don't ever
True,
template things.
true.
Don't provide the company you work for the templates. Claim your work takes longer than it does.
Man, that
So that you can have
sucks.
time to yourself to look into other jobs maybe. Do
That
whatever
really
you can and rinse the
sucks.
company you work for. Because, at the end of the day, companies don't owe you anything. They're not obligated to keep you. If they find a way to get rid of you and replace you with AI, they will do.
My YouTube channel blew up because I lost my job. Bro got saved. Maybe I should lose the university place. Maybe that will blow up the channel. I don't know. It's just scummy the fact that, that works now. It's just really scummy. Man, that is scummy. That is so scummy. Yeah. But that's the end of the video here. I have a couple of new things that I can take a look into. I'll still put a few videos to the side, so yeah, we can watch those, we can react to those. I even cut a couple of Ref Says This videos, so like yeah, because like some of these do interest me. Yeah, I'll turn the screen off real quick, so I can look at like the things I want to react to that I could react to. Also, I should probably change how the like the maybe if I move him over here, does that make more sense? Like just the chat box being over here, that makes more sense. Yep. Okay, so I got a few videos. Do not worry, do not fret, guys. I got a few videos that I can look at. So like, which one do I watch of these? It's probably gonna turn on the
So if
video
I asked,
immediately.
what is
Yeah.
the
So we can watch a royalties here video. We can do that. Yeah, sure. Why not? Gonna turn that back on again. Now the question is, what is even happening with the chat? Chat is gone. Where's Jed? Jed is back. Jed is up there now. That's nice. Yeah. This is a video by Royalties here. I watched a couple of his videos. This one is called The Most Disturbing Website. I got no idea. Like, I just saw this and I felt, why not add this into the reaction, like, thingy? So, yeah, that's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna watch. Yeah, let's get into it.
So if I asked, what is the worst website imaginable, probably with that smooth brain of yours, you may say something like 4chan, the deep crevices of Reddit.
Wait, what? Let me read that. Wait, what? Let me watch that again. We'll scroll back.
You may say
We'll
something
get back.
like 4chan, the deep crevices of Reddit.
Oh, that can't be good. Okay. This can't be good. This cannot be good. I'm on the time constraint currently, so I apologize if this seems rushed. All of this started towards the end of July. Both of my parents weren't at home. They went to dinner at an Italian place. So basically, 50 male was H, and because H Haven was blocked, my parents found out. The struggle when your parents know you are an absolute degenerate at 15 years old. That is good. That is already insane, dude. That is already insane. No! I didn't have much choice. For context, I live by a park with loads of... No, this isn't going the way I think it is going, right? With loads of pigeons. The bigger pigeon... I'll shut the stream off. Wait, let me read that. The bigger pigeons brought it inside. It was cooing, attempting to call out the other pigeon, but its effort was in vain. I was scared at the time. It was too late. I had to do... Yeah, I'll shut the stream off. What the fuck am I reading? I brought two pigeon. I brought wait. I brought two pigeons into my room. My heart was beating. I took off my pants and did it. God, is that disgusting, dude? Every thrust the pigeon would coo louder and louder. My D barely fit inside its A. When I finished, I really realized it had stopped. Fuck this shit, dude. I am mentally scarred forever. 10 days ago, I am mentally scarred forever. It's over. I am mentally scarred forever. The fuck have I read? Did I read? That is so disgusting, dude. That is mad disgusting, dude.
A simple exploration on the dark web, or even your own Facebook page. Yeah, I would hate a website that was constantly showing me a dirty, ugly homunculus as well.
You? This is a personal attack? My god. Ugh.
Begs another question, why are you still using Facebook in 2024? But no, for one of the worst websites that is available on the clear web, not the dark web. Yes, I already know any website on the dark web requires a holy crusade. But no, today we're
Really?
focusing on the clear web.
Really?
A website you can interact with even today, just by simply typing in the URL and translating to probably English. But before I tell you the name, are you familiar with Death Note? No, I'm not.
Yeah, I am. I am.
The mentally ill person in your class that has grew an attraction to you and is now offering you some smooth stones, seemingly
No woman was ever attracted to me, so that kind of makes no sense. I do not understand
out of nowhere.
I do not
topic
understand this reference.
does in fact relate to the website. But Death Note was an anime and manga with a live action, which we will not talk
Was makes it seem like it doesn't exist anymore. Is.
about. It belongs in the very many crevices of hell. But Death Note, if you don't know what it is quite simple. It revolves around an item called the Death Note, which is seemingly just a notebook, but is very far from that. Writing anyone's full name in that Death Note will promptly kill them.
That was
And in
mad
addition to
disgusting,
that, you
dude.
can add how they die and when they die, but if you neglect this information, they'll just die from a heart attack. Death Note was very
Great.
popular around the 2010s, especially in Japan and when anime grew in more Western countries. Believe me, if you manage to piss off
Like all the like people thirsting of the chick with the pigtails.
an emo or goth kid of that time to the point where they harbored serious animosity towards you, you can probably quickly find your name written on the first page at least 20 times over.
Hello, Snickerdoodle. loser. Okay.
And they'll be crossing their fingers and crinkling their toes every night hoping you don't arrive at school tomorrow. But what I'm trying to say is that concept of Death Note was very popular and widely accepted, to the point where some people resorted to superstition out of hatred for others and would write people's names in notebooks or websites
Anime and manga culture is wild. Imagine just like writing somebody's name in a notebook, hoping they would like leave the planet, leave the Earth, and go to heaven.
hoping that something very unfortunate would happen to that person. But what happens when you start doing that and harbour hatred for someone you're meant to love? And somebody you willfully chose to potentially spend the rest of your life with? And I'm talking about
Wait, what? Shit is wild.
marriage, your wife or husband. And this hatred for their significant other and the popularity of Death Note led to the creation of a website where users gather together to wish the death of their partner in detailed and
Bruh. Big as bruh.
gruesome ways, and showing their reason for it and their deep hatred for this person they're meant to love, and with some of them apparently coming true. And they show their thankfulness to this website for apparently killing their partner. And this website is
If you don't like your partner, well, why did you want to get to know him in the first place?
called danshine.com, a Japanese website heavily inspired by Death Note, where wives contribute to the website, expressing hatred and distaste towards their significant other, with the conclusion of them wanting them to die.
True,
Just
why
reading
would you
a
do
few
that?
of these posts, you can see throughout the text how desperate they are to have their significant other die.
My idiot husband died of heart failure while playing a game at home. Then the time I found him when I got... What the fuck am I reading?
Well, I rarely get up early in the morning, right? That's just your own opinion. Oh dear, I don't like the way you say it. I don't like the idea of even getting your mother-in-law involved. Well, I rarely get up early in the morning. Do you think? That's just your own impression. The shrine cleaning is early this morning. Will you be able to wake up properly? Don't laugh and say that. You worthless parent and child. Get your act together, you scum. Just die. My damn husband.
Frick. What the frick? Oh. Wow. 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 Okay.
Wants me and my daughter to live somewhere else so he can spend the rest of his life with that old hag. So there's no point in him living anymore. Whatever I do, I think of that old hag first. Our family is unhappy because this old hag is alive. This old
Hey, let's start a drinking game. Each time you see the word hag, you have to take a shot. You'll fucking die.
old hag is a money pit
Hag.
and is of no use. So I hope she dies soon.
The
My
hell?
old husband wants me and my daughter to live somewhere else so he can spend the rest of his life with her. So there's no point in him living. Please die soon together with your beloved old hag. Just
Is that the is that this person? Does she mean like the mom? Somebody? A third party? Like what? There is context missing. I'm involved now. I want context.
die. Even though I pay more than I earn every month, I can't resist eating and drinking. I don't take my medicine when I go to the doctor for my illness. Please stop going to the hospital because it's a waste of time. I can't feel satisfied unless I do it when I want to. So I throw a tantrum. The pain of having to keep going until I get it even though I'm not even hard, it's a relief. To be able to vent
Wait, what?
here, but it won't change my situation
Is
of
this
having
like
no money.
is this wait, let me read that. Obviously just even though I pay more than I earn every month. I can't resist eating and drinking. Okay, I don't take my medicine. Is this? Are they talking about themselves? I'm going to the hospital because it's a waste of time. They are talking about themselves. Wait, what? Where, what? Where were you? On a kid stream. And it was how to draw gore. YouTube does have its moments, I guess. They are talking about themselves.
Please die and get my insurance money. I and the children will be happy if you're gone. You only live for your own pleasure and vanity. I hope
Oh, wait. Oh, wait. This is not about themselves. This is about the husband. This is about her husband. Brother,
you'll stop breathing tomorrow morning. Now with it being a Japanese website with the majority of the posts being predominantly in
Of course. that explains why the translations are so weird. Japan, man.
Japanese, and throughout the translation errors and sentences that seemingly make no sense or switch to third person then back to first person, you still get the message that exuberates from these posts. They wholeheartedly want their partner to die so they can be set free. And these are some of the more tame posts.
What do you mean, tame? What do you mean, tame? That's not tame. That is not tame. Like, I don't know, tame would be I hope you fall down the stairs and don't wake up. That would be tame. That's not tame.
Some of the more heavy ones we'll get into later. But you may be looking at
Do I want to? I'm not so sure. But what do you mean heavy? How bad can this get?
At some of these posts and just wondering, why don't they just leave? Why are they wishing death upon someone they can just leave? And probably never
Insurance
see
money.
them again for the rest of their lives. Well, the reason they don't leave or divorce their partner is because it's Japan.
Yeah, I mean, it is culturally frowned upon. True, true, true. It makes sense. It's culture frowned upon. That makes sense. That makes sense. Well, maybe I can move chat a bit lower. I think that's a good idea. Yeah, just over my head. That works perfectly fine. That is weird as hell.
I know some of you weebs out there that watch a lot of anime have that bright sparkle in your eye every time Japan is mentioned, and Japan just being in a sentence.
Yeah, not everything in Japan is great. Like, I don't want the work ethics of it, like Japan. No, I'm good. I am very good. I don't think I want to do that.
Is an activation word that releases an
Neuron
unprecedented amount of
activation.
euphoria, like these weebs were getting a prostate massage, and many of them
Okay.
look at Japan with rose-tinted glasses. Because of the presence of things like anime has skewed their opinion, showing Japan as this great place like it is in the animes, and they probably have plans to move there eventually. And yes, whilst Japan is a great place and very culturally rich, it is one of the leaders in suicides each year, with on average 20,000 people ending themselves each year.
That is a wild statistic. You got a cut on your foot. Wild.
Yeah, due to things like the
That is wild.
work-life balance in Japan
Okay.
being so abhorrent, where things like time off and not doing overtime is looked down upon, and people can quite easily
Yeah, like I
find
said, I don't
themselves
want the
working
work
6
ethics of
days
like
a
Japanese
week,
people. I'm good.
often 10 hours a shift, with social pressure installed at birth to study hard, work hard, and keep working. Also, on top of the fact, for a long time, Japan stick to its old ways, like with divorce, where until modern
Some of the things like I don't think Japan should change. Like some of the things like that obviously don't get too influenced by like Western companies, like how it's happening right now. But like some things definitely would need to change, like the divorce stuff, like the work ethic and stuff that would actually need to change. Yeah. Japan is like culturally interesting place, but like some things are terrible.
times, there was a stigma around divorce where it was looked down upon. And even though Japan's divorce rate is rising, some people still stick to that stigma or don't go through a divorce due to the fact it gets harder if both parties do not consent to the divorce or if there are children involved. Because only
Huh? I think he misspoke there, because like if both parties do not want to divorce, then no divorce would happen. Why does Luke Skywalker never have a marriage for longer than a month?
until recently, shared custody wasn't a thing. Only one parent could take primary custody. And due to that reason, that's why you see on this web
I mean, shared custody doesn't really exist outside of Japan, like, really either, because, like, most of the time, the mom gets the kids. That's just the way it is.
page most women saying they want to pursue divorce after the child has grown up. And the other things I mentioned about Japan, no, I wasn't just using that to deter you from Japan, you little weebs. But please do wash the dirty gym sock that is your foreskin, because it's overflowing.
He uses divorce. The force. Yeah, that one is a... That one came really flat. I need to... You know...
With smegma,
Lift up my
but due
feet.
to the fact it's socially required to work long hours, These women may be reaching their breaking point because of those long hours, or the fact their counterpart isn't pulling their weight, with some of these posts being created over trivial matters, and just general disgust for their counterpart, just generally using the website to vent.
Like, why did you marry, bro? Like, why? What's the point? Like, why did you... Why? What is your point in marrying somebody you do not like? I think the problem is that, like, Japan has, like, weird rules when it comes to dating. Like, basically, at, like, the third date, they have to make it, like, culturally, they have to make it official. If that makes sense. So, like, yeah. That it probably might be a problem as to why that happens. I guess it makes sense, now that I think about it.
Many speaking about how they want them to stop taking care of their elderly relatives, which is a popular tradition in Japan, and they want this to stop because
If, like, I am not allowed to take care of my parents or my family members, could be grandmother, could be aunt, uncle, I'm gonna drop you. Like, I'm like, you're gone. Reduced to atoms. I'll leave. I'll look for somebody else who is okay with that.
they're sinking a lot of time and money into them, or the elderly relative just doesn't like them and there may be forms of abuse there. But then you have other posts on the website, which are essentially cries for help.
Another hack post. Another hack post. We're hag maxing here.
You're essentially getting emotionally or physically abused in the relationship. You smoke, buy alcohol with my money, and abuse convenience stores, but I'm worried about what I can eat. Why does he only give me 50,000 yen a month, even though I earn a decent amount? I pay for everything from food and communication to transport, medical expenses, daily necessities, insurance, taxes.
Yeah, that is what I call financial abuse, which I think should also be considered abuse.
And the cost of the kids. What? Do you really think it's enough? He's just surviving using a lot of my savings from when I was single. I'm always worried about money. I'll provide for you. I'll make you happy, I told you. You smoke, make me buy alcohol with my living expenses, and abuse
On the other side, like, why don't you... I don't know how it works in Japan, but why don't you, like, refuse to give him money? Because, like, from what I've seen, it had... Like, from what she is posting, it's not physical, the abuse. It's just financial abuse. So, like... Why not refuse to give him money?
convenience stores, but I'm still worried about how much I can eat. Die now, God of Death, please help me. My son is having tics due to stress, and it seems like he's deliberately imitating them. My son hates shit so much that if I take my eyes off him for a second, we start fighting. My son has tics due to stress, and it seems like he's deliberately imitating them now. I feel bad for my son, but I can't divorce now. I tried to go out with my son on weekends.
Wait. I lost the plot here real quick. I think I lost the plot. So my son is having tics due to stress, and it seems like he's deliberately imitating them. Oh, okay, so the son has tics, and the husband has started to imitate those tics. Well, my voice is gone. Wait a minute. Gotta drink something. So... Oh, so you're allergic to cats. Well, I could basically, like, we have we have 4 cats. I could eliminate you. Yeah, I don't know, these kind of allergy. I am dying. These kinds of, like, Allergies suck. Like, allergies for pets, that sucks.
We don't end up alone, but it started again today when I was walking the dog. My son left the house and was crying outside. It seems like the person across the street called out to him, asking if he was okay. I feel so pathetic. I want to get out of this situation, but I can't go back to my parents' house, and I have nowhere to turn to. Divorce isn't easy. I want to be stronger. Even on this holiday, he is bedridden, drinking, smoking, and eating salty food, but he still hasn't come to be with us. Please, God of Death, please, see him in the afterlife before the end of the year. Violence, breaking things, smashing up walls, breaking wedding photos.
Oh my god.
Financial violence.
Oh my god.
Emotional violence. Scum, self-bankruptcy.
Violence. Breaking things, smashing up walls, breaking wedding photos, financial violence, emotional violence. But no, seems to be no physical violence, but that is already enough for like divorce.
Violence,
easy.
destroys things, smashes up walls, breaks wedding photos, financial violence, emotional violence, severe mental illness, depression.
Your baby chicken got stolen by a weasel or rat. I have quails, and like we don't really have that problem here. Because like they're technically really easy accessible for like animals to come and get them. Nothing really has happened. The only thing has happened that like one escaped, like in the middle of the night, and I let my dog out, and he found the quail.
Drug addiction, no hope of recovery, grab hold of you, heyo. Now, as said, a lot of this is venting, and they generally just show distaste towards their counterpart and beg the God of Death to take them away. But something more interesting about the website is the categories. There are a number of categories on the Danshin website.
That is interesting.
Malicious in title. You have My Husband Dies, I Want to Kill My Husband, and
Wow. Wow. Death Note has been reported to be effective, so sometimes it has worked.
Has been reported to be effective. The latter I want to focus on more, because it seems the people posting to that part of the website genuinely believe this website has done something for them, and the Death Note is real. And just reading some of these posts, it's overall just disturbing. Colon cancer after living a life of eating and drinking what I like. My husband's health check revealed that he may have colon cancer. Moreover, it appears to be malignant. This is the punishment for living his life the way he wanted until now.
I mean... Damn. Maybe it does work.
Colon cancer. After only eating and drinking what he wanted, he also suffers from gout and diabetes, a parade of what he himself has caused. There is no room for sympathy. I was holding back the laughter as I listened to this, lol. Treatment costs money, so I wish he would just die. But he puts himself first, so he's probably trying desperately to live. Stop struggling.
Wow. Wow. Just a big ass wow.
And just go. She talks sadly to the people around her, but it is just an act. It has some effect. My shitty husband's beloved dog died. He has been yelling abuse at me up until now, so he got his revenge. He cried a lot, but by the evening he was fine. He talks about how sad he is to people around him. But is he just acting? This is not enough. I wish he would just die soon. Shitty husband.
But I want context. Oh, you're back. Welcome back. Context? Like, what does shitty husband mean? Like, context. The context is missing.
I hope it's your shitty husband who dies next. Now, the last one is a bit ambiguous.
Huh?
It describes something happening
Japanese
to her
translations
husband,
are weird.
but she doesn't go into the specifics. Instead, she thanks the website and asks for more support. It was quite a shock for my husband. Something very shocking happened to my husband. I've been waiting for you every day. Thank you very much. I'd like to come back to express my gratitude again, so please continue to support me. Now this one begs the question, is he thanking the website?
Is he wait a minute. I hope this doesn't go deeper into stuff. Oh, thank you for the sub. Wait, I can see it. Snickerdoodle. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Like, how does this, like...
The god of death, or the people on the forum? And is she thanking them because something happened to him? Is he dead? Or like the others, has he been stricken with a life-threatening illness? But one thing that is known is that this website is quite chilling. Not only because of the fact it actually exists, but also because people are contributing to it every day. With a new post every hour. With genuine hate.
Okay, bro. That's wild. Every hour.
For their loved ones. And it begs another question. If these people are genuinely struggling being married to these people, and are desperate to the point where they are making posts wishing for them to die, at what point when their needs are unmet are they going to take it into their own hands?
Not only that, but like, let's consider this. Like, each time they hate someone, will they like post on this? And what if not the husband is the problem, but like they themselves? I recommend therapy instead. Or like marriage counseling. I don't know. Or just easier divorce laws, goddammit.
It's genuinely disturbing this website exists, and that there are some stories where the husband has died, and they're showing genuine gratitude and giving credit to this website. This website is just something I found and wanted to talk about today.
And why is the Legend of Zelda music playing? What is this?
Thebes, do not use this website to find a young helpless woman you can save to give you a green card. Because
we're gonna hack maxing with this one. We're gonna go back hack maxing.
I think very early on in the relationship, they'll learn they can't stand you, and you'd have your own post on that website.
True.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Oh, that is not...
Hey, what's up,
I
guys?
hate all the play. Okay, so this video was interesting. I did not expect that was like... I expected like something a little worse than like 4chan or like Reddit, but like... The pigeon post at the beginning was wild. I have to admit that. The pigeon post in the beginning was wild. The pigeon grape. Oh my god. I still have a bunch of videos here open, so I have a few ones that I still want to watch. We'll jump into Minecraft kids content is let me stop that real quick.
Who made their content?
Minecraft kids content is absolutely terrifying. This was posted 6 days ago. Like I know a bunch of like there's like a bunch of like stuff about like kids, YouTube kids and stuff. Like some of this is absolutely ridiculous. Like if you remember like Elsagate and stuff, like that is downright terrible. Like PDFs, like literally like commenting on like kid stuff. Like what? So I assume your friend Oka streams at 5, okay. So like, whew. That is gonna be interesting. I'm gonna jump right into that. Let's see. So wait, dear YouTube manual reviewer, this video is made here until latest. Okay, this is just for like, so it doesn't get nuked, basically.
Here we go again.
Uh-oh. Like, I still think, like, YouTube Kids was a mistake. Or, like, it needs a massive overhaul. Yeah, it's late, like... Like, that YouTube Kids needs a massive overhaul.
Minecraft Kids content is among some of the most popular and profitable niches on the YouTube platform, and has been ever since the game came out. It's what I, and probably you if you're watching this video, consumed in some capacity growing up. However,
No. I actually grew up on an... I grew up on a... What is it? I grew up on, like, a German Minecraft Let's Play. That was the shit back then. That was amazing. So, like... My Minecraft memories were not tainted by YouTube Kids.
somewhere along the way, things changed, and what once was a community filled with wholesome YouTubers, mostly, who made their content with good morals and intentions in mind, has now been almost completely overrun by selfish vultures who abuse this niche daily, spitting out low-effort, mind-numbing slop content that constantly exposes their viewers to all.
I hate the fact that it is... Oh, hi, Aizu. You saw this video before. You grew up on Stampy and popular MMOs. Okay. When did it get acceptable to produce slop for kids? When did that get acceptable? I think it is an absolute crime how the Minecraft movie looks. This should have been much more like in the similar vein as the Mario movie, and not what it looks like right now. This should have been fully animated. Maybe it should have been like people at first, like starting out as like, it should have started out as like regular people, and people step through the portal, and then they become like all blocky and stuff. I would have much rather preferred that. Also, this is really hypersexualized. I'll just see that. This is kids' content? Ugh.
All sorts of shocking, violent, and sexually suggestive imagery for a few extra clicks.
Ew. Yeah, YouTube Kids needs an overhaul.
All of this was covered in my previous video on the subject. However, what I didn't mention was that I left a lot of things out in that video, disgusting, things that probably would have gotten my channel completely demonetized. But after seeing the overwhelming support for my last video and the infinite amount of people commenting,
you grew up on Disney, mostly Mickey Mouse Clubhouse.
I feel
yeah, I remember that as well.
To the bottom of this rabbit hole, a rabbit hole worse than you and I could have ever imagined.
Why would we just thunk like I was supposed to react, not jam to music?
But first, allow me to introduce today's sponsor, Opera GX. It's no secret that my videos, including this one, take hundreds of hours of editing to produce, and in order to keep me
sorry, brother. I will be skipping that. I'm good with that sponsorship. Thank you.
The video you just watched is from a channel called AFMAL. AFMAL is one of the many content
21 million. 20. Did I just see that? 21 million subs? Jesus. Spyware, yeah. Opera. And like, I also don't like the social media presence. Sometimes.
creators on this platform who makes Minecraft videos specifically cater towards a very young audience.
Very
Upon
young.
first glance, this content might seem pretty cringeworthy, and that's because it is. I was originally going to make this comparison to the Minecraft YouTubers I watched growing up, but honestly, especially compared to them, this content is very hard to watch. But despite this, there's still one reason all of these channels, old and new, have stuck to and continue to churn out family-friendly orientated Minecraft content: money. While you and I may never
it makes sense. Like, if it works, why change it? So I kind of see why you would continue to like make content like this. If it works, don't change it. Don't fix something that's not broken. We should tell the game developers.
video in our lives.
You watched their old
clearly
content?
A massive younger audience for it, not necessarily on YouTube, but rather its subsidiary app, YouTube Kids. In a census done back in 2021, the United States government discovered that around 75% of households with children under the age of 5 owned some sort of tablet for their kids. And in 2023,
I have a hot take. I will try and not have my kid like my kid will not have like a tablet, a personal or anything, or like a phone at least like until like 5th grade. Because I got my first phone like 5th grade, and it was like a really cheap like phone with like it wasn't old as Sony Ericsson. So like yeah. Yeah, she seems very popular. But yeah, it's mostly kids.
it was reported that YouTube Kids had over 600 million individual downloads, with that number growing exponentially.
This is gonna be the next generation. Oh god. So many kids watching brain rot.
Each year. Unfortunately, it's becoming increasingly common nowadays for newer parents to rely on apps like this as a way to keep their child entertained without having to put in any actual effort, letting them sit and watch hours of content unsupervised under the guise that it's a completely safe way for them to consume content. And the result?
I didn't have a like quote unquote like smartphone, like anything that had like touch. I didn't have that until like 7th or 8th grade. And then when I got like in 9th grade, I had like some of like, I don't know if you remember like Windows Phone, like the Microsoft phones, like those. I had like one of those. And then like I got an actual like Android and stuff.
Channels like AFMAO earning almost 500 million views and millions of dollars each month. Fortunately for us, AFMAO is one of the better examples out of this whole niche. She does things by the books, and aside from it being a little cringy, their content is educational, suitable, and safe for kids.
That is... Hey, that's cool. Yeah, but then that's not a problem. If she does it the right way, sure.
AFMAO School, on the other hand, is absolutely unacceptable. They too make Minecraft related videos targeted towards children. However, the methods in which they gain their views are a little different.
So it's
a reliable and
so it's a different channel, not the same person.
trustworthy brand that both parents and the young viewers who watch can trust, they resort to imitating an already well-known and trustworthy family-friendly content creator and uploading content that uses their...
What are these thumbnails, dude? What are these thumbnails, dude? You got yours in 6th grade, and you think it was a Nokia. Yeah, like... We like Nokias were like indestructible. That meme still holds true to this day.
Original characters in all sorts of sexually suggestive or
what the fuck are these thumbnails, man? I don't like where this is going.
For shock value in order to get more clicks. This manipulative strategy tricks the YouTube algorithm into recommending them alongside videos of the real content creator they're impersonating, sometimes resulting in these fake videos gaining millions more views than the original. I mean, this channel alone has made roughly over $100,000 in just the short year and a half they've been posting content. They also have 118,000 subscribers, which is more than me, so please subscribe.
Oh, shameless plug.
And of course, AFMAO School is just one small example of the many perpetrators who make money this way. Pretty much every Minecraft kids YouTuber you can think of has one, if not multiple, of these garbage-filled impersonation channels made using their brand, all of which are individually
just like imagine, like somebody makes money of like impersonating you, and like it's not like it's all the same person, and like It's not even like a little bit. It's like this imposter can probably like they could easily become already been a millionaire at this point.
His sole purpose of generating insane amounts of money, inadvertently exposing a plethora of disgusting and inappropriate things in their content to millions of unexpecting children, included but not limited to
violence, nudity, SA, mutilation. What the hell? What the? Wow.
But it's okay. I have a gun.
We just tied you to the bed. Just don't shout and everything will be fine.
We're going to the girl's house. We knock them out and then tie them to the bed. We take
I don't quite understand like what your point is. Like, how do you go from like what? I just realized Germany wouldn't have a bad reputation from the US because Hitler was born? Okay. Why do they sound like that? That's a good question.
cut their clothes.
Oh!
But like I said, I've already discussed this before in my previous video. However, what I was very stupid to neglect at the time
okay.
is that long-form video isn't the only form of media a person can consume on this platform, with the
short-form brain rot
being YouTube Shorts, to which I've come to learn not only has all of the same problems, but for a myriad of reasons, is actually so much worse. By doing as little as searching up Minecraft in the YouTube search bar, we can find a plethora
yes,
of different
Mikadoodle.
channels
I didn't quite
posting
understand what like
Minecraft
you want from me.
animations in the
Maybe
Shorts
autotype,
tab,
yeah.
all with preview images that, if left uncensored, would probably get this video demonetized, and all with tens,
What the hell?
sometimes hundreds of millions of views each.
130. 130 million views. That's wild.
Between anything I've talked about in the past and these quote-unquote Minecraft animation shorts is the way in which the content gets recommended to viewers. As mentioned previously, the most common strategy for these fake quote-unquote family-friendly channels to lure in new viewers is to create the most shocking and attention-grabbing title and thumbnail they can, whether that be by using gruesome, violent, or sexually suggestive imagery, in order to stand out in the viewer's recommendation feed in comparison.
What the hell? What the hell? That is interesting. Very interesting. You used to be in the Minecraft animation community? Okay. I mean, you can do a lot of cool things with that.
Into other videos, subsequently resulting in more clicks, more views, and more money. After all, that's the only reason they
I hope so. I hope so that this is not this kind of content yet. You know the Skyrim like Gen Alpha slang brain rot video? That when I saw that the first time, that is so funny.
even exist in the first place.
That was so funny.
YouTube Shorts work a little differently. Since YouTube limits their shorts to a maximum length of only 60 seconds, as well as having no support for custom thumbnails, these channels instead lure the viewers in with the actual content of the video. And yeah, very quickly it becomes
like what
these
else would you do?
quote-unquote animations are
Really?
just straight softcore
Really?
pornography, using Minecraft to mask itself as family-friendly content to bypass.
So this is basically like the Minecraft version of like Twitch thoughts. Is it that basically? Is that what it is?
its algorithm to get, like I said, tens, sometimes hundreds of millions of views each.
26
Not to
million
mention the
views,
fact that these
1.1
channels
million likes.
specifically abuse the system and take advantage of the way YouTube Shorts are set up. Everyone knows that YouTube Shorts has this sort of doom scroll / infinite scroll interface, where instead of giving the viewer a bunch of random recommendations and then allowing them to specifically choose what kind of content they want to consume, the app practically just shoves a bunch of random videos in the viewer's face without a choice, and no matter how much they
That explains, because I uploaded shorts, so that would explain as to why, like, when you look at like what like my shorts are connected to, they are not connected to like what the content is. So I guess that makes like, I guess that makes sense. That explains why my like what people are getting recommended to. And completely uncensored Minecraft corn video. But the funny part is, I have seen actual porn on YouTube before it got taken down. I've seen stuff on TikTok as well, and I've seen stuff on Twitter, on like Twitch as well, where it got like instantly removed.
might not be
At least
interested,
that happened.
they will always watch at least a small portion of it before scrolling away. Channels like 11.3 know this, and that's why they made sure to put Minecraft characters that look like this in the very first second of each video. It's not even like they're trying to hide it. This channel, Alex and Steve Animation, which has 5.3 million subscribers,
Like channel profile picture is already a red flag. Just saying.
1.6 billion views. Not only does the exact same thing, but they also have a direct link to a Patreon account that creates fully NSFW drawings and videos.
That's wild. That is wild. Yeah, I don't think this is for kids, to be fair. That's like, that content is for Minecraft gooners. I mean, I don't watch adult content anymore, so like, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know like about Minecraft porn. Auto type change the name. Okay.
Accessible by anybody with just one click. The craziest thing is, this isn't even the first time someone's spoken out about these issues.
Okay.
A handful of creators have already made similar videos, both calling out YouTube on this massive problem, as well as encouraging their audience to mass report any bad channels they've mentioned.
You know why YouTube won't do anything? Because goddamn, look at that revenue. Because like that brings a lot of people to their platform. So why would they change that even?
But every time, YouTube manually demonetizes and shadow bans the video and the algorithm, specifically for showcasing clips of all the nasty things these channels upload. In fact, friend of
Yeah, like I said, they wouldn't like that criticism. They also wouldn't remove those because they know like that gives the platform a lot of like attention and money.
the channel and fellow YouTuber the Mr. Epic uploaded 2 separate videos calling out these channels to YouTube while taking the extra step to manually blur and censor anything that might be considered non-advertiser friendly. Yet still, despite his best efforts, both videos would get demonetized. All the while, the original content that was being
Yeah, and the manual review obviously got denied. I hate these scummy practices of YouTube. And now YouTube also starts to go after VTubers. Because like Iron Mouse got nuked. Her main channel is gone. Probably. I don't know, maybe. Maybe there's material for a lawsuit. I have no idea.
his video, and all of the channels related to it are not only still active, but
I mean,
continue
if
to
like
remain-
somebody would like probably like attempt to sue them. Remember, this is the United states, so you can the more money somebody has, the more easy it probably get to win in court. So probably the reason as to why nobody picked a bone with YouTube over this is probably due to nobody having enough money to actually like get through this. What is a gooner? I'm not gonna explain that. Find that out yourself. I have it in my head, but like, I would to look up the definition for it. Oh, yeah, I thought that it was this. I'm not gonna explain it. I'm not gonna explain it. I refuse. You have to look it up yourself.
Fully monetized as well. So basically, I'm just wondering what happened with those 2 videos that got demonetized. Can you kind of explain the situation around that?
First one, which I uploaded last year, that one was demonetized after about, I think, 2 days. Interestingly, what happened was, rather than the video just outright being like a stop being pushed,
okay,
episode, it actually like did this weird thing I haven't seen before, where it like intentionally blurred the thumbnail. I hadn't seen that happen before, but I was like, oh well, that sucks. The second video I then uploaded, which was only a few months ago now, I was a lot more careful. Like I went out of my way to censor it even more. Interestingly, this time I actually got more information because I had like a partner manager who I got around the time, and he gave me an update saying that basically it was the thumbnail once again, despite.
So like basically, YouTube just blurs thumbnails. That's kinda not good.
Me obviously censoring it more than
like I didn't even know like YouTube could do that. I just learned a new thing. I didn't know YouTube was able to like blur thumbnails, but I guess, or like that they do that. Like it makes sense that they would be able to do so, but like that they can do that. That's new.
original thumbnails, but also this 1-2 second clip of like, I don't even know what characters they are. They're like some weird like kids characters in like a somewhat provocative looking position from another YouTube video, mind you.
Yeah.
And that was basically it. And this was after a human reviewer plus my partner manager pushing to get it age restricted, and then nothing could change. So yeah.
And at this point, you may be wondering why. Why would YouTube, despite obviously having the resources
Money
and ability to do so, still not take any action?
I'm gonna
to fix
say
this
it in the words of
glaring
Mr.
issue with
Krabs.
YouTube and YouTube Kids,
Money.
At the same time, actively silence anyone who decides to speak out and make a video about it. Well, we can't be certain, but my personal theory is that YouTube has been aware of it the whole time.
Cleanse your eyeballs. I need a lot. I need a lot more. I need a lot more to like cleanse my eye sockets. Like bleach my eyes out. Like wash them, remove them, put them in the washing
Think
machine.
about it. These channels generate billions of views and, by proxy, an unfathomable amount of money. This revenue is generated entirely from the money advertisers pay to have their ads displayed on these videos, which honestly can be a problem in itself. I'm sure Apple would be just delighted to know that their ad is getting placed on a video and where a popular children's character gets buried alive. Like, what? YouTube splits this ad revenue with the creator, giving 55% of the share to them, and keeping 45% for themselves.
Like I said, money. Because like if that actually like, yeah. Now you know what a gooner is. If they were to like make this public and say, yeah, people are doing that on our platform and it is a problem. Yeah, goodbye advertisers. Bye. Good luck.
Once you start to factor in the hundreds of other channels uploading the same inappropriate content that simply haven't been documented yet, most likely thousands if we include the accounts outside of the Minecraft niche posting the same, if not even worse content with other
That went from Minecraft to furry real quick.
well-known characters. You can start to paint the picture of why YouTube theoretically
that went from
might
Minecraft
turn a
to
blind eye. It makes up a small
furry
but
real quick.
notable chunk of their revenue each year. In YouTube's eyes, throwing all morals, ethics, and damage this content is inflicting on the millions of children who use this platform every single day, getting rid of it means that YouTube would be passing up a significant amount of money, and we all know they would never do that.
YouTube ads are getting worse, so YouTube is testing server-side ads on YouTube, which means that instead of using an ad blocker on YouTube,
As far as I have heard now, they can like they can basically like nuke you with ads while you're pausing. Apparently YouTube can do that now. Or like they're able to do so. But they're also releasing a good feature. They're releasing something called hype. Is it called hype? Well, like you can hype up like smaller creators. The problem is it's for people that have 500 subs to 500,000 subs. Yeah, small creators have no chance of getting that.
bypass the annoying ad that you get, you're going to be forced to watch it.
So instead, they decided to take the much easier route of ignoring the problem for as long as possible.
My ad blocker still works, and it's been the one that works the longest for now.
Knowing they have
it is still alive. It is surviving.
Their algorithm or something like that. Oh, we had no idea this was such a big problem. It's just an issue with our algorithm. And quietly rake in massive amounts of money while simultaneously silencing individual creators who make videos attempting to expose and raise awareness.
What kind of excuses? What kind of excuse is that? They shouldn't be able to post this. Like, they should not be able to even post this content onto the website. Like, what kind? It's the algorithm. Like, what is this kind of, like, excuse? You checked it and now you wanna leave the world? Understandable. I started heavily drinking after the Hypnotis Sappho situation, looking that up. Time to use all of that of my old accounts, true and real.
Awareness about this issue, because unfortunately, we are a much smaller and easier target to deal with.
If my videos, which are like more censored than the ones online, are getting flagged, and the human reviewer is saying that, hey, this is not appropriate, we can't have this, and how are like complete full channels allowed to exist, right? Like they need to fix their human review system and either allow
it's just
my
money.
content,
That's
or they need
the
to
harsh
block
truth.
other
It is
content
just
that
money.
I've increasingly censored, right? Like it can't be this weird middle ground where somehow my videos are being censored yet the other ones are not.
Collateral damage. That doesn't look good.
In my previous video, I touched on the proven and lasting side effects that watching this content from such a young age can do to an individual in the long term. Multiple studies have proven that children's ages 0 to 8, the primary target of both YouTube Kids and these channels, are in the most formative years of their life. Everything they do, learn, and consume in these years play a huge part into shaping.
True. I worked with kids a year ago, and these little guys are super impressionable. Like they will like take the personality of like the teachers. They like take the personality sometimes of like the other people that are working there, like the habits and stuff. Like they are super impressionable. And imagine like having your kid watching this stuff all the time. Just imagine that.
The type of person they'll be for the rest of their lives. This is why traditional kids programming such as PBS Kids always ends with a positive, educational, and age-appropriate lesson being learned. It's because all shows on the network are specifically designed to support a child's development in these crucial years and promote healthy, positive behavior as seen in their official educational guidelines. But you know what platform isn't properly regulated and is quickly becoming more popular than traditional programming? YouTube and YouTube Kids. Studies show that children exposed to violent and suggestive media at such a young age can develop lasting trauma and create serious damage to the development of the brain.
True. That is true. This age group is also the most vulnerable for divorce, by the way.
And that's exactly what's reflected in the comments of my last video. Ever since I was 9, I've been exposed to sexual content on YouTube, and ever since then, my life has gotten a lot worse. I keep getting random headaches and can't focus on one thing for more than 60 minutes at a time. I've also had a lot of memory losses due to this content and have sadly developed an addiction. Not me, but my friend used to watch.
I got rid of my addiction, thankfully. But I also didn't did this started differently, so I can't comment on that. But I do assume that, well, most kids don't even use YouTube Kids. I mean, sure. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, in some part, probably, in some parts. To some degree, definitely. I don't think it's... I mean, I could have tested that if I asked the kids at the school I was working at. So maybe not. I do not know. We would need to look up have statistics over that. But yeah, I think that getting into other sexual content probably does have an effect.
Watch these videos. He developed a severe addiction. It took him months to stop. When I was little, a bunch of these Minecraft and LCD
For
videos
some, it takes years to stop. It takes a huge toll for this addiction. Because, yeah. Clearly, it's definitely a problem. And, yeah, look at this. Elsa Gate has been mentioned. So, yeah, I understand, how this can influence kids, because I've been influenced.
From then, for 8 years, I am one who was exposed to this. This is an extremely big problem.
8 years! 8 years! And this was already detrimental to my health after, 2 years. How bad was this?
Messes with the mind. Bro, I used to watch this shit too, and it's given me horrible trauma and got me addicted to it. I just turned 18 a week ago, and YouTube back in 2016, 2017 messed me up in such a big way. I struggled with so much depression, and being exposed
This
to
reminds
so
me of
much
my
violent
problems.
content ruined my perception on myself and how I act subconsciously. And I've lost a lot of my most important years and lessons where I should have been properly taught about that stuff when I was ready. In their official blog post from February 2021, YouTube announced that the YouTube Kids app had over 35 million weekly users. Since then, the app has almost doubled its total number of downloads. So if we do a little bit of math here, accounting for both of these numbers and other things like trends and higher user engagement, this means that every day, the estimated 70 to 80 million users of this platform have a good chance of being exposed to these kinds of videos and then having to deal with the life-altering, long-lasting effects as a result.
For me, it didn't start at a young age. It started around 18. But I got rid of it. After 2 years, I got rid of it. I managed to get rid of it. And I have not watched stuff like that for 3 years, and I'm way better off. My life is way better. Let's just say that.
At first glance,
because it took absurd turns eventually,
at the individual,
and I realized, yeah, it can't continue like this.
And while they are
I
definitely
stopped.
at fault here, I believe it's actually YouTube that should be held the most responsible. On any social media platform, there will always be malicious people looking to exploit the system for their own personal gain. However, as long as the platform is aware of this and actively tries to fix and
That was not an information I needed to know, bro. Keep that to yourself next time. that was not something I need to know.
prevent those exploits from happening, then the
That is
situation
something
can
I
be
do not
managed
need to
effectively.
know.
However, YouTube hasn't
Thank you, keep that to
had the
yourself.
best track record of doing that. In 2017, parents began to complain that strange videos were popping up on YouTube
that got real weird for a second. That got real weird.
Kids. So lately, every time I go on YouTube, there's these really strange videos showing up on my trending page. I mean, they seem to be aimed at young kids, but they're super creepy and disturbing. These videos
It's like,
almost
oh,
always
man.
use what are
Yeah, the
otherwise
Elsa game
peaceful,
thing.
family-friendly
Remember that?
characters such as Spider-Man and Elsa, doing a variety of blatantly inappropriate or disturbing things, but tagged in
Spider-Man also? Poor Spider-Man. Poor Spider-Man. Even Spider-Man gets abused for that. That's wild. I will refuse to. I will not call it X. I will continue to call it Twitter. It will be Twitter forever.
in such a way
I
as
refuse to
circumvent
call it
YouTube's
X.
child safety
This will stay
algorithms
Twitter.
and appear on the homepage of YouTube Kids. This phenomenon would not go unnoticed, as more and more of these channels began to pop up, all with hundreds of millions of views each. The number of concerned parents complaining and demanding a fix from YouTube began to significantly increase, and eventually this disturbing trend would catch the attention of major news outlets who would also begin to raise their alarm bells.
Yeah, now
via
we
a
have
bunch of
Minecraft Gate.
extremely well-written articles.
If you ever let your child watch YouTube videos, we have got a warning for you. Some people are creating disturbing cartoons, making them appear kid-friendly, only to get your children to watch inappropriate content.
That's for our consumers.
All covering an event commonly referred to as Elsagate. Yet despite receiving mainstream attention,
Look
mass
at
reports
this. If I have ever have children, which is going to be very unlikely, I would be so scared that my kid would watch like content like that. That would scare the hell out of me.
and millions of individual complaints, YouTube did almost nothing to fix the situation. Until November 27th of that year, when in a BuzzFeed article, YouTube finally announced they were cracking down on the problem, removing over 150,000 of these inappropriate videos and demonetizing over 2 million more. Please note that
Imagine how long this took and how many videos there are. But the problem is great, they're demonetized, but the kids can still see them. So like, sure, they're not too bad, I
this
guess, but
announcement,
like,
while positive
I don't know.
and overall a pretty big win for the platform, just so happened to occur only 3 days after a bunch of major brands and advertisers
Lidl, I can't read that. Adidas and Mars. Okay.
had pulled out due to the entire scandal. YouTube, years later, would also get fined $170 million by the FTC, partially for having such a glaring issue with their quote-unquote kids content.
Guess like YouTube wants to do a round 2, I guess.
And child safety rules. As a result of this, YouTube would also update their guidelines to ban any inappropriate use of quote family entertainment characters, and also implement a brand new labeling system, forcing creators to decide whether or not their videos are made for kids. If a video is determined to be made for
I
kids,
hate that because it's all if you are a content creator, like I don't know, but for me it's always on yes. And like I always have to turn it on to no. That is so annoying.
it will lose a majority of features that normal videos have, such as the comment
And
section.
now it has like a little like text display, text option displayed where like, is this like content that it has been changed, like AI and stuff, and like I have to also press those.
And most importantly, personalized ads and a majority of ad revenue. But if that's the case, then how are these channels, which are clearly targeted towards children, still able to make so much money? And the answer is about as simple as it is aggravating. To be honest, it really doesn't matter what option the creator chooses, as both types of content, even ones specifically marked as not for kids, actively get recommended through the YouTube Kids app, as long as the video looks family friendly enough in the eyes of the algorithm by loading
Yeah,
up the
that makes
thumbnail with
sense.
a bunch of bright colors
That makes
and
sense.
swapping out any potentially dangerous words like rape with prank or with love curse. It will get recommended.
Oh, that's a new one. The love. I'm not making love with someone. I'm making a love curse with someone. Oh. Doing the love curse. That is wild.
And
my
just the
god.
same. And there's a really easy way to prove this that you can do yourself. Just go to literally any of the channels I've mentioned so far,
The
click
love
on a random
curse.
video, and take a look at the engagement on the actual video. For example, this video has 213,000 views, yet only 1,100 likes and only 40 comments. This is because when you watch a video on YouTube Kids, it doesn't have any of the extra buttons or features. It only allows you to watch the video.
So in summer and like spring, bees are alcoholics.
But since the video is still coming from YouTube, it still counts as a view. And the only engagement that's actually getting left on the video is from other kids using the regular YouTube app, probably using their parents' account. And yeah, it's pretty easy to tell by the quality of the comments here. Kinda
Scary
funny how
monster.
even though YouTube implemented these supposed changes to make the platform safer, it appears it's now easier than ever to run one of these content farms. Due to its simple editing style,
Probably.
low production costs, hell, even the recent developments in AI technology, specifically for voice lines and text-to-speech, it's no problem for a single person with no moral compass.
True,
and
true.
free
A
time.
single person would be able to run these without any struggle, because like he can get the voices. That the person can get the voices. They can get like everything without much trouble. True.
To start operating a network of these channels, pumping out dozens of these videos a week, all while facing absolutely zero public repercussion or backlash and remaining completely anonymous. In other words, it's the perfect crime.
The perfect crime.
But let's take a step back for a
Super
moment and
villains.
explore a rather outlandish question. What if the owner actually wants to be found? This is Neil. For the sake of anonymity, that's obviously not his real name, but as you can probably guess by now, Neil makes a living by owning and operating one of these Minecraft Kids content farms. However, for many reasons we'll dive into shortly,
And it's
they might
it's
just be
Russian?
the worst of the worst. Because
The
it's
worst
one
of the
thing to
worst.
upload
Okay,
this
let's get
disgusting
into it.
content with the goal of monetary gain. But what's even more worrying and truly vile is owning channels like these, then trying to communicate with your audience and lure them off the site.
Why is every video I watch about child diddlers? Why? Why? Man.
Earlier this year, on January 26th, a YouTuber named The Beak uploaded a video showcasing his discovery of a very strange set of channels which impersonate characters from The Amazing Digital Circus, a very popular children's animated series on YouTube, which, for whatever reason, has absolutely taken off and garnered over 500 million views in just the first 2 full-length episodes. In other words, it's just another example of these channels exploiting familiar and trusted family-friendly characters.
I kind of like remember that clown chick. I don't know where, but she seems familiar.
For views, and tricking children into watching content that is all but family friendly. Let's take a quick look at what Neil thinks is acceptable to post.
Okay, bro. Okay. Sure. Sure. Okay, bro. Those thumbnails are wild. Nah. This is Gooner bait for kids. Okay. Fine. Fine. This shit just gets worse. It just gets worse. now we've got SpongeBob. What the fuck are these thumbnails, dude? There's no way. If I used a thumbnail, they would kill me. They would immediately... Like, they would murder me.
Every
Dear
single
God.
thumbnail, every single video on all of these channels completely violate YouTube's content guidelines. However, this isn't even the weirdest part. In his video, The Beak discovered that both of these channels advertised a link, which invited anybody who clicked on it the ability to directly message Neil on Telegram.
I don't know
Messaging
either of
platform
these
infamous for
shows,
its overwhelming
a
focus
series.
on privacy, with messages sent over there having end-to-end encryption and being, for the most part, completely untraceable. Yet, sometime after the Beaks video was posted, the owner suddenly removed these Telegram links and changed the contact email for both of the Pomni and Jack's channels. Interesting. Now, I'm not trying to assume
That's weird. That's weird.
the worst here, but I really can't find a reasonable explanation as to why an owner of multiple channels which make over-sexualized Minecraft content targeted towards very young children would ever need to include a direct messaging feature in their About Me section, and more importantly,
Bro removed it before he got caught. And now he got caught anyways.
why would they feel the need to delete the Telegram link almost immediately after being exposed about it? While assumptions can be made, we may never truly know the answer. I was still pretty curious about this Neil guy though, so I did a bit more digging around. Eventually, I had the idea to paste the channel's original email address into the YouTube search bar, which brought me to a whole bunch more of these channels that he owned, impersonating even more YouTubers like Afmao and Prison. Then I decided to try
There's
the
a whole
same
rabbit hole.
tactic with this new email and found yet another impersonation channel he owned which contains another sketchy link, this time leading to a Ko-fi page that sells NSFW content of their characters, which, of course, comes with another direct messaging feature. And
But the question is, would kids be able to pay for this? If you could trick like your parents, I mean, sure, probably. I don't know. Maybe. I guess under some circumstances it would be possible
just
for
to
kids get
confirm that
access to
despite all
18
the
plus
changes,
content.
These channels are still owned by the same person. They both use the exact same AI text-to-speech voices and music in their videos.
Pomni, please lather up with the washcloth and also.
I wonder if like that is NSFW content that he draws, or like it's just stolen art that he sells. I don't think either, but like you never know. Under some circumstances, I guess it would be possible. Like a smart kid would probably be able to do it, but then I doubt. I don't think so. Really hard, very rare. So it is like for adults. But like, why would he want to like talk specifically with adults then? That's also weird.
Very clean. You have no idea how long I've been waiting for this. Jump onto my bed and strip off all your clothes.
The thumbnails all have the
My brother in Christ, this is weird as hell.
exact same, very specific art style, as if, you know, they were commissioned by the same artist. The channels are all very similar, often using the same set of keywords across all channels, like what is he planning and what is he up to. Also, all of the channels were created roughly around the same time.
I guess this would be used to like get the attention of kids.
2023. It's a common theme for all of these YouTube automation people and content farms to start all of their channels at once, and that's exactly what happened here, with the Jax and Hasbin Hotel channel even being created on the same
Bro
day.
was on a mission.
And most importantly, the NSFW Ko-fi page has perks listed in Russian writing, which just so happens to be the exact same language Neil's real first name is displayed on his old Telegram link.
Bodine! Get that guy! You had hairy legs in 3rd grade. Kids nicknamed you Sasquatch. I had a beard very early on. I had a beard in like what? I had a beard, almost a full beard in like 6th grade, and I was called Wookie. Chewbacca. So I got the same treatment, just a little later.
Inappropriate imitation channels, wildly obscene thumbnails, abhorrent YouTube shorts, weird
Obscene
content
is not
farm owners
even,
that
like, the right
advertise
word.
NSFW Patreons and direct messaging features, the long-repeated negligence of YouTube, and the result of it all, the potential danger and long-lasting mental health issues of millions of children around the world. This is the Minecraft Kids content rabbit hole. Yet one unanswered question remains. What does the end game of this issue look like? Will it ever reach a boiling point? Will YouTube ever
I guess if
step in?
YouTube gets
And how
sued
do we
again,
fix this?
I guess.
Well, I think either A, that too many of the people making the videos will end up getting falsely flagged or demonetized, and then they just stop making the videos because they can't make money from it anymore, or B, it somehow gets like significant media attention to the point where they actually decide to take action. Because I feel like right now, no one really knows about this stuff or really cares, right? You never hear about it. So I think those are the two options. I don't think anything's really going to change because I feel like they don't have any reason to change anything, right?
Yeah, pretty much what I said. Either they get sued again and change it, or like nothing happens.
And there it is. YouTube, at this current moment, throwing all morals and ethics aside, has no reason to change or fix this issue. Not exactly the resolution you and I were probably hoping for, but unfortunately, it's the honest truth. If you're somehow a parent or sibling of someone who might be at risk of this content, my best advice would be to simply monitor what they're watching online. And if that's too hard,
Pretty
just
much, what
delete
else
the
can
app
you do?
entirely and let them
There's
watch,
not
like,
much you can
Arthur or
do.
something, I don't know. And lastly, thank you for watching.
Yeah, that's the end of the video. That was a very interesting video, and it's good that people call this stuff that. Oh, that's definitely important. I'll be right back. I gotta pee. I have returned. I am back again. Okay. I got a bunch more. So the next one I want to watch is... let's throw in a ref video, why not? I'm interested in what Ubisoft did again.
Hey, what's up, guys? Up here.
Ubisoft blames gamers for failure of Assassin's Creed Shadows. Yeah, the usual thing. It's the usual thing. Did you know, by the way, that Ubisoft has basically like a job thing where they only want people who are not white, male, and straight? It is wild. And by the way, that's also in some countries that's also illegal, but they still have it. Like, okay, Ubisoft, I see what you're doing.
Hey,
Yeah,
what's
let's
up,
get
guys,
into
up
it.
here? So the nightmare year for Ubisoft has continued because they got
And they have like lost about like $200 million last year, and like they're gonna lose like again, because like Star Wars Outlaws is not doing good. By the way, the new Dragon Age is also not doing well. Take this into consideration. The new Dragon Age. Take this into consideration. It had about like 900, like, was it like about 1,000 pre-orders? New game, by the way. And Tears of the Kingdom, Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, right now has like 4,400 things ordered for stores. That means a game that's I think about a year old now is getting ordered more than a new Dragon Age. And like Dragon Age is not like an unpopular like series. Guess what? Guess why that happens? It's because Dragon Age goes the same route.
caught running to journalists to blame gamers for the failures of Assassin's Creed Shadows. Now, recently we saw
just
the
like
release of
Concord?
Star Wars Outlaws, which was another flop for Ubisoft, which coincided with another drop in their stock, resulting in a group of their shareholders demanding some serious changes with the company. Now, not only are these games causing drops in stock and concerns among shareholders because of the quality of the gameplay, it also is exacerbated by the fact that these developers keep doing interviews where they make
Holy downfall. Holy downfall.
or just outright offensive statements about their potential customers, and that's exactly what happened again here. Honestly, if I was someone who was serious at Ubisoft, if I saw one of the developers approaching an interviewer, I would jump on them like the Secret Service to prevent them from saying further things that might damage the reputation.
Remember when Ubisoft actually made good games? I remember. I think the last good game that I would consider good, like at least would want to play, was the new Prince of Persia and Assassin's Creed Mirage. Like, nobody's gonna play Skull and Bones. Nobody's gonna play Assassin's Creed Shadows. And nobody's especially not gonna play like the new Star Wars game.
Of Ubisoft and its products. Now, looking forward into 2024, Ubisoft really only has one major bullet left in their chamber, and that's
Assassin's Creed Shadows,
which releases in November of this year, which, once again, I'll remind you that they ensured to shareholders this game would succeed because players would receive it in a very positive way. And
so Sony also said the same about Concord. Like, for Concord, they literally silenced criticism of the game because they expect Concord to actually be successful. We all know how that went. Shut down after only 2 weeks.
A few days ago, we saw the world trailer for Assassin's Creed Shadows, and look at that. It's an absolute flop that is heavily disliked by gamers.
80k dislikes.
83,000 dislikes and only 19,000 likes. Yeah.
I disagree. They had really good games. They had really good games. Like the old Prince of Persia trilogy. I know it's a bit old, but I love these games. I loved it. The Warrior Within trilogy. That was great. What is Rayman Ubisoft? I think Rayman is Ubisoft. I could be wrong, but I think Rayman is Ubisoft. Yeah, Rayman is by Ubisoft. Rayman was also pretty good. And like Rayman had a lot of potential. They could have done a lot with Rayman, but like they left it behind for whatever reason.
Brutal ratio right there. Now, what do you do when you get criticism like that? Well, it looks like Ubisoft has chosen
blame
the
the
worst
players.
possible route by going to the New York Times
Why else?
to attack
Who else?
players in defense of Assassin's Creed Shadows. Like I said, they should not be doing any more interviews because they keep making fools out of themselves, and this is just another example of that. Now, before we get into the Assassin's...
You know, it's also super counterproductive, because if you blame the players, the game will fail even more. Like, what are you doing? I really wonder, like, the people that are, like, running this company, like, have you ever, like, do you not know how to run a company? I could run a company even better. I could run a company better than they do.
Assassin's Creed portion of the article, I think that Park Place brings up a really good point of comparison, where basically the tactics of Ubisoft currently are very similar.
Sure, you can do that. You can call me that. By the way, the Rings of Power, that show, the second season had like a drop of 50% when it comes to like people that watch it, in comparison to season 1. Seems like something is clearly wrong, but like, I don't know. I think that's the next show that's gonna get cancelled. It looks horrible. The story is horrible. It's disrespectful to Tolkien. Like, goddamn.
Similar to the tactics done by the executives at Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power back in 2022. So back then, the executives of the show approached Vanity Fair writers, and they attacked Tolkien's fans and said that Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power, was something that they were bashing and hating on simply.
And now they turned orcs into like loving fathers who want just like peace for their people, and like, okay, that's not how Tolkien wrote the orcs, but thank you.
Because of diversity, right? And we know now that this show has been a disaster. It has returned for its second season,
decline
seeing a 50% decline
of viewership.
In viewership from season 1. And as always, you see the games journalists coming out to defend and deflect any criticism directed towards the creators of the show. But back in 2022, that duo at Variety wrote that when Amazon released photos of its multicultural cast, even without character names or plot details, the studio endured a reflexive attack from trolls, the anonymous online kind. Kind of like a page out of the book of Amanda Stenberg with the acolyte hate, right?
The problem is the diversity cast. The problem is that now they have created a culture where not just which is like not like just DEI stuff, but any diversity is a problem. They have created that's those circumstances. That's also a problem. One problem is that most of these characters are written terribly. Also, this looks horrible. If we take a look at like the Lord of the Rings movies, they look better than a show that has been produced with a lot more money. Like, what is this? Armor looks better, effects look better. Like, okay. I don't play that much Minecraft. I mostly play just like Minecraft with like Pokemon mods and stuff, like Cobblemon and stuff.
Blaming le bigots and the trolls online for the viewership and the criticism that they're receiving.
Hello, Skylar Caputo? Is that how you pronounce it? Nice to meet you. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it.
But anyways, they go on to cite a woman named Maria Rios Maldonado, right? Who they described as a token scholar. That was definitely not an intentional pun they made there. But anyways, however, she is anything but. Rather, she was a PhD student at the University of Glasgow who is interested in ethics, feminist theory, and encountering the other in Tolkien's works. She also
You know why this stuff is so bad more and more? Because the people working on this... The people working on this are not familiar with the material. This is why Henry Cavill stopped being the Witcher. Because they were trying to bastardize the original. This is why Henry Cavill now struggles to make his Warhammer show, because the people that at that show don't want to do it in the way that it's lore accurate. Like, okay, you're autistic, so like, I don't know why you bring that up. I don't care if you, like, you deserve to be here. That's a bit weird, but like, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Like, bro, it seems to be always autocorrect.
Also happened to be the Equity and Diversity offer for the University of Glasgow's Center for Fantasy and the Fantastic. Oh, it all adds up, doesn't it? Now, she would continue and say that basically these fans are racist for simply wanting a lore-accurate adaptation of this franchise, where Maldonado questioned, obviously, there was going to be push and backlash, but the question is, from whom? Who are these people that feel so threatened or disgusted by the idea that an elf is black or Latino or Asian? Now, we've seen examples of this very recently, actually, with
Tales of the Shire has, like, the same problem. It got so much backlash that they pushed the release back to 2025. Who comes the pushback from? Like, obviously white people, because a lot of white young men that grew up with Lord of the... like, a lot of people that grew up with Lord of the Rings were young white boys and men. That is just how it is. Sure, there's also women that grew up with it, black people that grew up with it, but like, it makes sense that the majority of people in the West are not Asian. I guess that makes sense. So why did she even bring up Asians? And like, that's not the problem. Because, for example, I'm much more excited for, like, the anime Lord of the Rings movie that's releasing. That looks solid. At first I was like, the animation, like, the Western style, I don't like that necessarily, but, like, the more I watched it, the more I was like, okay, I like it. It seems cool. I'm gonna enjoy that, probably, very likely. And guess what? The female main character looks awesome. Your brother messes it up every 5 days now. That's great. Anime, I like a lot of anime. My favorite is Dragon Quest: The Adventure of Dai. I encountered the original like about 8 years ago, but that back then it was like a really old anime and like a manga. And then the 2020 remake release, and that was super fun. I like that a lot. Some other guilty pleasures are, for example, Dragon Ball GT. I know a lot of people don't like Dragon Ball GT, but I love it. I grew up on it back then when it, like, aired on when it aired the second time on German TV. I love that. And then Dragon Ball in general, like the big three, though mostly Naruto. I don't really watch Bleach, and I haven't really kept up with One Piece. Aside from that, Deadman Wonderland is pretty cool. I like that one a lot. I wished we got a second season, but we didn't. Devilman, the original, just as much as Crybaby. I like those two. Yeah, those are just pretty much, like, I don't watch that much.
Lord of the Rings product Tales of the Shire that recently had a showcase here, showing some diversity among the hobbits. You can see that's how it turned out, and it's getting clowned on very hard right now on social media. But now we can go back to Assassin's Creed Shadows and compare what happened in 2022 with Rings of Power.
Yours are Hello Kitty. I mean, technically. Yeah, technically. Hamataru, Sailor Moon, Kirby, Magical Doremi, Powerpuff Girls, Z, Sonic X. Sonic X is pretty cool. Dragon Ball, Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Is also pretty cool. Pokemon. I think the new anime is actually pretty good, I would say. Digimon, Doraemon, My Hero Academia, Death Note, Attack on Titan. I like My Hero Academia, I just don't like the fandom. Like, the shippers are weird. Why do you ship characters that just simply don't work together?
Power versus this. So
And
again,
like, why
you're
are so
gonna see
obsessive
people
over
at
ships?
Ubisoft approach journalists and then try to cite a fraudster expert and then try to deflect all criticism onto bigotry.
It's funny how they cite that, considering that they themselves picked somebody who was a fraud. They took like apparently an expert on like Yasuke, the quote unquote black samurai, who technically was a slave or like a trophy and not really a samurai, but okay. And then he got exposed as a liar and then vanished completely.
So here we go. They end up teaming up with New York Times and one of the writers there. And similar to what happened back then, they quote this: "Some gamers erupted over his appearance," referring to Yasuke, convinced that the franchise, known for its immersive recreations of the past, had gone woke by including a black character in its depiction of 16th century Japan. He then claims that developers received personal attacks and death threats during an online harassment.
The problem isn't a black character. You could have included Yasuke, but not as the main character, as he does not make sense as the main character. Why not put it as a side character? Why not put it like, I don't know. It could have been like somebody who informs you about stuff, side quests, something like that. Nobody complained when they put Yasuke into like that other samurai game. Nobody complained about that. Cause like it didn't try to like push an agenda.
Campaign. To no surprise, he shares no evidence of such attacks or threats. And honestly, I think that just comes with the territory, unfortunately. I mean, anyone covering Assassin's Creed Shadows and criticizing...
Like, I do think that these people do have received threats. Which I definitely do not condone. You fight these people by not spending their money, like, not spending money on those games. And support companies who deserve your money. Like, if you want to support diversity, support somebody who actually does want to, like, who does not push into gender, but actually wants to include. Which I know it is really hard to find, but, like, there are games where like, you can do it.
For some of its decisions, also get that kind of vitriol from people online, but no one really cares what happens to YouTubers and people like that who are criticizing the show because they're doing wrong think. But anyways, they have this whole thing.
Yeah, if you remember about Star Wars Acolyte, critics on YouTube were like attacked. Like, they tried to like remove them. False, like getting falsely reported and stuff. That was horrible.
Because they included a black character in this
that is not the problem.
Japan setting. And that is a complete misrepresentation of what people are trying to say. There is a reason that they chose Yasuke. It's not because he was the best potential main protagonist. It's because they wanted a diversity representation as the main character, okay? They could have made Yasuke a offshoot character, a side story, something like that, and I think people really would have enjoyed it. But they clearly took him and propped him front and center because they thought it would be
basically
very good for their
That's pretty
diversity
much the
and
problem.
inclusivity. I think it's very obvious what they were going for here with this setting and this choice of character, and in the process having to literally rewrite Japanese history to make it happen. Right? That's the most offensive part. They are preaching about bigotry and all these.
It got so bad. It got so bad that Japanese historians looked at it. Japanese comedics were making fun of it, and even Japanese politicians looked at it. So it got so bad. Not to mention that they sold merchandise that they copied off of One Piece. They took Zoro's sword from One Piece and sold it as merch for Assassin's Creed Shadows. That's how bad it got.
In the same breath, they are literally rewriting Japanese history in the name of diversity and progression, and it's really ridiculous. And they call you a bigot.
Remember, white people and Japanese people are kind of the enemy. Just saying, for these people.
Their virtue signaling campaigns. But anyways, the big heart of the issue here is the characterization of Yasuke in the game. And the problem with...
Just remember, even Japanese aren't diverse enough.
Ubisoft is that they can't settle their minds on how they want to approach this character and other historical characters in this game. Beginning months ago by saying they wanted to faithfully depict real historical figures. And this was something that was backed up by Ubisoft and also games journalists.
Yeah, but then they proceed to do this.
Proceed to do this. A samurai, not a retainer, as history has always suggested up until this point. He is a samurai, and that if you have an issue with that, there's clearly something wrong with you. You're a bigot, what have you. But then we continue on in the art.
My response to the "you're a bigot" comment is, so what? I don't care.
Article where another
that word
was
that word holds no meaning. It no longer does.
Yasuke is a samurai. So after attacking the gamers, Small then went into weaving.
It's just like Nazi or racist or homophobe. Those words hold no meaning anymore because they're thrown around for every little bit. They hold no meaning.
False narrative that has already been refuted for months by citing historian Yu Hirayama, who is an admitted communist. Small cites Hirayama's claim that it is without question that Yasuke was a samurai. There are very few historical documents.
A commie?
There's no doubt.
Of course. Because, by the way, the Communist Party in Japan does try to push this agenda as well. We have seen censorship. We have seen more and more changes in video games. Square Enix is one of the big problems because they now have a DEI department. So yeah, we're gonna see a lot of changes for things like Final Fantasy. Though I still think I think Final Fantasy 16 was pretty much alright. I just don't like the censorship around like the female cast for Final Fantasy 7.
He was a samurai who served Nobunaga, as Hirayama claims. Now, before we get into Hirayama, just remember the many different revolving doors of supposed historians who tried to
Thomas
claim
Lockley, I think that's
a
the
samurai, beginning with, of course, Thomas Lockley. We've talked about him in depth before, but to very quickly state what he did, he made a 400-page slop book making baseless claims that Yasuke was a samurai, and in his own time, slowly over the course of years, defacing the Wikipedia page of Yasuke, which always refers to
he
as a
edited
retainer,
the Wikipedia age. The Wikipedia age got edited.
that he was a retainer, and then slowly started inserting his own book as a source, claiming he was a samurai, eventually leading until a few months ago where he was changed from a retainer to a samurai on the Wikipedia page, all in an effort to promote his own book. And that was exposed, and a lot of people in Japan are very offended by some of the things in this book.
Yep,
And
that
eventually
happened.
people
That
had to move on
happened.
to a
That was
new
funny.
expert, which was this guy, whoever this guy is, right? So he comes out and says Yasuke is a samurai, and people on Twitter went crazy with this clip. There was tweets with tens of thousands of likes, people wagging their fingers in the faces of people.
I didn't even know that. I did not know that. That's new
who were
information.
critics of the samurai claim saying, you're wrong. This historian, this expert has come forward and proved you wrong. Well, it turns out, according to this Japanese YouTuber and many others, that this is just a guy who works at a Japanese restaurant. This is just a guy who's a...
Yeah, Japanese person, normal dude comes forward. Evidence. That's funny.
YouTuber. He's not a historian. He's just a Japanese man wearing a kimono.
Just a
and
dude.
People used him as an expert. They assumed he must be an expert on Japanese history, which is very offensive, by the way. It's like seeing a dude named Billy Bob wearing a cowboy hat and in a pickup truck and being like, yep, he must be an expert on some of the past of America, the American history. It's just such a stupid thing to claim. So that was debunked. And then we get to Hirayama. He was the next one in the revolving door here. And he would make his statements, like I said. And this would be used by people, again, to weaponize hatred towards anyone questioning the samurai status of Yasuke. And again, as it was pointed out in the article, his claims are that there's not enough history or historical evidence to suggest that he's not a samurai, basically.
Yeah, but there's not enough historical evidence to suggest that he was.
Like, they're saying that the absence of proof is the proof of the claim. Like, it's so ridiculous. But going forward, this would be...
It's like saying in a he said, she said Google document, like some VTuber drama, that, like, that's the truth in the document, and like, no, it's not. We don't have any proof.
Question as well, beginning with the fact that he is a member of the Japanese Communist Party. And if you're like me, I hear that and already dismiss his claims. Like, but if that's not enough for you, understand why that's relevant. Because Hirayama subscribes to the Marxist historiography.
Yeah, no, I'm good. Communism doesn't work.
Theory that basically does not require empirical evidence to make claims about history. Meaning, you can just say whatever you want pretty much, if it just feels right. So that's how he's determined.
I feel like there are unicorns. There were unicorns in the past. I just feel like it. I just feel in my heart that it is the truth.
Determining that Yasuke is a samurai, basically saying, yeah, there's no real evidence to suggest it, but it just makes sense to me. So believe me. Obviously, this was trashed on once people realized this claim was completely baseless and based on a really crazy Marxist historiography theory that is just trash. But moving forward in the article,
this is such
we have
a mess,
other
such a muddy mess.
who do say that Yasuke was more likely a
Jesus,
retainer
15 minutes.
and someone that was an entertainer as well for Nobunaga. And they even go on to say that even if it was proven that Yasuke was a samurai, it was much more of a formality that often was given to favorite entertainers and other companions of these people, including sumo wrestlers. Like,
so he still wasn't a samurai in this case, because like a sumo wrestler is not really a samurai. I highly doubt the sumo wrestler would be able to pick up a sword and fight.
Obviously, it wasn't expected that they were going to go out and fight in wars, but it was given as...
Have you ever watched like those what sumo wrestlers eat? I thought like they eat like just slop to get overweight. Now these dudes take healthy food and just overeat. It is crazy.
Sort of a aesthetic, and they're given a sword and everything else. It was more of a vanity related thing. So those are very damning claims against the claims that Yasuke was a samurai. But continuing on, not only did Small cite the communist Hirayama, but like Vanity Fair with Maldonado, he cited Kazuma Hashimoto, who he described as a Japanese consultant and translator in the video game industry. Hashimoto told Small, it was people in the West who were upset with seeing Yasuke as a samurai.
I don't know, I saw all the Japanese tweets. And Japanese politicians looking at it. I don't know about that one.
Now,
That's a
that
bit of a
is
reach, my
pretty
guy.
ridiculous claim because it's not just people in the West who have an issue.
There's like the same problem with Dragon Quest 3 2D like the 2D HD remake. It's the Japanese mostly clowning on it.
With this claim, it's actually a lot more heated among Japanese gamers to the point where it got the attention of the Japanese government. And look at some of the trailers on the Japanese side of YouTube. This was some
52k. There's like, I don't know, it doesn't seem like I highly doubt a Westerner would like use VPN or anything to get like access to the Japanese like YouTube or change it or anything. I highly doubt that would be the case.
Early teasers. Look at the like-dislike ratio. It's even more crooked and negative than the ones in the West. And again, people will defend this by saying, oh, it's just a bunch of trolls from the West creating accounts just to dislike it, which is such a baseless and really just an act of copium.
Like, how would you prove that?
But look at the trailer release from a few days ago.
How would you prove that?
Again, the like-dislike ratio is even more brutal. So it's continued all throughout these months leading up to the release of this, and it's not getting any better. But we continue on in the articles where it says, this is patently false and makes absolutely no sense given Small even admits that Ubisoft apologized to Japanese players. Small wrote after the
apology was basically, we hear you. Anyways.
Online blowback, the game's development team attempted to assuage the concerns about the game's authenticity, apologizing in a lengthy statement for promotional materials that it said had bothered some Japanese audiences. In fact, he even noted that a political party in Japan formally asked the government to comment on what it considers historical inaccuracies. And yes, they did make an apology post, where ironically, they flipped their entire view of how history will play into their own games.
Did it get community noted?
Changing their perspective from being historically accurate to now saying that we try to respect Japanese culture, but we'll make our own creative decisions.
Who are the 40k likes? Who are you? This is slop.
Then a month after that, in this post right here, they would flip-flop once again to their main position. And then a few days ago, they flip-flopped again, now saying that they're going to make creative choices and that it's not going to be historically accurate. It's mind-blowing. It's a complete mess. And yeah, that's Assassin's Creed Shadows, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Hail Mary.
Changing history. Those who control history are those who have power.
For Ubisoft this year. This is their last chance to make up for the countless flops and the hundreds of millions of dollars they've lost on other projects. And this is their savior. Assassin's Creed Shadows, that's looking like it's going to be one of the biggest bombs of 2024, but that's not too...
I think the name is pretty fitting, because like it's going to be put in some basement in the darkness in some dark corner.
Surprising given the context surrounding this game. But for now, that's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below.
I think I've shared my thoughts enough. I ranted enough about Ubisoft going from a fairly competent company to being absolutely horrendous. I remember a different video that I wanted to look at that is outside of this this list that I put together of things I wanted to react to. Is it called? Wait, I think it's called Cine Bear. Yeah, exactly. But the question is like, take a look at that if I can find it. Maybe I can find it like this. Is there a good video? Let's just wait. Because I don't think like there's like a good video. There's a video. Maybe we can look at that. yeah, let's take a look at that. So, wait, I'm gonna turn it on and then turn it back on. Okay, so this one. I think I got this one. Because, like, this seems fair. Because, like, I don't know. This seems like something I would... This was the one I was seeing. So, yeah, this one. This is about a fairly popular creator called CineBear03. Apparently, again, a child diddler stuff. Yeah. We are continuing the trend of child diddler stuff reactions on my channel. Let's get into it.
I was going to make a video talking about a recent document that was released about me, but the situation has gotten much more serious as I realize the damage that I've caused. I've been an irresponsible content creator, and
Hey, a woman that's this time a predator. I mean, that's a new one. We haven't had that one.
I've been acting inappropriately towards my fans. This alone is enough for me to realize I need to make sweeping changes
That's a new one.
to how I conduct myself and how I interact with my fans. But the most serious thing I've done is I've groomed a minor.
Someone from the dark.
You know, for some reason, I feel like the year 2024, at least for YouTubers,
Nah,
has to
this
be
is not good.
cursed.
This is not a good one. Maybe I can find a different one.
And I betrayed everyone who
This one seems better. Because, like, I don't want to have any weird gameplay in it. Let's get into it.
betrayed everyone
Again.
who looked up to me. I betrayed my friends. I've done the worst possible thing I could have done, and I'm suffering for my choices. I don't know if I can ever come back to my platform.
You're suffering because you got caught. As all of these
And it's
people.
my own fault.
I do not know where to start. When will people stop being exposed for being Diddy online?
Okay.
And I'm not saying stop being exposed. I mean, like,
Now we
just
got
stop
drawing
talking
stuff.
to minors. Like,
I don't know.
It's actually so easy to not talk to minors.
Let's see.
Now, this video isn't scripted, so I might get a few things wrong, and I'm not saying I'm gonna get something wrong. I just might not pull some things out of, like, the 200 pages of documents that people have. I'm gonna bring up the proof. I'm gonna show the proof that I have to make my claims, make my opinions. However, I might miss some stuff because there was just so much to read through. And to anybody who may not be in the community, may not know who this person is, don't worry, I'll give the full context of what's
Okay,
going on,
good.
everything
That's
going
good.
on.
Give me the
But, like,
context.
genuinely, when will y'all just stop talking to minors? So, full disclosure of all time,
That's a good ass question. When are these big content creators stopping to talk about talk to kids? Well, what was all the drama that I realized with the kids? We had the Dokkan child diddler stuff. We had the what else? Dr. Disrespect. Chris Tyson. This one, like, oh, God.
we talked about is on the screen right now. You could read through them. Now, I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to be talking about yet, because I'm actually going to be pulling things straight from it and giving my, raw opinion, raw reaction. And let's just go over this. We are looking at it real time. I'm watching it real time just as you're watching it real time. Now, I'm gonna be for real. I skimmed over some of the documents, and I looked through it a little bit, and it's already looking so bad. Now, if you don't have the heart for
I'm not covering another document. I did it with the Evil Toaster document. I'm not doing it again. I'm not doing it again. It took me 4 hours to get through that, and if that one is even bigger, nah, I'm good.
topics like this or conversations like this, or even it's just a
Maybe if there's like a
related-
VTuber one, if that drops one again, maybe I'll go one again. But like, no.
I have so many other videos you can watch, and there's so many other videos on YouTube that you can just go to. Like, I'm not gonna try to make you stay here, but yeah, I have a lot of art content that if you want to see that instead of this, I totally understand that. So quickly, I just want to start with the background. I want to give the background of this situation, the background of how I even know this artist. Now, I don't know this artist personally. I don't know who they are.
It's an
behind
artist,
closed doors. I've never
okay.
been in their Discord. I've never spoken to them personally. However, I was very into the community that they were heavily related to. CineBear, who is otherwise known as Scootaloo Love Sands, was a person who was within the animation meme community, the art drama community, and the Undertale community.
So as far, only as far as I know, this is a 500k follower like subscriber account. That's wild. First of all, that's another big content creator. In the sense, like numbers.
Heavily. And unfortunately, I was in all three of these communities. So of course, I'm gonna be a little bit surprised when I find out somebody that I have watched their videos like 6 years ago has now groomed a minor. I feel like I have to say that before I go on a tangent about more context, especially since some of the titles to her videos are not aging well. So,
that didn't age quite so well.
let's do this. So basically, animation memes are these animations that are memes, which is basically where people repeat or copy and do this.
What? Animation memes?
Or that somebody else did.
Are memes that are animated? Wow.
Content. Usually characters bobbing their heads, but now recently it's kind of improved, where people are going into more story formats than just that. But still, animation memes today have still the same format. Now I don't really think that's as important as the connected subcategory of, you know, sub-community of animation memes, which is the art drama community. Heavily related, both are very heavily related. There was a lot of animation meme artists who also spoke about drama topics.
There is an art drama community. I guess it makes sense. Yeah, sure. I guess it makes sense. I mean, there's a VTuber drama community, so sure. Why not?
Videos, and Scootaloo Loves Sans or Cinnabear was one of them. Why I bring this up is because I believe the culture of the animation meme community or the art drama community is very important to know the context of when going into these documents, going into these conversations, because what I do have to say is that the freaking art drama community, they do not have their priorities straight. They will talk about how somebody traced over somebody's art, or how somebody is mad over their OC over talking about a literal, actual pedophile. That happened with another artist called Crystalie, who is, thank goodness, arrested now. However,
that name sounds familiar. That name sounds familiar. Except if I'm thinking of a VTuber. But that drama sounds familiar.
About them
maybe I'm wrong.
tracing or copying other people's art rather than them being a literal criminal. So I've just seen some worrying, you know, activities and the way that people are using their courtesy over the situation. A lot of people are talking about irrelevant topics that have nothing to do with the victims or the actual main priority, main situation. Of course,
I mean, that's pretty normal when we look at the VTubing community. That's pretty much the same thing, because like we look at like the evil toaster situation. A lot of people kept shut up about that. Nobody cared. But then like minor drama, or like somebody coming back who was a harasser or a doxer coming back into the space. I mean, nobody bats an eye when that happens. Or like it's double standards, because like one person who was a harasser is allowed back into the space. Another person that's a harasser is like allowed into the space. The other one isn't. Like, depending on how hot they are.
All of these things that Cinnabear did will have their time to shine, will have their time to speak, but let's support the victims. I think there's more than enough context that I've shown. There may be a little bit more context that you need, especially since this is a community, so there is some names that you may need context for. However, I will get straight into it right now. I will be going over the most important bits of information. I will not be going over everything. I know a lot of people like to be very meticulous. However, I feel like I'm just not that type of person who's able to do that mentally. But there are two documents that I'm referencing. One from the group chat that was shared with a few friends that were also minors, and then one from the main victim. So first, I will talk about the blatant misconduct. And
how much content does this document have?
With their Discord server that was of 13 and older. And then I will talk about the victim. Not as if they're all not victims, because I feel like anybody who is a minor in these situations are victims. I would also like to preface that I will not be reading...
I mean, there's a difference. Like, a victim is somebody, like... I don't quite agree, because, like, it is important that we understand that if nothing bad happened, they're not a victim. We're just putting unnecessary baggage on them.
Conversations in their entirety. Now, specific points I may, but not all of them. So feel free to pause and read. The person who wrote the document says, so starting off, things like this were often said within the group chat. The deleted user with the yellow profile picture here is me, specifically here. Well,
Withy is a bomb. A bomb? Bottom? She's talking about this at church. But the
While the user with the purple deleted profile picture is another minor, they will appear multiple different times throughout the screenshots. Despite this fact, sexual jokes were shared in the group chat, and so were other inappropriate conversations. Now, I don't know who needs this message, but I know Cindy specifically needs it. You do not need to be telling minors that you're horny. You're not even telling 15-year-olds that you're horny, buddy. This is just completely inappropriate. By this point, I had turned 16 years old, and the other person is still 15. Despite this, strange joking conversations like these still occurred with Cindy. I feel like the main concern I have here is her engaging with someone who was 15 while she was 18. Not so much with me. Yeah, I don't need to read this out for you to tell you why it's wrong. I don't need to explain why it's wrong. Like, just read it yourself, man. The screenshots quite literally speak for themselves. Now, ordinarily, I would say an age difference like this isn't that bad, right? But it's also just like, I also just think it's really weird. You know what I mean? I personally think it's weird.
I mean, those age differences, I wouldn't say bad. They are not super common here in Germany. But, like, they exist. They exist. It's not super bad. It's mostly only that there are some regulations around it. Because, like, I don't know, like, sexy time is can only happen if there's it becomes like a crime once there is like pressure on it. Then becomes a crime. I think, if I'm not wrong. I wouldn't say this is necessarily too bad. However, like, the sex jokes are definitely weird.
But, like, most people have made that sort of, like, agreeing decision that, like, it ain't that bad, you know, slap on the wrist, who gives a fuck? But, like, really, I just think this is really weird. Because, not just that, like, you may say 3 years, but I'm thinking, like, 3 years, one's a full-grown adult can vote, one is one who's still in school in their second year of high school. It is very different. Not only that, Scootaloo Loves Sans or Cinebear was a content creator with 300,000.
Of course, that's again, that adds to it, like, with the context, sure. But, like, you would need to make that same argument for, like, a 20-year-old and a 30-year-old, or a 40-year-old and a 30-year-old. That's, like, the main problem. Because, like, even most 30-year-olds, especially men, are still behaving like 20-year-olds. There's like a term for this. Like, what is happening? I don't quite, like, something along the lines of, like, when the environment is safe, you keep, like, childlike behaviors.
Followers. Not only that, this is all done online. Think about it. There's a lot of things online and through text that cannot be told or seen through physical motions, or, like,
exactly,
seeing somebody moving their hand and talking.
I see that
like,
point.
I'm talking right now and I'm moving my hand, but y'all can't see that, and that also gives away a certain, you know, understanding.
True, I make gestures as well. You can't see it.
So with that in mind,
I'm
could have seen, like,
moving my hand. Hello.
inappropriate joke that Cindy made and was just like, well, I'm not gonna say anything about it. Oh, they're probably just joking. Oh, it's not that bad. Or they're, like, trying to make excuses for these inappropriate things that they're saying. And I see that happens a lot with a lot of people. Bro, it happened to me. Like,
this gives me female porn addict vibes.
always made excuses for people who,
which I don't know that many
to me,
who fall into
or
that
said
category.
Things that were just very out of line to me. So I could never blame a literal child for not being able to see this type of stuff or say anything about it. For context, the image I cut off was a gore photo of their own character. Cine often posted.
Huh? Oh, okay.
Within the group chat to show everyone, and
I guess.
drawing within the chat with a spoiler over it. I have edited it so you can see which
Confirmed necrophile.
drawing was under
Yeah,
and
we're
behind it,
looking at some
and
weird
this one
shit
is
today.
currently up on her page behind warnings. This drawing is gore art where her Sona is also in underwear. I think the response after the drawing was posted within the group chat is concerning. Again, this topic, bro, there is no excuse. These conversations, there is no excuse. You should not be talking as a as an 18-year-old talking to 15-year-olds about necrophilia and sending them straight up gore. Like, you know who's in the
Brother, ooh. Ew.
group chat, you know
What the
who's going to
fuck?
see it. It's very inappropriate. I'll read the statement in a second, but this is a new person who was invited to the group chat, and this is a conversation that they had, incredibly inappropriate. This is a different deleted user whose age I'm unsure of, as I was told that they were 24 when I had left.
We call him Anon.
In his Discord server from 2021.
We call him
stating that they
Anon.
are 23. I remember seeing this conversation take place when I was on call with my partner. Sitting in another adult who I know to be either 23 or 24 at the time of me leaving though, we're talking back and forth within the group chat venting. The venting ended up including sexual and sensitive topics. I think it's okay to vent about certain things like this in private, but it's not okay to talk about this when there were multiple minors present within the group chat, including me and my partner,
yeah,
who
true.
was 16 at the time.
Shit is
Being
weird.
able to read it, there was another minor, 16.
What did I get into?
Me and my partner were hanging out on call.
Goddamn.
And this
What did I get
and
into?
remember the both of us
That was not a
to
good
each other
decision.
About it feeling uncomfortable. Despite this, neither of us said anything. Even though we could have expressed
This is
our
just
discomfort,
a
looking back
huge
on it
bruh
now,
moment.
I feel as if it was not our responsibility because it's an adult's place to be mindful about what they're saying in the presence of those who are younger than
Still
them.
not quite as weird as the wishing death on your spouse website, but like this is
The
some
adults within
odd
the group
stuff.
chat should have known better to have
And why
this
is it always big content creators? Do I turn out that way if I reach like a big number? What is this? Is there like some conversion therapy on YouTube that turns you into a child lover? Like what is this? Why does this keep happening with big content creators? Like, is there a secret? I don't know. Is there a secret cult? I don't know. Do you, like I said, do you get conversion therapy? And like as far as I'm aware, necrophilia is linked to brain damage. If there's a woman listening to this, don't drop your kids on the head. Keep their head safe.
Sort of conversation in private messages and not in the presence of people younger than them, yet they didn't. Now that's a more specific case. I'm going to be going more general when it comes to the next one, and that is because it is a general topic because this is a Discord. You can't catch everything. So I'll give a summary while showing some proof on the screen. Cinebear has it in the rules that in their server there can only be 13 or older inside of it, and that NSF.
Note this for future content creators and content creators watching this. Do not create a Discord for which minors can access. Make an adult-only Discord, and if a minor appears on it, on that Discord server, ban that kid. Remove it from that server. You don't want these problems.
Is not allowed to be posted, messages or otherwise. Everyone else follows this rule, but Cinebear somehow does not have to, and constantly posts and talks about NSFW topics.
This reminds me of Marina. Marina had a Discord server where she was posting corn to minors. Yeah. That reminds me exactly of that.
Minors interact with this content, and Cinebear is aware of it. That's mostly it about.
And Marina was also aware of it. This reminds me.
More about the server that I didn't mention, but it's just like so many logs, so many things to go over that.
Funny how here it's a problem, but in the VTuber space it's not.
Don't have the time for it, and I feel like I feel like if you get the gist of it, you get the gist of it. It's not good, and it's not good for my sanity to keep going over it. So here's the second document that I am finally going to read. This will be the final section of the video. And
Also, I
I'm
like
just going to
the
read
art.
straight up. The
Looks
artwork
nice.
in this document is censored, the NSFW, but the conversations that me and her had are still graphic, and I would recommend being 16 years or older if you're going to read this. I feel like I need to reiterate that Cindy is not a pedophile but a groomer. She was not attracted to me for being a child. She did not date me. She groomed me. This is the conversation that they had when the first time they met. Pause to read.
Do I have my like? Do I have a lens or something? Can I like see this? Okay. Yeah, I'm not reading all that. I'll trust the creator here for this.
They would call for hours.
Zoom.
Cinebear acknowledging their age.
Okay.
Maybe slight NSFW. Very inappropriate topic. This is not
Okay.
even the worst of it. It gets worse.
Yeah, I'm not reading all that. Sorry that happened, or congratulations.
Gives his
Okay, that art was weird as fuck.
victim access to a full non-con comic that they made. So finally, we've made it to the home stretch, the last part, and it's the fact that Cinebear actually made a response. And this response was an admittance to literally everything. Now I can give you a round of applause for that, for not being like Drake and not peeping a word.
Hey, at least she did that. There's some people here that don't do that. Fruit, where's the money, Fruit?
But you still are Drake and you still are Diddy. Now what can we take away from this?
You are Drake. We can add another member to the Diddy force.
I do not think that Cinebear actually likes him younger. I think that this is just a situation where Cinebear just ended up grooming somebody. Now,
that term. She likes him younger. Oh, she does not like him younger. At least
I'm not
that's
saying
just grooming.
Ended up because they were obviously aware that it was something bad and it was something that they shouldn't have been doing. But ultimately, it did happen.
I was going to make a video talking about a recent document that was released about me, but the situation
And it's true.
has gotten
The document
much
is
more serious
true.
as I realized the damage that I've caused. I have been an irresponsible content creator, and I've been acting inappropriately towards my fans.
Very inappropriately talking to minors, and yes, this should have not happened, but a lot of it, I do think it has to do with just irresponsibility. Nobody really called them out. I've noticed
True. It's also like
really call them out until this document, and a few people might have mentioned it a few times, but honestly, I think that there's a possibility that they could have been unaware that what they were doing was wrong.
I mean, the possibility does exist. She's a 20-year-old, 21-year-old. You know, some 20-year-olds are a bit, you know, I'm gonna say retarded. That does happen. But that is not an excuse for the things she has done. I expected it going into this to be a lot worse, but this is still fairly tame in comparison. I also feel like since like there is no really process of growing up anymore, the line between like being an adult and being a kid like kind of is like start to overlap, and like it's difficult. I don't know.
But
It's
again,
just it's
I have
weird
no way to
behavior,
prove that,
certainly.
and still, the damage has already been done.
This alone is enough for me to realize I need to make sweeping changes to how I conduct myself and how I interact with my fans. But the most serious thing I've done is I've groomed a minor. I became friends with a 14-year-old after I made a mental note to myself to not become friends with minors again.
Well, pack it up, Buttercup, because you fucking failed. That will be the end of all the evidence and all the videos. Now I'm going to be going on to my personal opinions and all.
I mean, you can be friends with minors. You just need to watch out on certain topics, and if they get weird, call them out. If the minors get weird, because sometimes even the minors get weird. Let's be real. And like some minors do definitely know what they are doing. I think the biggest mistake that she has made is she did not make her Discord 18+. That should have actually been like the way to go.
Notes about some random shit that I've found out while talking about this situation. The amount of people who are deciding to stay neutral despite all of the evidence on Twitter is
Be neutral. I'm gonna quote Mr. Pokey here. Be neutral. Bro was not neutral.
absolutely insane.
Sometimes.
Like, I've seen so many people who are like, I'm staying neutral, I'm staying neutral. And
Be
low-key,
neutral.
Like, I respect
neutral
staying
take.
neutral if there has not been anything that's come out, or if Cinebear hasn't responded yet. But the thing is that Cinebear has responded and has literally admitted to what they did. Like, why are you saying that you're going to stay neutral when this is already basically
Be
explained
neutral.
and resolved? Now, I wouldn't say resolved in the sense that anything is fixed, but I'm just saying that we have all the information that we need, all that we have, and it's basically a confirmation of, if not all, but most of the messages and chat logs that we've seen. Now, this is like really personal to me. Like, I really wanted to talk about for a minute about how I even know this artist, and I'm not saying that I know them.
I mean, it's like, sure, if like in this community, it becomes kind of personal, because like, you don't want the space to have a bad reputation. I mean, that's over for VTubers. That's over.
As a friend or anything like that, but
I cannot
was
protect
in
this
the
space.
animation community. That's why I gave that
I can
whole,
create
like,
a separate
sort of, like,
space.
backstory, the
with my own
anime,
community, but nothing else.
animation backstory back there, because I needed to talk about like my relations towards it, why I feel like so strongly about it, and why like I'm very like hyperactive and talk and a lot about this situation.
So this is just now about her. I don't think we need to go too deep on that. So basically what happened, a popular, like fairly big content creator groomed a minor. Not like interest in a sexual way, not like a PDF file, but like definitely talked about inappropriate things with the minor. I would say this is kind of similar to like the Dr. Disrespect situation, where at least we have the chat messages. They talked like inappropriate with the minor. That's like the main takeaway from this. Is it too bad? Is it bad? Yes. Is it like in comparison to other things? Is it super bad? No. I think she can make like amends to her, like to the damage that she has caused. I would say that there's still a way to redeem this, but she definitely needs to change a lot of things. Turn the Discord server to 18+. Stop interacting with minors. I think permanently now. And yeah, and also if she said she wouldn't talk to minors anymore, that means that kind of has happened before. Yeah, but that's literally the video. I think we go to a different one. I've seen enough.
Hey, what's up, guys?
It's a red video. Hello. We'll take something more like simple. We'll take something more simple. We'll do something more simple. We are gonna react. I already have a video up there that has one of them. But we're gonna react to Queso PlayStation 5 messages. My body is ready. I wanna laugh. I've seen enough depressive content. It's enough. We're gonna laugh. Jay-Z Cake. It's already starting out great. It's already starting out great.
Fatness Everdeen.
Fatness Everdeen. These are already great. I had a massive laugh when I recorded the last time. So yeah, this is great. This is absolutely great. This is golden. Minnesota Twinkie Wolves. One Direction. You get it? One Direction? One Direction? Jesus, guys. Nicola joking. Oh, these these are good. These are already really good. Like just imagine. And like, I don't know, can most of these even read these? I would need to check that out. Wait a minute. Because, like, I want you be able to read these.
What does that even mean?
You're the... Eat a griffin! Oh, those are great. They're seafood. Master Shifu? Master Seafood? the baby Rick Ribs. Meal Team 6 tons. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
Who's called me Harry Pot Roast?
Harry Pot Roast. Harry Potter
I did
farts.
not fart. That was my chair making noise. I promise I did not fart.
Lie.
Who's called me Mr. Obese?
Obese. I wished I had just half this of this creativity. Dear God. Message too big to send. True and real. We can replace you with the moon for your gravitational force. Dear God. That's a violation. Rank 109 in Uber Eats. Draymond green beans. Master Destroy. I can't imagine you being skinny. It's like imagining David Goggins being fat. Do they jiggle? Oh my God. Oh my God. Can you lay a steamer on my hairy chest daddy case? Fuck.
I'm ready for you to dookie on me now, Granny.
Huh? What was that? Why? Okay. I guess so. Message consumed. Don't eat him. Don't eat the cat case. Some of these are really fucking great, man. Don't eat my family. My God.
I'm not even hungry.
Peter sniffing. Thoughts on obesity? Andrew Potluck. Jeff Bezos. Jay Zebra Cake.
This
Ken Carpson.
Ban that guy. Oh my God. What was that message?
110-ton soup. We had that before. We had that before as well. Stop repeating the messages. Huh? Bro, stop repeating them. Bro, we already got these. Okay. These are just repeating. That one was amazing. That one was amazing. That one was amazing.
Yes, they do.
He just repeats that. That's annoying.
I'm ready for you to dookie on me now, Granny.
Again, they just repeat. Why do they just repeat? A snack on Titan.
A snack on Titan. Yeah, good stream chat.
Snacky Chan. Game of scones.
Yo, Jacob.
What the fuck? I feel like you throw shit grenades.
What would give you? What would ban Jacob?
Fight Night Denny's. Shish Kebab the Builder. Shish Kebab the Builder. That's a phone ringing. Shish Kebab the Builder. That one is wild. I kind of need to turn this off real quick. Done. Shish Kebab the Builder is wild.
Shish Kebab the Builder.
I curl my phone while watching your stream. I can now go 400 for 7. Oh my god. Who would do that?
You're canceled, Andy.
Jeffrey Epstein. Oh god. Red Dead Reheated Food 2.
Red Dead Reheated Food 2. What
These are weird. Nah, dude. Anakin Skywalker. I give up. I fucking give up. These are way too good. These are just way too good.
Get this dude out of here now! Get him all out, man!
Muhammad Aid. Darth ate her. My god. Usain Bolt. Mr. Feast. Kodak snack.
What is that?
I don't get that one. Le Hungry. Oh god, these are amazing. Heisenberger. These are amazing. You 21 sausage.
Yo!
Still doesn't go to 7 up. Oh, sorry.
I only got one of those coins. You gotta be fist.
Ariana Extra Grande. It's over. Leonardo. Wait. Leonardo DiCaprio's Butter Island. You have to be crazy to like find these out. You literally have to be crazy to like find that out and find out how that sounds. Dear God. Miley Friars. Tyrick Meals. Bro showers. What steak sauce? Shaquille O'Neal. Mariah Carey. That one was already the last video. Oh my god. Weighing 182 tons. That's wild. These are so wild. XX Temptation. XXL Temptation. Rose the Planet in Planet Fitness. I saw that before. Drizzy Bake. Kane's dream car stuff is a food truck.
find this guy in the Twitch and get him banned.
True and real.
Yes, it does.
And it claps. Heisenberger again. Kevin Fart. I saw that one before as well. Wait, what? Beast, please don't turn me into Alfredo and eat me. Can you toss it in circles? Oh my god.
People send me messages while I am off.
Toby Big McGuire.
People send me messages while I'm off stream begging me not to eat them. I'm not gonna eat you.
Why would you do that? Why would you send him messages? Damn. Fat Man and Red was Lord of the Onion Rings.
Already.
Did you? He was the meteor that wiped all the dinosaurs, or did he eat the dinosaurs? Julius needs salad. Notorious B.I.G. Mac.
Salads are disgusting. It's not my fault that I don't want to eat a bowl full of weed.
What is your problem with the salad, man? I like salad. 60 servants, not 60 seconds. You built like Blueberry Girl from Violetta Beauregard. Bruno Mash. Let me take a you to Pound Town, Zaddy. Keegan Michael Key Lime Pie. That's Billy Cheesesteak Idol. If you had your own game show, it would be called Wheel of Fortune. That's wild.
Yeah, nah, he can't remain.
He can't remain. Kenny Orchard WWE Snare. Or Honey Tries by Kendrick Lamar. Dennis Rodman. Dennis Rodman. Playboy Carby. You make me hungry. Bon Jovi. Big Mac Jones. Meal or no meal.
Shut up. 1 by 1 Lego piece.
I remember like what is a 1 by 1 Lego piece? I do not look like a 1 by 1 Lego piece. Lie.
You're built like a servitor from Destiny 2.
Fuck Destiny 2. Yeah, fuck Destiny 2.
It's just a circle.
Just a circle.
It's just a circular object. J Smart, give it the 10 you missed. Chat, give me some.
Fat Man or Super Salad. Dog. Only mountain seal climb a star and shot. The Walking Dead wait. Sam Sule. That's wild. Batman the Dark Bite. That is wild. Osama bin Lettuce.
I don't even like.
Osama bin Lettuce.
Why did multiple people just say we know?
We know. Harry Allen, the fastest eater alive. 007 tons. Case, please don't eat my dog. Oh my god.
I'm even hungry right now.
Why? Okay, wow. Rhythm piece of the earthquakes in Morocco happen. Dora the Food Explorer. You, me, and some ranch daddy. That is wild.
I'll do a jumping jack. Chat, you ready?
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. You ready?
Case. So wins.
Oh, that is well, it's way too good.
Why are y'all saying
That is
real?
way too good.
Yo, that's crazy. You're bad.
AI is wild.
Have a good night.
It's just.
That was the whole
It's just what is this? An ice pizza burger and what is that other thing? The AI generated pictures of queso are wild. Five Nights at Denny's. Snack on time.
Snack on time.
We had that before. Snack Sparrow. That's wild.
Shish kebab the builder.
That is still great. Red Dead Reheated Food 2.
Red Dead Reheated Food 2.
I've seen that before. A lot of those I've seen. Full Stomach Alchemist?
Yeah.
Such a
Get him out now.
Call Anthony Pounds.
Anthony Pounds.
Hey, Luke Skywalker. Skywalker. Reason the Oilers changed to the Titans. Wild.
And get this dude banned.
Rey
on every social media platform
Mysterios.
you can find.
And distressing things.
These were
So
funny. These were really funny. Oh, that was a bit of like a little, you know, different. That was a little different. So the next up I want to see is VTuber admits to illegal and inappropriate behavior. Or we're gonna watch the women destroying Star Wars. Oh, I got an idea what we're gonna watch. I got one in here that I did like. We can actually remove this one and have just this one. So the one I want to watch, and I just went a bit too far down, is Women Shocked, as 90% of single events attendees were women.
I signed up for a singles event on.
So we all know that dating is like in a struggle, and like the things happening here are not really, you know, good. I myself have been struggling, especially to find a girl that wants to wait until marriage, so that is my problem. But yeah, I'm interested in like how bad it really is.
I signed up for a singles event on Valentine's
Like-
Day, and here's how it went.
I just do regular dating. I don't do like single events or stuff. At church, you only find like middle-aged ladies, and mostly like married people. That's just how it is. At least in Germany. I don't know if it's in the United States or somewhere else. That's just what I know of.
It was fun, but there was more girls than there were guys. It was definitely like The Bachelor a little bit.
Men don't go to these. Men do not go to singles events.
Going to another singles event, and this is my outfit.
Yeah, like why? So I can get humiliated?
Stop paying money to go to singles events. Men don't go. Stop it.
True and
I
real.
would love to hear from you
Okay, so
all.
if I turn this
why
off,
you
it will
think
just disappear.
Men don't
Okay.
attend singles events.
Come with us to a Thursday event. No attractive men found.
Once again, modern women get
No attractive men found. They don't look really if the man, like, what qualities the man has, just how good he looks. That's a bit
disappointed
unfortunate.
after attending a
Because,
single
like, if you
event.
only go by that, you might set yourself up for failure. And, like, I only would, I only date long-term anyways. I'm gonna remove those because this is annoying.
The lack of male attendees is the main reason for their disappointment, and some got mad to the point of calling it a waste of time and money.
I signed up for a singles event on Valentine's Day, and here's how it went. I was so nervous, you guys. This was a singles tournament at this paddle club here in New York City. You would play with different partners every game. It was fun, but there was more girls than there were guys. It was definitely like The Bachelor a little bit. There was food and drinks and a DJ, so the vibe was good, but I wasn't really vibing with anyone, so please keep pushing me to put myself out there. Thanks, guys.
I'm not 6
Like,
feet.
the problem is, like, I don't know. It's just like you won't see these people there. Like, a lot of younger men are now they are either in the gym or they're at home playing video games. Most of the younger men just want peace. That's just how it is now. Cause like, you told us not to approach women, like ever at all. Not like don't approach women there, don't approach women there. Do approach women here. Don't approach women. Period. And that has set up men and women up for failure.
I don't have a six-pack. I don't make six figures. And guess what? I don't care.
I wouldn't say that you really need, like, those specific things. But the problem is, like, everything is so twisted nowadays that I would say that, like, both genders have really high standards. I am fucking dying.
Less than attractive guys would be rejected, and the handsome guys don't want masculine women.
True.
Women don't want the guys who need singles events. The guys women do want don't need this event.
Pretty much. Yeah, kind of makes sense. Like, a lot of the women that I want, they are already in relationships, or they are already, like, taken. They're already married or something.
That's simple. I have six-pack and make six figures. Just not 6 foot tall, so women will date me and let me take care of everything while letting me know they are settling. I'm out.
The problem is that this is not a woman issue. This is an issue that comes with social media. Because women and men are getting bombarded with unrealistic standards.
Remember the days that men used to pay for these single events that were free to women.
Because let's be real, a lot of dudes would also not take a girl that is less than attractive.
We no longer go to these single events because we had to pay for them and then no women would show up. Now they know how we felt years ago. At least she was lucky this event happened because others were canceled due to the lack of men's interest. But when it comes to this video, I want to concentrate on this part.
It was fun.
True. I have seen, like, heard of single events getting cancelled because there were not enough dudes there. So, like, yeah, it makes sense.
But there was more girls than there were guys. It was definitely like The Bachelor a little bit.
Our lack of interest in this type of event is just a result of constant unsuccess when it comes to what we want out of these gatherings, and this is something that won't change any.
No, it's not for like the older guys, sure, but like for the younger dudes, it's more like we've been told to not approach women, so we do that, and it's not okay either.
Time soon. And for those who want to understand men's reason for not attending a single event, have a look at the next clip.
Tell you about my experience speed dating in New York City. And we're like, this selection? Literally every single guy was 5'6" or under, and there was not.
Yeah, but this chick is not the, like, she wouldn't be okay with anything she gets, to be fair. And drop you once somebody better is there, so I wouldn't take somebody like that serious. And like, I find speed dating stupid anyways, because like, how do you get to know somebody on a deeper level? Like, speed dating obviously doesn't work.
That was the feedback of the event she attended, and this is what
just
most
my
guys
2 cents,
face
though.
when they participate in this gathering. What men would be motivated or interested in a single event after comments like this?
None.
Most
no
modern
one.
women are looking for
not a
chat
single
only,
one.
regardless of the setting. And they are looking for those guys on a dating app, single event, and in any other possible setting.
Dating events are fucked for both sides, because the men don't get... God damn it. The men don't get any attention, and the women get too much attention. And it doesn't matter if like... The issues are two different things, because no attention is bad, and too much attention from the wrong people is also bad. Because let's be real, a lot of dudes that get access to that woman, like, they're all bad.
Can think of.
It doesn't matter if you have good options if all those options suck.
Therefore, if you are the average Mike who works at Amazon, going to a single event will not make any difference because the likelihood of being rejected is the same as anywhere else. What is the point of paying to be rejected? We are well aware that most of us
Men
are
are
not
already doing that with premium accounts on dating apps. That is already happening.
and we are clever enough not to pay to be rejected. But there is a vital piece of information most modern women are missing. They aren't aware that Chad doesn't need to attend a single event to find women. They already have a large pool to pick from, and with that being said, they have no reason to attend it.
Now we're going to see a woman trying to sell the tickets for her single event. But she was clever enough to use a great selling point, which is an abundance of male attendees. Her advertisement video shows an event full of men. Let's have a look at what she is trying to sell to women.
It's a conversation event where everyone just happens to be single and we discuss interesting topics and get to hear different perspectives. We'll give you the conversation starters and topics so you don't need to worry about what to talk about next. You can just enjoy chatting to some great people and suss out...
Hey, there's some solid looking dudes there. I don't see the problem. That's some solid looking dudes there.
More. There's a big grazing table and plenty of chances to go around and chat to those people who pique your interest. You need to come and check out our Singles Connection event. Our last one in February was such a success. Head to our bio to apply. We already have over 130
There's some solid looking
applications
dudes
for
there.
this event.
Well, I don't see the problem.
She is very intelligent and her advertisement video was well thought through. She knows that women are losing interest because men usually don't go. But to get around this fact and get modern women to buy the ticket, she came up with the idea of having a video showing an abundance of men. But we have to give her credit for her creativity.
Let me guess. And then the original event, the actual event, there were no dudes.
She deserved it. But her advertisement video doesn't reflect the reality, and this is what we are about to see in the next clip.
Wow. Like, I mean, there's some dudes, but like, look at how many women. There's one dude, 3 women. Wow. I mean, okay, this is Ukraine. No, they weren't at war at that time. No. That's the white though.
One thing I don't see mentioned on these single event videos. And maybe it's different in every area, but in Virginia Beach, single events charge men more to attend. Charge men more to be there and wonder
like, why would I want to be there then? That is such a stupid thing to do.
why
That is
it's
so
all women.
counterproductive.
They want you to pay for everything and expect to do nothing in return. The risk is not worth it. My boyfriend had to come to my country to find me. It was so sad when he was almost crying telling me he had never come home to a warm homemade meal and a smile. We are very traditional and family-oriented here in Dominican Republic.
Yeah, the Dominican Republic is fairly family-oriented. I know that. I mean, I rarely know anybody that is even able to cook, like women or men. Which is a shame, because I feel like that is a skill that you should have. Just my 2 cents.
All that independence that they wanted so bad has come back to haunt them. I wouldn't go to any of those women's single events. It's a complete waste of time. Men, work on yourself. You will be glad that you did. This is the reality of what goes
That's
down.
not that is a general tip. Just work on yourself, whether you're a man or a woman. Just work on yourself. Become somebody that can even attract like the partner that you want.
Most of these events, but those
Because a lot of these people that run around nowadays, they are not even like good enough for the partner they want.
The ticket painted as if it is flooded with men. If you look at the footage closely, you will realize that most tables have 3 women and only 1 man.
My
But at
model
this
is
point,
no
we can
longer
consider
like
this
tracking
event
for some reason
successful
again.
because others didn't even have the opportunity to start, as the host had to cancel it due to men's lack of interest.
It doesn't matter too much.
Even though there weren't enough men for every woman present in that event, they should still be happy because at least those guys gave them the opportunity
Yeah,
to go
at
out
least
and
that
interact
happened.
with
At
others.
least some dudes were there.
But I am glad guys are no longer wasting their time and resources on things like this. We know that paying to be rejected is a bad dating and financial strategy.
Next, we have another group of women who have something to say about the number of attractive guys they found in the event they attended.
Come with us to a Thursday event. Pet talk before we leave. No attractive men found.
I
Maybe
mean,
next time. Why would a
the two dudes there would like, take the two dudes if they are still single. Like, well, are these gay men? Could be the case. I don't know. Why would a strong, independent, educated, and powerful woman need women need a singles event? Because that has let her down. Because she focused on things that men are not really interested.
strong, independent, educated, and powerful woman need a singles event?
Like, not all men, but like most men.
I bet men did show up, but women today don't see those types of men. Chad doesn't go to singles events. Good men don't go either. It's a waste of time, energy, and money. For us bottom 96% of men, we can stay at home and be rejected for free. If my drinks ain't free, you won't see me. The men
Drizzle,
don't need
oh
to go to
no.
singles events.
The drizzle dudes.
They have plenty of options already and don't need to subject themselves to this. The goal of those events is loud and clear. If modern women were going to this event with an open mind, things would be a lot different for them. If they weren't too focused on finding Chad, they probably would be able to see other guys who could be a better fit for them, but their inability
But
to
the problem is, like, even dudes would probably go to hit it and quit it. That's the problem.
look in other directions prevents them from seeing other guys. Then they ask why most of us are no longer interested in single events. Would they pay for an event where they have a 90% chance of being rejected? I bet.
That's because the main problem I think that is, like, has been followed is that outside spaces were destroyed. There is no, like, third spaces anymore. There's, like, home and then work and then that's it. Literally.
I bet they wouldn't make this financial mistake. Most guys wouldn't mind going to these events if things were different, but based on what modern women are looking for, most of us already know it's a lost battle, which makes going to a single event a pointless move.
You could probably find there somebody. I do feel like you could find there somebody. But I also feel it's kind of desperate, and like people don't want desperate, so it's difficult. It's difficult to say. The video is really like nothing saying, and it's like, I don't know. There's really not much that has been said here, except like the average like doomer red pill stuff. I expect more. I didn't get more. Next. So this one is gonna be interesting. Why men can't attract women anymore? Let's get into it. This is a video by Kenny Bender. Let's get into it.
Percent of young women, and studies are showing that
wait.
60% of young men are single compared to only 34% of young women. And
that is weird. You cannot tell me that is weird. Not weird. That would mean technically that I can remove that from the playlist actually. That would mean technically that they are sharing the men, which is kind of like you.
And studies are showing that single straight males are practically lonelier than ever. But how can this be when we are in the most sexually open times in all of history? In the West, promiscuity has gone from being shunned to celebrated. We are seeing sex encouraged in every aspect of culture as
I don't like that part of society so much, too much. It's just like, but I also got like removed like adult content from my life, so I wouldn't that kind of adult content from my life, so I wouldn't know.
These
I
girls are
got rid of
brought
it.
up, indoctrinated into this "you go girl" feminism attitude. It's pretty funny how modern feminism's mantra was "don't view us as objects," and then they literally turn
themselves into objects. Yeah, that's a problem. That is a problem.
around and portray themselves as sex objects when it benefits them. And
yeah, that's the average Twitch stream. Not only that, it's like, literally like almost naked girls streaming themselves barely clothed and playing Genshin Impact and wiggle their butt into the camera.
And it's not like
but hey, let's get rid of the hypersexualized VTubers who didn't even post any sexual content, but how do I know?
Have just lost interest in women. In fact, men are more addicted to women than ever before, as we see sites like Hub and OnlyFans raking in hundreds of millions of dollars. And yet
OnlyFans is more successful than the NBA. That is wild. That means people with no what was the word? No talent make more money than people that have to work ridiculously hard.
Regardless of all this, men are lonelier and more single, struggling to attract quality girls and are either forced into or choosing to be celibate. Growing up, I had very mixed feelings towards girls. On one end, I was extremely addicted to pornography, which dramatically shifted my view of women. Not only
I got only addicted after I lost somebody important, but I got rid of it thankfully again, and that happened like as an 18-year-old. So like, I'm now 23. Yeah. So like 3 years ago.
Seeing them as more sex objects, but also putting them on a pedestal as something that's hard to acquire and rare. As well as I had this addiction-based on top of any hormonal changes from puberty. But on the other hand, I had deep social anxiety. I lacked the traits that would make me masculine and attractive to these girls. And to be honest, I resented women just as much as I was obsessed with them. Despite wanting to attract them, I felt anger towards them. Anytime a girl would speak about their celebrity crushes or dating an upperclassman, the unrecognized
I don't resent women, thankfully. Never grew up that way. I'm very much just like mostly nowadays indifferent a little. I just don't care too much about like others in general anymore.
They're all, which was literally just a cop out to why I wasn't pulling as a skinny.
Yeah, basically, it's just coping. It in the end, it's just coping. Just like all men are just like saying like all men are bad is like it's just coping. Like, I can get a man because all men are bad. That's just coping. I can get a woman because all women are bad. It's just coping.
Gamer nerd. I was like that meme of the beta kid that's like, why do women only like stupid jerks who treat them like
Yo, eyes welcome. How you doing?
Shit. And it wasn't until years of personal development that I was finally able to see the error in my ways. I now realize it's because those other guys portrayed masculine traits where I was thinking,
oh, if I just act like the girls, they'll like me.
Idiot. And the truth is...
Like what? If I act like the girls, I can become one of the girlies. That's not how this works.
That this is not in spite of the over-sexualization, social media, demasculinization of males, or hookup culture becoming the norm. It's because of it. We have entered a new age. The nuclear family culture that our great-grandparents grew up in is gone. Let's revisit that statistic I used in the intro. 60%.
Huh? You what? Okay. Like, what do you mean?
% of men under 30 are single compared to only 34% of women under 30. That's our first clue, but on the surface, it kind of just reveals the obvious. Women like to date older men typically.
Yeah,
56% of women say they prefer to date an older male, and I would argue that the other 44%, there are some in there that are just unaware of their subconscious wiring to prefer that, and it's completely understandable. Men in their 30s are typically just more well-developed men. Their finances are typically better. They have much more responsibility, so they're much more mature and masculine compared to younger guys, as well as they have a
Yeah, I'm not. You motherfucker. I got caught. I got caught. You motherfucker. You're gonna get cat time outed. I'm just kidding. God damn it!
decade of wisdom and experience on
Fuck.
us that we just can't possess yet. But the thing is that it's
I will find you and shit into your mailbox.
always been that way, so it doesn't really explain anything. Like I said, social media has allowed people instant communication regardless of location. And while it may seem like a good thing because it gives us guys more girls to talk to, what it's actually doing is
It doesn't really do anything because like you don't get any matches on those apps. So like, okay.
To much more men that are the most financially successful, confident, masculine, attractive guys.
I don't agree. I don't.
Therefore, for the first time in all of history, women now not only have access to the highest value men locally, but worldwide. Couple this with the ability to just easily advertise yourself through saucing up a couple bikini pics on the gram. And what further amplifies this, and we're starting to see a shift in some women from monogamy to hypergamy, meaning not only are these desirable women more and more opting to
This is why I said I'm gonna struggle to find a wife because I'm waiting on the marriage, and that is not like achievable anymore. It's over, bro.
To pursue these high
Which is why I'm like trying to get. I will save up. Motherfucker. Like, I try to save as much money as possible so I can have like at least some form of family by adopting a child. At least that's what I pray I can do. Because I'm not finding a wife. That's not gonna happen.
Guys, but we're seeing these high status guys take on multiple women at once. Now I don't want to give
basically it's like when 60% of men are single and just 34% of women are single, they just have to share the guys. That's only how it works.
Obviously, monogamy is still the most common and tried and true. However, we are seeing a significant shift, especially with the more attractive women. And because a lot of these girls' egos are so
You're not catching me a second time, bro. Knock it off.
Up because of social media and feminism, we're seeing average women not at all willing to settle for an average guy. And this shift is upsetting a lot of men. Even in my own space of like male self-improvement, we're seeing a lot of guys with this red pill rage, where they learn the truth about women's nature and just the reality of the world, and they're like, women aren't Disney princesses that'll just cook my meals and give me head because I exist, and they can manipulate us? I'm angry. Well, it's easy to get lost in this state and just call women online, but then open another tab and jerk off to online with this mindset of I want a woman
true
that
and real
me and doesn't care if I'm fit, confident, masculine, successful, disciplined, someone that looks past all that. The only thing past all that is you being a bitch. And rational men will realize that a mindset like this.
The problem is like even if you ask women, like even they want to like look at all like past their stuff, and it's like they just want to be loved for who they are and not what other they can bring to the table. Not that isn't important, but like it's just weird that when women want that, it's cool. When men want that, it's kind of like you're a bitch. I feel like that's like pointless. That's a double standard.
Will get them nowhere. As well as much as we don't want to admit it, a lot of these current issues are also the fault of men. Let's not forget how many blue-pilled guys were.
Yeah, true. I agree. A lot of the problems that we have right now comes from men. That is true.
Cheering on the feminism movement just because they thought they might get some. Yeah, feminism. Yeah, free the nipples. Free the nipples. These new generations of men are weaker than ever. Taught that they should behave more feminine by overbearing mothers, their school teachers, and
not only the men are weak, the women, like, generally, this is generally one of the weakest generation right now. I'll try not to laugh more than this, or yapping dollar, okay?
In mainstream media, they're addicted to pornography, programming themselves to view women in a certain way and make them obsessed with sex. And at the same time, the pressure on young men to get girls, have sex, get laid is incredibly high, which makes sense. There's such a crisis in masculinity that, of course, one of the masculine traits of acquiring women is so pressured on. This, coupled with their porn-fried brains begging for any kind of sexual stimulant, has resulted in getting girls being the top priority for most kids. So not only are they not getting high quality,
a lot of people have to realize that getting a partner or like access to sex isn't gonna fix like their problem for like being lonely, because that goes much deeper than like just physical intimacy. It goes to having a family. It goes to coming home to somebody. It's like somebody that understands you, somebody that understands your thinking, like someone who genuinely cares for you, who is at your side, and like, I think you get the idea.
Quality girls because they lack certain traits, but they are forgoing gaining those traits to chase those girls, which further expands the gap, and men start to get this scarcity mindset with women and sex, which is more unattractive to women. So why should the top women date these guys when they have the chance to access the best men in the world? And the truth is, they shouldn't. And the sooner you accept this reality, the sooner you can start working on becoming the type of guy that steals the top women from these bums. Prioritizing personal development much higher than getting girls and getting laid for the foreseeable future. But keep in mind, you still have to develop confidence and social skills, so still interact with people, talk to girls. But the reality is that most men that decide to take this path are going to forego casual dating and casual sex for the foreseeable future. And for those who decide to take that route, I want to let you know that you are not weird and you are not wrong for doing that. You are playing the game the way it's meant to be played. You are playing the long game, the delayed gratification. It's all going to come back. And keep in mind, if you don't go this route, if you want to be a bum, you're going to have to settle for the women who...
I mean, he's kind of right. He kind of does not have some points that I agree with necessarily.
Throughout their 20s were running amok, doing who knows what, trying to bag one of these high-value guys or perceived high-value guys, and now they're settling for you. And you have to deal with all of their past and all of their baggage. However, I also want to clarify that it's not like all girls now are running around being...
Nah, it's a very loud minority. Like, most women are chill, and like they are not like whores or something. That they're just fairly normal women. Although those through social media, this like idea that like women are hoeing around and stuff is just super pushed, because like we all live inside a little echo chamber.
And hoes and are just evil and manipulative. That is not the case whatsoever. But the reality is that these beautiful, good girls are in very high demand, especially now with social media where they are able to be found. So the first step has to be physical fitness. And while yes, you do become more visually appealing to girls, it also displays the hundreds
that has quite literally not changed anything for me. Because I still like don't go anywhere, so like it really hasn't like done that much for me. Getting fit. Again, that's kind of my problem, because like I'm socially retarded.
Of hours you put in the gym and the discipline it took to achieve that. And don't let the modern day fitness industry fool you. You do not need to look like an Olympian bodybuilder or a superhero from a movie, both of which are taking copious amounts of steroids to attract women. There's a certain line you reach.
True and real.
The base of looking fit, the confidence from it, and then everything else is built upon that. And next comes finances. Now let me be clear, you do not need to be some kind of crazy...
Oh, that joke was so bad. Let me be clear. Vanishes.
Billionaire or multi-millionaire, because what matters way more than the exact number in your bank is the lifestyle that you portray. A guy who makes 100K a year but can travel, do as he pleases, portrays a much more attractive lifestyle compared to someone who makes 500K a year, but he works like a dog 80 hours a week and is a slave to his corporate overlords. Now, obviously, I know that gold diggers exist and we don't want to be viewed as just a walking piggy bank to steal from, but keep in mind that the reason this matters to most girls isn't because they want to...
I mean, to the government, you are a walking piggy bank. You pay taxes. And the more you make, the more taxes you pay. You are a walking piggy bank. Yeah, no shit. No shit. That's how you like. Yeah, I wouldn't hit up a girl like in this way, like instantly with like get your number, but like that's a step into the right direction. But like for me, it's more than just like getting a number, because like I have very high standards that most women just can't like what's the word? I'm looking for the right word. Can't like keep up with. Like, for example, I'm a very case of, I'm a man that waits until marriage, and a lot of women can't, like, especially, like, a lot of, like, women my age, they cannot, do that anymore. Because they're already wasted that. Yeah, just don't they pay taxes. You don't know the German, like, tax people. They will find you. They will find you. You can leave Earth, go to the moon, they will find you. These people are, like, ridiculous. They will find you.
Manipulate you into giving them a Birkin bag, but because they want a capable...
They are even so ridiculous that they won't give you money, even if, for example, if you want, like, support. For example, for, like, you're studying and you want a bit of support from the government. If you don't know your father, they want you to find your father, or they won't give you money.
Partner and a good life, not only for themselves but for their future children. And even if
Also,
they say
hi,
they don't
Shonal.
have kids, there's plenty of subconscious drivers that still
How you
make
doing?
that plenty attractive. And the rest of the equation is practically all the other aspects of self-development and becoming more masculine, which, if you're interested in that, my channel's all about it. Consider subscribing. Also, be sure to resist the urge to cash out early. Don't get a little bit of abs and a little bit of money for some bottles and start clubbing 3 times a week in hopes of getting laid. The truly fulfilling life will come from building that equity for years, and then finally you'll get...
How much taxes does Mr. Beast pay? I don't know. You would need to ask the guy how much he like taxes he would need to pay if he even does. I don't know. I don't know how the tax stuff works for like the United States. Here it's about like if he were here, he would pay half, like about 50%, like 48 point something % of taxes here.
To a point where you just get to collect that sweet dividends. Guys, the times are changing, and there will be a group of guys who just forfeit, don't want to play the game, don't care, video games, porn, OnlyFans, and there will be the guys who embrace the adversity, who will still build an impressive physique, try to raise their natural testosterone, try to be more masculine, try to be more confident, and those are going to be the winners, not only for getting the best girls or whatever.
Well, I work out, but I still do like still do video games, so like I don't know.
But for achieving fulfillment, achieving the best life you can, and it means you need to resist the siren calls of today's society, resist the degeneracy, embrace the discipline, embrace the long-term rewards. And if you're wondering what are the 8
I mean, he's correct in the sense that you won't get anything without discipline. He's definitely correct in this sense, but like some points are hit and miss. Like the just love somebody for who they are is kind of like it's like The video is kind of yeah, exactly. The video is kind of cringe. It's like this like what's the right word? Like the self-improvement slop. There's no actual like He doesn't really back anything up, he says, and it's like, eh. Next, so I got another one, and I think this will be the last one for today, and as usual, it's a weird topic. Or are we gonna instead go into some... Are we gonna... This video is kind of scary. Like, the worst VTuber, this is kind of scary, because, like, the dude... Like, in the beginning of the video, he said, like, that dude in the video likes to strike people, so I don't think I want to go into that. Hey, why not? Let's jump into it.
For those who might have forgotten...
My little gooner. Internet degeneracy. I am very interested in how deep this goes for the My Little Pony stuff. There's gonna be something wild again. I can tell this is gonna be really wild. Why am I getting my own stream recommended? This is gonna get interesting again.
Brony is a fan of the TV show My Little Pony.
Why am I getting my
Friendship
own
is
stream
Magic,
recommended?
with the fandom itself peaking during the early to mid 2010s before slowly fading away as people grew up. While a lot of weird stuff has gone down on that side of the internet, today will be...
That is true. I've heard the weird stories of, like, bronies. That is true. That's gonna be interesting.
Focusing on a select few of those worst individuals. As let's just say there's quite the amount of people out there willing to do whatever they want in the most depraved way possible. Shout out to the channel members like always. And if you'd want to support yourself, you can subscribe
I
to
am
my
very
Patreon
interested in
corner
how
or
deep
YouTube
this
memberships
goes.
by clicking the join button. Make sure to like the video. Now let's jump right into everything and get on with the first person. Daniel Stein, also
But I
known
mean,
as...
like, the title is already wild. My Little Gooner. That title is already wild.
Mando Pony was one of the first bronies who got attention on a larger than normal scale. It all started back on October 11th, 2011 when he first created his YouTube channel and posted a chiptune mix of the My Little Pony theme that same day, with it getting around 70,000 views as of today and a small fan base in the process. His start would be a humble one as he would continue to post MLP related songs and covers for his fans.
I mean, that's still fairly wholesome. I mean, a bit weird that an adult man would be interested in that, but I guess.
Enjoy. But everything would change on December 12th that year as
whatever floats your boat, I guess.
With another brony musician named Acoustic Brony, getting over 500,000 views as of today. Even if it was a rather simple song altogether, this is around the peak of the brony community, and them seeing someone with enough talent to give back to the community in that way was enough to get things rolling and certify himself as a creator in that space to keep up with. As he was working on his next big song, Andrew would fill the gaps of 2 Christmas covers to satiate his audience's hunger to poor results. It didn't matter though, as on January 24th, 2012, he and Acoustic Brony would drop another collab, Loyalty, together, with that becoming both of their most famous song in the fandom to date at almost 3 million views as of today.
I mean, that's not too bad, I guess. Just music stuff. I guess that's okay.
In less than half a year, Mando Pony would cement himself as a popular figure in the fandom due to this very rapid success. At one point, even getting a shout out from Daniel Ingram, the composer of the official music of the show at BronyCon 2012.
Oh, Mando writes some killer songs too. I gotta give you credit for some of those great songs you've been writing, man. Really good stuff.
He will continue to upload original songs and covers on his channel to mostly positive results for the next couple of years, even dropping a single by Acoustic Brony on his channel alongside the original upload, showing that his ties to the fandom itself were so strong he was willing to promote his friend for free simply because of his gratitude.
So basically just a dude who, like, really likes My Little Pony. I guess. Still, I feel like a bit weird, but like nothing out of the ordinary. I question how deep
Andrew's
this goes.
success would continue as he would pull over 500k views on a remix of his, and on April 30th, 2014 would upload the song Horse Famous, a term used by any brony creator that was popular, cementing himself as one of the biggest creators in the fandom. However, 2014 was also the year the fandom started to slow down, as by this point in time it was just another internet fad that had started to dwindle away, and while he would upload a couple more songs throughout the year relating to the show, he knew it was time to try something new or be left in the dust in the ever-changing landscape that is the internet. On November 20th, 2014, Andrew uploaded
but now I haven't
Survive the
seen
Night,
anything
a song
that's, like,
relating
too
to the
weird.
new gaming phenomenon Five Nights at Freddy as the fandom was growing at an extremely rapid pace during fall 2014. This would prove to be a very, very smart move as the song sits at a staggering 45
I hope this leads up to anything like, you know, important and like not just like the story rundown of like the brony history. I don't want to watch a brony essay.
Views
I'm
as
good.
of today and is still his most popular video ever. far surpassing anything he ever did for the Brony fandom by miles and cementing himself as a figure to be reckoned with in the Five Nights at Freddy's fandom now. He would upload a Christmas cover album right after this to poor results once more, as nobody was subscribing to him for his Christmas covers. But it was obvious this was just a way to buy some time as he worked on his next song to publish. On December 16th that year, Andrew uploaded his next FNAF song and get 20 million views off of that, which even if it wasn't as successful as his first, was still a massive amount of views for anybody on the internet. His next song just a week later named Just Go would kick everything back into shape.
I mean, the Five Nights at Freddy's community goes kind of crazy for that stuff. I remember DA Games making a lot of songs for Five Nights at Freddy's, and those songs really like went crazy. And it was like kind of sad to see Will's original songs like Iris getting like less attention than that, because the Iris songs are like way better, like by leagues better than like the video game songs.
As it currently has 40 million views and is his second most popular video on his channel and will probably stay that way forever. He would actually upload a Brony collab that Christmas as well just 2 days later, showing that even though he moved on to better pastures, he was still willing to contribute to where it all started for him just 3 years ago now. Alongside making more FNAF songs a massive success, Andrew would also make songs for other similarly charged fandoms like Undertale for example. And while he wasn't getting 8 figures worth of views, it doesn't really matter much when you're still pulling in numbers most people can only dream of. Andrew would also become friends with fellow musician Nate.
Oh, Nate Wants to Battle. That's pretty cool. I listen to his music a lot, and like his anime covers, or like original video game songs. He's cool.
His record label Give Heart Records in the process, in which they would collab together on some songs and would
Emily as well.
Join him on a short tour.
Monarch. I don't trust her anymore. Due to the fruit situation where she was kind of ignored the fruit as a cheater.
Their most popular song together doesn't seem to amount to much in
Escape
either of their
from the
separate
City.
careers. It didn't matter much as they were both doing fine in their solo efforts, with these collaborations being just another avenue for different types of music to produce and grow their careers in the process. Andrew's personal
I
life was
100% listen to that song. 100%.
going fine as well, as he'd find himself dating and eventually getting engaged and married to Sabrina Alberghetti in 2015. A storyboard artist best known for her work on My Little Pony and Ed, Edd and Eddy, among countless other popular children's cartoons and movies throughout her career in the industry. It seemed that he was on top of the world by the end of the 2010s. As while things started to slow down, this is normal for any creator in a space such as his own. And at the end of the day, he was still doing great overall and would continue to produce content for years to come. Except this isn't the case at all, as 2020 will end up being the year where this decade of hard work all came crashing down in a mere matter of days. Speaking of hard work, I tend to find myself giving into my bad habits due to the stress that is constantly digging into these stories throughout my time online. However, I've been able to curb this thanks to Fume, an award-winning flavor.
Really? Yeah. And I can't skip the ad. Can I skip the ad? Can I skip the ad? Yeah, I think that's the closest I can get to
You
skip
can
the
try
ad.
it out yourself at tryfume.com/Lanzer by scanning the QR code on screen to get yourself your very own free Fume topper when you
Imagine. That is suffering. Wrote fanfics on My Little Pony. Don't Google your nickname.
order your journey pack
Weird
today.
shit is gonna come up.
It's easy to slip on and has a much softer and warmer feel to it. And it's also chewable and reusable for those of y'all who like to fidget around as well. I'm definitely going to bring this with me to my next rave this upcoming June. And speaking of June, on June 15th, 2020, Andrew made a post on Twitter saying he was going to stay away or at the very least take it slower on social media, with a lot of people wishing him well as it seems something was going on.
Okay.
He would go on a vague post a bit and retweet stuff from his wife up until the 23rd that month, in which he would go radio silent as people wondered if he was doing alright.
I guess we're gonna get the My Little Gunnar arc here.
Right.
Is what I'm assuming.
Going on with the guy, and while people were initially supportive as it sounded like life was getting rough, it turns out this sudden departure was for a much more different reason.
Don't tell me his wife is a degenerate.
Sometime in mid-July 2020, a Twitter account named Exposing Andy Stein will come out and leak a bunch of messages between him and a random person on Snapchat talking spicy with him. It turns out that the person he was talking to was a 17-year-old in high school as she approved.
It's always the kids. Why is it always the kids?
her age to the people reading by posting her ID. And given that he was 31 at this time, that means a 31-year-old was talking to a 17-year-old. However, before we get into that case, there are a couple other stories that are worth talking about first so y'all can understand what's going on here better. Now, as we know, when people get exposed online, it's unfortunately common for other people to say things with zero evidence.
You cannot tell me there isn't some truth to big content creators wanting the little kids or minors. Oh my god. Everything I watch involves minors.
In this case, I noticed that like usual. Like this post right here of a supposed
FlashTuber drama, minors. VTuber drama, minors. And people like to sexualize autistic people. This shit, minors. Art, minors. Like, what is your problem, dude?
An anonymous 18-year-old saying he was weird but not backing it up with any evidence. There's even this image floating around when the leaks dropped, but given it's dated 3 years before the new stuff, the font doesn't really match up with how Snapchat looks. The fact that conversation itself screams Photoshop as people don't type like this, like someone saying they have to screenshot something damning, does not sound like a natural conversation at all. And the fact this literally had nothing else ever expanded upon, it's safe to assume this is probably a fake image. There's also another story about a supposed second underage victim, now is 15 as well, that starts off with them meeting them after they told him happy birthday and started chatting months later with him apparently sending nudes to her. However, the evidence provided
like,
is just hearsay from telling the story on Discord and how things supposedly
I expected like corn addicts, I don't know, weird fetishes. Not again kid stuff. There are different topics. Maybe we get into that.
Saying that a random Instagram account that they were talking to was him, yet there's no proof it was actually him or not, as no name drops or anything similar happened between the two in the leaks. As much as I want to,
I have a theory that some like YouTube gives you conversion therapy to from normal to liking kids. Maybe in the YouTube Studio app. Once you hit a certain number.
Believe this is Andrew speaking to them? There's no way to prove that the Instagram account was his and not just some random person. And until I see evidence connecting the two together, I'm not going to label this as him, as that would be very reckless of me to do. And given the severity of the claims being labeled against him, I felt it was best to explain why I'm taking them with a grain of salt. For clarity's sake though, I'll attach these two images of what Andrew allegedly drew of him and the 15-year-old girl in question on the left, and the same with Nate Wants to Battle allegedly being added into the mix on the right.
Nate wants to battle on the other side. Bro, you good?
Given I have no way of sourcing what DMs these images are from and are only told he drew these as part of the story, it's best to let y'all see them for yourselves, as if someone who's closer to the story recognizes these, they can add some much needed context. It doesn't matter that much though, as the main story at hand would have over 100 screenshots of their Snapchat messages together, and while it would be redundant to go through
that'd be a wild Google document if that dropped nowadays.
Every single one of them, the majority are very interesting to read. As a reminder, the girl was underage until her birthday on September 26, 2019, when she would turn 18, yet Andrew here was sending nude photos to her a month before that in August 2019.
Brother, aren't you married? I hate cheaters. I think their head should be, yeah, I can't say that.
Their dynamics seem to already be very spicy judging off their messages. They would continue to send messages like this back and forth as they both seem to be infatuated with each other. And it was extremely clear that Andrew was very much into this girl. It seemed that they had been talking for a while, as a post from April 9th, 2019 would be seen with Andrew's entire face shown and everything. And at one point would even express how he wants to keep her a secret, as he doesn't want no one to know about their dynamic, with her saying she keeps stuff like this a secret, in an ironic twist of fate as we're going through these images right now. At one point he would even say that it's probably wrong of him to be attracted to her. However, either because of his marriage or because of her age, no one knows for certain, but it was still pretty unfortunate to see.
So let me get that straight. Talks to a minor. Cheats. We're off to a great start. This is just 9 minutes.
He knows what he's doing was wrong, yet kept it up because he couldn't control himself. This would escalate into more cheating on his wife with the girl, as they would share intimate moments with each other that YouTube doesn't want me to specify, but I'm sure you get the point. And at one point, Andrew would
was sexting a minor.
Even open up about how he and his wife hadn't been physical with each other for over a year and a half now, with him going on to state her issues and how it affects him and the way he goes about his love life with her and such. This spicy dynamic would be the main driving force in their relationship together, as they were game whenever it came to talking some type of way with each other. And it's just so bad to see because he clearly knew that he was cheating on his wife and that it was wrong, yet kept it up because of his own failing marriage. It's honestly pretty crazy to see how Andrew had it wrapped around his finger throughout the entire relationship.
Why don't you go out and fix your marriage? Why don't you just fix your fucking marriage? God, I hate cheaters in every single form. I fucking hate them.
From what it seems, and at one point would even ponder the idea of flying over to meet up IRL to do stuff together despite everything that had been going on.
Ew.
Their dynamic would continue after she turned 18, as it seemed to keep going with no stop in sight.
Now
even
it's
going
legal.
all the way into January 2020, almost a full year since adding each other.
On that note, there are literally dudes that out there that are spawn camping on like 17-year-olds for them to push them into OnlyFans. That's wild, by the way.
Things would stop on January 8th, however, with the exact reason unknown, but either way, we now know that this was going on for almost a full whole year and it was only recently exposed. After finishing up the leaks, one thing that's worth pointing out is that no ages are ever exchanged between one another. And again, that one message where he says he knows what he was doing was wrong could imply he was making reference to cheating on his wife rather than knowing he was talking to an underage person. It's something that caught my attention because even though we know the girl was underage when they first started talking, we don't know if he ever knew that or not. But it didn't matter much to the public, as the story will blow up in those circles and make its way around the...
I mean, there are people out there, like, also minus, that are pretty much evil and like, try to lie or hide it. Again, he said, we do not know about this. So I cannot comment on that, if that is the case or not. If it was the case, that's evil. Even though he's a filthy cheater, that's still evil.
Internet. Once all this news dropped, Andrew would private his Twitter page, turn off the likes and comments on every single video on his channel, and that all Instagram account that is said to be his would supposedly disappear around this time frame as well. But again, I have no idea to know if this was
at least he didn't lock the replies, because that is a huge mistake.
Or not, it's just said that the account disappeared after the news dropped. Nate Wants a Battle will unfollow him on Instagram and delete all songs he ever made with him on his channel. And another musician signed a gift card named Casval Wolf would cut him off after being told about what was going on. It seemed that Andrew was going to run away now that he was exposed, and as the months went on, not a single word would come from him as the evidence kept spreading throughout the internet. On March 9th, 2021, Andrew would come back to social media to announce that after being investigated by the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force by the LAPD that no crime had taken place between him and whoever it was. Given we don't exactly know what the evidence sent their way was, it's safe to assume it was the Snapchat messages, as they were the most damning against him. He would go on to say how he failed his wife and such, and that he'll be moving forward as he's fine legally, and ends things off saying that any more harassment will be met with the fullest
I mean, that reminds me of somebody. That reminds me very much of like Dr. Disrespect.
of the law. He will live up to that, as a multitude of posts on exposing Andy Stein have been taken down for copyright reasons, meaning that he's actively trying to silence the spread of this news in any way he possibly can.
Of course.
It's pretty annoying because we've all seen those messages and how he quite literally was showing his face in Snapchat, and it doesn't really mean anything because this info is already out there, hence this video existing. Andrew would get back to uploading songs later that year, as on October 1st he would upload a Halloween song he made called Trick or Treat to middling results, showing that his fan base is all but kinda gone now. In July 2022, he uploaded another cover song of a Disney property to even worse results, and given that it's related to a property that's aimed at teenagers, it shows that he's still aiming for that demographic.
Yeah, imagine making content for like that demographic when you're outed as a minor lover.
Despite everything going on. On August 22nd, 2022, he would update people and say that a second police investigation happened and that they determined nothing criminal went down. Again, basically saying that he's fine legally. Since then, he's been uploading at a decent pace on his YouTube
but you're not
channel
fine
for the
morally.
past 2 years, with his views mostly being bad, with the comments and likes still turned off even to this very day. Something that's worth of interest is that Sabrina herself has actually talked about the allegations before on Twitter, as back in November 2021 she would mention how people have been stalking her over this, and at one point would indirectly confirm the leaks to be real. She said, "Tried to move on with my life over something that never happened the way people said it did," which, as we know, the only leaks where she's involved in are the ones where Andrew was on Snapchat with a 17-year-old. In March 2022, she would again reiterate that it's just
He still cheated, lady. He still cheated. What about your self-worth? What about your self-respect? Leave. Hopefully she has left him
a bunch of
up
BS
until
and
this
imply that
date
other
now.
people are doing bad things, and it was clear she was still down to defend her husband despite everything going on. Now, as we saw, Andrew here loves to use copyright law against anybody who talks about him, and he's been known to do this to people that even play a small 5-second clip of his music, hence why there's none here when talking about him. In fact, he's still up to abusing YouTube's built-in reporting systems, as in February 2024, a YouTuber named Sacharis will upload a video going over his story and get a lot of views in the process, in which Andrew here was sent in a privacy complaint to try and take it down despite the screenshots being sourced from the proper archives of what went down. He'll most likely send in a privacy complaint once he sees this video, but I've been through this plenty of times with the kinds of people I've covered in the past, so it's no sweat off my back. However, the one thing that's
Oh. guess if that happens, the video's gone.
Still is that even though we know Andrew was talking to a 17-year-old when he was 31, we don't have any proof if he knew, as they never exchanged ages in any of the leaks. Despite being the opener for this video, I feel this story isn't over just yet, and despite what countless people
like that's the problem. We do not know, like, if he was aware of the age, but there have apparently, like, other screenshots about other minors, 15-year-olds and stuff, so I don't know. Difficult
videos
to
have been
say.
saying online, it seems they didn't ask the right questions to themselves in researching and just took everything at face value. I'm certainly going to look into this further and see what else I can find for a potential future video, because it seems that there's more going on here than what people have been led to believe about the entire situation. Zach Kays, aka Toon Critic Y2K, was a YouTuber who specialized
Yay,
in
we get another one. We got another one.
Creating brony-related content on his channel. While he was never the biggest or even notable outside the niche circle that was the brony fandom, he was known enough throughout those circles to be considered horse famous and would wear that name proudly in his online
horse
career.
famous?
Of course, some stuff went down, as you can probably guess. And let's just
sure,
say that
buddy.
it was indeed pretty bad to see.
Sure.
Before he was
horse
known as Toon
famous.
Critic, he used to go by the name of FlameAmigo619 and was a proud user of the site.
Yeah, some people are really weird. That is true.
Fanfiction.net. He would write a handful of stories
This
about
goes above
multiple
weird,
properties, including Sonic the Hedgehog and My Little Pony, of course. However, one of the more interesting franchises listed was...
Why did you say Sonic the Hedgehog so like it means anything? I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Thomas the Tank Engine. And people
leave my blue hedgehog alone.
Thomas the Romeo Engine and published it in February 2008 when
yeah,
he was
horse famous.
Just 16 years old. In this
If I
story, he goes
understood that
into
correctly.
semi-detail about two trains basically going down on each other, to put it bluntly, and it's absolutely hilarious to read and somehow more autistic than the brony stuff, but I digress. Funnily enough, after he was being made fun of for this, he would delete that story and update his bio, but it was too late as it was already cemented in internet history. Toon Critic even used to do fandoms for the show as well, with a small handful remaining, as these were posted well over a decade ago now before he took them down.
Bleh. I didn't lose it.
That is weirding me out. People but were weird back in the day.
Tee-hee.
People were weird back in the day.
He would do this with other franchises like the Animal Crossing.
I feel the
video game,
cringe
for
coming
example,
inside of
with
me.
both being in an obvious bad quality even by
Oh
the
my
late
God.
2000s, early 2010s era. However, after coming across Angry Video Game Nerd and Doug Walker of their respective reviewing channels, Toon Critic here decided he wanted to shift his content to these reviews rather than silly little skits online, and in turn decided to focus on cartoons, going on to officially don the name Toon Critic for the first time ever. One of his earliest reviews was Thomas the Tank Engine, and no one's surprise. And when seeing someone who was in their 20s focusing their reviews on a child's property, it's not exactly shocking he wasn't getting the attention he wanted. Toon Critic would see this lack.
Why would you review Thomas the Tank Engine? What? Huh? Why would you do that? Yeah, epic memes, 2007 memes, true.
Lack of growth as a major issue of his, and so in May 2012 he would move on to the ever-growing brony community, as it was arguably the peak of the fandom's existence with the ever-growing popularity of My Little Pony Friendship is Magic back in the early 2010s. He would get himself a pony character to represent his channel and start to create videos reviewing the show and talking about it for people to enjoy. Even talking about other
Bro
properties
is technically a VTuber.
he found interest in as well, like the Sly Cooper video game series for example. The videos themselves are very simply made with minimal editing and not heavy on the scripting, but he would become a known figure in the community and even become close to someone named Josh Scorcher, another online content creator who dabbled a bit with the brony content back in the early 2010s. These two, alongside many others, would form together this so-called brony analysis community, with some of the heavy hitters being Ink Rose and her 9 million view video talking about a headcanon.
Those pony analysis videos. Who watches this? Who watches this? This can't be kids. This is adult people. I've seen, like, as a kid I watched like the Thomas the Tank Engine, like, obviously, but like the modern stuff weirds me even more, weirds me out nowadays. Who watches this?
And Silver Quill, with a general analysis getting over 4 million views himself as well.
Like, if you are a woman and like you get into this, sure, okay. You probably were a girl, you grew up with this, stayed around, sure. But as a dude, I don't see the appeal. I'll be real.
As it is to make fun of these people for caring about a tame child's cartoon, views are views, and this was clearly one of the ways to kickstart an internet career back in the fandom's heyday. While Toon Critic wasn't pulling nearly the same amount of views like those people, he would become close enough to join a big brony Skype group called the Rift Cafe, some sort of fanfiction-esque type group that no doubt helped him build more connections through networking with others. It was during this period where Toon Critic was in everyone's good graces that he would introduce his evil alter ego Cartoon Z into the mix, a character that dressed like one of those swag people from the early 2010s alongside a new voice and personality.
What?
They introduced another fictional universe for the ponies an episode later.
You're both so naive. Nothing's changed since Toon first met you both.
There was even this sort of thing where he'd upload
Bro is talking with himself. Okay.
videos on other people's channels using this character as a way of hacking them, which while pretty weird, it wasn't anything bad, so whatever. There's even this whole lore write-up about the Cartoon Z character coming into existence through like a beam in the sky and fighting other stuff on the Rift Cafe wiki. So while it was clear this was mainly just a really bizarre way of a group of odd people having fun with each other, it wasn't anything bad, it seemed. Of course, it comes to no one's surprise there's still a bunch of more stuff going on here with Toon Critic, as let's just say his reputation in the community was a bit more shaky than it initially seemed. BronyCon was a convention that ran from 2011 to 2019.
There's no way they have their own convention. There is no way they have their own convention. There's just no way they have their own convention.
This was seen as the de facto convention for anything MLP related back in the 2010 era.
That is very
it's
interesting.
Cringe and all that, but we're not here for that. We're here for the bizarre
to say the
stories,
least.
Such as how the founder of BronyCon, Purple Tinker, was accused of being a meth dealer who was arrested during BronyCon 2012.
Let me read that. Several security staff members have been useless to the situation, making claims ranging from attempting to assassinate JAC to running a meth distribution ring and being arrested and held in a state prison indefinitely. What the fuck? Okay.
However, it turns out they're actually live streaming during that period in which they were arrested.
How do you go from My Little Pony to assassination to meth dealing? Huh?
Some random person was starting to pop for
Ohio,
drama reasons.
of course.
It's pretty weird, but nothing bad. And while Toon Critic himself would enjoy his time at these multiple conventions and even get a picture with the creator of the show, Lauren Faust, it seemed that people didn't exactly like him despite what it seemed like on YouTube. At the Brony convention BabsCon 2017, 3 people get their hands on Toon Critic's beloved hat and put it in the toilet for shits and giggles. This would eventually lead to allegations started by Toon Critic of them asking a girl who went to get the hat.
What is this, high school? Is this a high school? Okay, high school
Back to show her
bullying.
boobs in exchange for it, that which led to them getting banned from the convention for alleged sexual harassment. Given
Okay.
it's virtually only word of mouth, the girl said she wasn't harassed like that, and the fact I really don't give enough of a fuck to look into this, it's likely Toon Critic was just mad someone stole his hat and put it in the toilet and he wanted revenge.
True and
However,
real.
this story is nothing compared to the next, and for those familiar with older internet lore, you might know what's coming up.
Bro has been around a lot of people. Like from like Trevor of like GTA 5 to like I don't know, the dude from like the CW Atom from like the CW shows.
Someone named Minty Root would be invited to BronyCon 2015 alongside other random people and given their own plushie dolls, with the one on-screen being the one given to Minty. She would get a hotel room with some other random people, and one night she'd leave to go hang out with another friend of hers. When she came back to the room, she realized she'd forgotten her key, and when asking to get back in, they told her to go away, with her assuming they threw a party but didn't invite her as she went on to chill in the lobby for the night. Later, when she was let back in, she was told not to touch her plushie because, and I quote, Toon Critic took it and rubbed it down his pants.
We're starting to get into the weird stuff.
Turns out that Toon Critic had an orgy in a room with the other people, and the reason Minty wasn't invited was because the chick thought she was gay after she
The My Little Pony orgy. That is wild. That is wild. This when we real quick.
she told her she was
The
bi
My Little
instead.
Pony orgy.
On top of that, when asking for an apology from Toon Critic for
Boy,
defiling
that
her plushie,
escalated
he would
quickly.
instead put out this video mocking her for being Canadian as people started to trash on him for being mean to her for no reason.
I mean, understandable. Canadians and the French and the Indians. I'm just joking, by the way. The French memes are funny though.
Tunes here. Now, today's vid is a little unusual. Toonie here is not one for stepping into drama. I, on the other hand, court it quite well. So today this video is
Why does he talk like that?
Minty Root. Now, in the spirit of good fun, sir, I realize you and I don't exactly see eye to eye.
Why does he talk
We've
like that?
never actually met, and you hate Toon over a little, incident with the plushie that he didn't know was yours. But that's beside the point.
Hey, how come you just keep on making me feel so bad? I mean...
Okay, that is funny.
I know I do all my stuff on my animations, but let's put it this way, they are magnifique, no? Oh, you're just like all the rest of those ignorant pigs.
That is
Honestly,
funny.
the entire clip is extremely tame, but given he couldn't apologize for what he did and instead acted childish over it,
Definitely,
people started to dislike the man
that's
over
true,
the
but that
next
is
few
wild.
years. A girl who was
that is
involved
wild.
named Fallen Wish has even gone on record talking about the experience in a Discord call sometime after January 2018 as well.
Later, and she invited herself. She's like, oh my god, can I come too? Invited herself, and then she invited Toon Critic.
I'm sorry, I don't speak baguette. I think je ne parle pas français. I think that I remember a song, so like a German song, so I guess I remember that.
The pool party.
Kind of.
For the other guy to be involved, so they all came, and I'm just sitting there like, mother. I hate this girl. I hate her. I hate this girl like more than anybody ever.
So did this Nikki V guy fuck Toon Critic?
Yes.
Yeah.
Nikki V, of all people.
However, people would soon be given a
That is
much better
wild.
reason to dislike him. As let's just say, there's a reason I know the general time frame that last call took place. On January 25th, 2018, over 500 Skype screenshots leaked out of Toon Critic when he was 24 years old talking some type of way with a 14-year-old minor. The messages seem to have started on November
It's a kid again.
11th, 2016, with Toon Critic very well aware he's being a creep asking a teenager for face pictures, as you can see at the bottom there, with him even calling himself a pedo at one point when chatting, as he would notice she was
What? Yeah.
into him. He would again try to play it safe and whatnot, very well knowing what he's getting
That
himself
escalated
into is
quickly.
absolutely disgusting.
Again,
This time
into
trying to
kid
get her into
stuff.
doing NSFW role plays with him. In the middle of this NSFW role-playing, Toon Critic would make references knowing that she's underage, such as mentioning her breast size, and at the end the girl herself would confirm her age to him for anyone wondering if he was perhaps lied to about it. By January 2017, just 2 months into their little relationship, he would admit he was—
Is it weird that I'm attracted to you? Like, in what way, if I may ask? Okay, like, attracted in the mental and emotional sense.
was attracted to her in a mental and emotional sense, and in May that year would ask if she wanted to take things a step further in their relationship of sorts. He would then straight up say that he's into her, which is just sick, and she wouldn't see an issue with this given she's so young, with it being very obvious he got her right where he wanted her to be. In August that year, when talking about potentially meeting up at a convention together,
don't meet up,
she would
don't
say
meet
how
up,
she
don't
might
meet
not
up.
want to take it any further, with Toon Critic implying that what went down in their roleplays would go down in real life if it were just the two of them. As he would clearly show how he knows what he's doing is wrong yet kept up with it, in December 2017 he would finally—
and role-playing, that you cannot forget that,
and
and
realized all
role-playing.
this was extremely disturbing and gross. Who knows what led to this, but he realized that he had been involved with the now 15-year-old like this for over a year now, with the girl seeming to mainly just be curious more so than anything about why he wanted to stop things. While I can't seem to find a story as to how these leaks got out, it's safe to assume she eventually got to understand this was all completely screwed up and so screenshot everything
Yeah,
and dropped
good.
them online a
She
month
better
later
be,
for the world to
'cause,
see.
oh my god.
A screenshot will leak out of Toon Critic confirming this was all real with a friend of his, in which he tries to defend himself saying that the age of consent in the Philippines is 12, despite, you know, this taking place in America and not in another country.
True, true. So, like, why does he come with, like... but even then, it's disgusting. If it was in the Philippines, it's still madly disgusting. And you should lose your head.
One of those people spreading the news around was Joshua Vida, which, let's just say we'll come back to him later. On the same day the leaks came out, someone would leak a Skype call at Toon
Don't
Critic
tell me
had
bro
with
showed the leaks and then was one himself. Oh my god.
friends, in which they grilled him for what he was doing as they realized he was a pretty disgusting person. The video itself is pretty boring all things considered, with them telling him to turn himself into the police. But it was very clear when listening to this that, for all intents and purposes, it was over for his horse fame and internet career.
I stream daily. Yep, daily. I stream daily.
There are no excuses. I'm not going to do much really other than say I was in a bad place and I made bad decisions.
And though not every stream is a reaction stream, I try to keep it to like once a week, and then like I do other stuff.
Involved in the wrong type of thing. I really screwed up on that part.
We can't associate with this. We cannot.
Seriously?
Seriously, we cannot. We can't be associated with this.
Dude, look, I made a stupid mistake, or I'm trying to fucking change from that.
That is not a mistake. You did that willingly. You pursued that willingly. That is not a mistake.
And I get it, alright? I did some stupid stuff. You guys are my friends, like...
I'm sorry, dude, but...
Not anymore.
This is a crime. This is a crime, man. I don't want to do this.
Good. Good. That is very good. That they instantly, like, dropped him. That is good.
At one point, he even says he's done worse before, and that in one of
What
those
do you
cases,
mean
the
worse?
police did get involved after a girl apparently lied about her age to him, showing just how deep the rabbit hole goes with the dude.
There have been times where I admit I have done things that are probably worse than this. In fact, I can safely say that this is one of the worst things that I've ever done. But there have been worser. This is not my first time in this type of situation, and I've not told you guys a lot of things. I don't know if I'll be able to now.
Minty would chime in the very next day on the 26th and point out how in his Thomas the Tank Engine fanfic, he used 2 teenagers doing certain activities like that, which given the context of how he is now makes it even worse to read. That same day as Minty—
Always a red flag. Sometimes it's a red flag. Sometimes it just is.
Minty's post, someone else named Abby would come out with a similar experience, showing that he was hitting on her despite being a minor as well, meaning this dude has a track record of talking to underage girls and only got caught recently, which is very disturbing to think about. It was officially over for him by this point, as the news had made its way outside the Brony fandom and into general niche internet circles, but this fallout from everything was just the beginning. As the news kept spreading around, Zach Kaiser changed the bio on his Skype saying that he had a good run and such now that his reputation was ruined. He would eventually nuke
Next stream, I'll prepare some more like happy stuff or like less degenerate stuff.
Almost every single social media account he had on the internet, and people start to draw up artworks making fun of the guy for very obvious reasons. Hell, somebody would even cosplay as him as a criminal in jail at a BronyCon a few weeks later, much to everyone's amusement.
That's wild.
With people assuming he was now just gonna simply vanish in the thin
Absolutely
air.
based.
Well, there were some very few people trying to defend him because they're complete losers. There's one person named Performance Major who takes the cake, as he would go on to post the most bizarre defense video on the guy and give outsiders an understanding of just how crazy this side of the internet is like.
I roleplay with just about anyone who's willing, and sometimes, if the minor's mature enough, I'll roleplay with them too.
I'll get up from the chair and run into a wall. There is no way they just straight up confess that.
That's right, he just admitted to engaging in NSFW roleplay with minors. The guy who was trying to defend 2Critic yet showed himself to be just as bad as him, showing everybody keeping up with the situation that something is very wrong with these people and that they're all extremely sick in the head. In February 2018, just a few weeks after getting exposed, people start to say that this Telegram account was his and that he was trying to move into the furry community, and given his
These people have completely different problems. There's a lot of zoophiles in this thing. To anyone's surprise. Not to anyone's surprise.
His name is Zach, and the name of the account is Zachy. There was some credence to these rumors.
And the love child lovers for some more reason.
The world we knew was said to be his, and leaked messages to show conversation that heavily implied as such, with people not giving up on keeping up with the dude and his internet whereabouts. In January 2019, over a year later, someone would post a screenshot of a Discord account named Mucha Lucha talking with someone who figured
people. What I have to give credit for is the furry community and like like even this community, they do keep up with people that do bad stuff, and they have them on a lookout, and they keep them watching them and what they're doing. The VTuber community doesn't do that as much.
Figured out their past, in which they will link Google Docs written to 2Critic by his former friends before they dropped him, showing that he was indeed this user and was still around on the internet. The link to the first statement is by his former friend Emily, and it still works, in which she mentions how he asked if she wanted to go down on him despite him knowing she was married, showing just how depraved this man was and the lengths he was willing to go to get some action before he eventually settled on teenagers.
Ew.
The second link works as well still, though it's not as personal as Emily's and is rather short, as the screenshot on screens the entirety of it, with his former friend Joy basically just ranting at him as he cuts him off. The third one has been deleted entirely, so while we don't know what was said, it's safe to assume it was more the same. In March 2019, Zach would be found out again, but abandoned his Discord account to just a blank profile, in which a leaked message to a friend shows him manipulating what happened a year ago when he was exposed to try and make himself out to be a victim, also showing that the deleted document was written by former friends Will and Katie before they nuked it. It turns out since summer 2018, he had been talking to this random person about how he felt, showing that he misses his friends and regrets talking to minors now that he has this label on him for the rest of his life. He would say how he planned on going to a con despite getting exposed
seem like the same
recently, and
person.
confirm it was indeed him speaking by name-dropping himself, and his anime roleplay account and new custom character would be leaked online for those keeping up. In March 2020, people find out that Zach was now streaming on Twitch under the name Zephyr the Indie Dingo, as someone recognized his voice when tuning into one of his streams.
Here, I'd like to make you a little peace offering with the little,
Ah, yes, the most fearsome dragon of all, Michael.
Yeah, you can absolutely tell that is the same voice. Yeah. I like more furry stuff, so he definitely tried to get into the furry community.
Again. And in November 2021, an account said to be his would be called out online by those still keeping track of him. I say said to be his because no evidence proving it was him would be supplied, but the account would get deleted within the week people called it out, so that means something,
yeah, probably it was the
Since
same in this
then,
case.
nothing new has come out about Zach Kays and his whereabouts, but people will always be looking out to warn those about this dangerous man. He clearly knew what he was doing with the girl on Skype was wrong, yet kept it up. And after seeing Emily mention how he tried to bang her despite knowing she was married, it was obvious the reason why was because he was so deprived of human touch.
These people are just as disgusting as cheaters. Like, trying to get somebody to cheat is just as disgusting.
One of the most heinous things a person can do. Due to what he did, people will always be on the lookout for him, knowing that he was willing to go to such disgusting lengths to satiate his desires.
Good. That is
only time will tell if the next update
one
on his
good
whereabouts will be soon, or if it will be another few years from now. Yeah, it turns out this story isn't over just yet, as on July 18th, 2024, Twitter user Sammy Bill will make a call-out post about someone named GoldNova92 and how he harbors bad people in his Discord server and is overly sexual with people while not taking no for an answer. It seemed like just another random Twitter call-out post, but on August 8th, just a few weeks later, somebody named Vinny would come out and expose it was actually Toon Critic this whole time. He will go on to talk about the old stuff we know already as an introduction for anybody learning about the guy for the first time, and ends things off apologizing to everyone who was in contact with him but didn't know how bad he was, wishing for him to rot and that he will never escape his past no matter how hard he tries. Sammy would retweet the thread now that the cat was out of the bag for Zach K's here, and the thread in turn would cause a massive cascade of people to come out talking about their experiences with him while he was known under this recent alias Golden Nova. Someone named Reagan would come out and say that he tried to hit on him back in March 2024 but felt
Bro, just like, people are on the lookout for you. You cannot escape. Why do you try to come back?
he was weird and also caused some friendships to fall apart in their circles. And someone else named Smashwaffle will come out with a Google document explaining how things went down between him and Toon Critic during their friendship.
Another Google document.
We're going to say how he first met him in the Pokemon roleplay Twitter community in December 2022, became friends.
Leave Pokemon alone! No!
Eventually
no.
joining the Discord server centered around the subject matter. Toon Critic will even get some art pieces from him at a discount after pressuring him a bit, but it seemed that things were okay so far. Smashwaffle will also go on to say how Toon Critic would pressure and poke fun at him and others while also making flirtatious and unwanted sexual remarks. Which, while if this was a normal person, it could easily be seen as someone just pushing it too far a bit. Knowing how Toon Critic is like, he clearly had
Bro went after everyone. Men, women, kids. Bro tried to get with anyone. It does not matter.
Ulterior motives going on here. Eventually, he would take this too far one day and somebody would leave their Discord server because of it, with Toon Critic downplaying what he did when he explained what was going on.
It's just crazy.
Something that he's known for doing throughout his time online whenever getting exposed. Smashwaffle would apologize for being misled by him to dislike the other person and for not knowing about his past, which to be fair, nobody in these circles knew about his past. The rest of the document is mostly venting, so it's not worth digging deep into.
Okay, so nobody knew about this.
Was still up to his old ways
I guess.
Everything that's happened in his life so far. Another
Little
person
cat,
named Rocco
what are you
come out and
doing?
make his own thread on the man, also talking about the old stuff as a refresher for anybody new following this whole situation. He would reveal that the FBI apparently investigated the guy alongside the police about the old situation, but nothing ever came of it because nothing physical happened. Going on to say that he met him in March 2023 also on the Twitter roleplay community and eventually became friends due to their similar interests. He would talk about how Toon Critic was overly flirtatious with him and always trying to push things to a more serious tone. Even trying to hook up with the guy at a furry convention in 2023.
I'm expecting
like happened thankfully, and eventually after months and
we've not gotten into like the weird fetishes and stuff. I don't know if that still like is gonna come or not.
His friends around him and other miscellaneous stuff. He and some others would have a Discord call with him as these were massive red flags to him, in which they would lay out their issues with the guy on top of how he didn't want to kick out a pedo out of a server before getting pressured into it. Obviously, they didn't know at the time he was one as well. And the rest of the post is a small bit about
bro
him being
also protected pedos. Great.
Wild person, and he hangs around the Chicago scene for anybody wondering about his whereabouts in the real world. Next would be somebody named Arvin as they would go on to talk about their experience with Toon Critic. It would start off by exposing 3 of his Twitter roleplay accounts for the public to see, those being Fight Night Bay, The Golden Paw, and Hot to Go Art Calvers, before telling people to block those accounts and that he basically begged them for free art at one point in time. That's their whole story, but still, knowing that these 3 accounts were his was a vital step in exposing the dude some more over half a decade
Bro is
later.
everywhere.
Someone named
Bro
Finnegan
is
would
really
come out about
everywhere.
their experience
He's
with
like
a
a
man,
parasite.
in which they were going about how in May
He's like a
2021, they logged into
pimple
their roleplay account,
on your
came
butt.
across someone named
You're
Tommy,
removing it,
with
it just
that
comes
being
back.
here, and that he had a channel to post nudes in his Discord server, which he found a bit off-putting. Now, if I'm being honest here, in this situation, it sounds at worst that Toon Critic was just using him for pleasure and not really caring about the guy himself. But one thing I found interesting was that he also wanted to fly him out one day, just like pretty much everybody else he's spoken to online, showing just how depraved this guy is. Eventually,
14-year-old again.
Toon Critic would start using the guy for his money in games and art commissions and such. And despite knowing the dude was at somebody else for over a year by the time 2024 rolled about, he was still trying to convince him to meet up IRL and go down on each other. While dynamics like these are confusing and happen in real life all the time between people, knowing that Zach K's here is preying on a young girl and gets easy go after anybody who gives even a slight bit into his advances shows this isn't just some awkward experience, but somebody well aware of the way they act and how they've been doing it for years up to this point.
He doesn't change, doesn't like.
Post calling out his Twitter roleplay accounts, with 2 new ones called Chug Street Wolf and Unchained Lupine being added.
Bro has like 100
ults.
ults.
Deactivated so far. And Unchained Lupine is still around, with it being an RP account based off the character Legoshi from the anime.
Bro is literally.
Another person named Alexander here will go
literally
and say how Zach
100
befriended him despite knowing about him being a survivor
accounts.
of assault like that, whilst not informing him about preying on minors. Someone named Icarus will come out and drop a couple screenshots of him talking with Toon Critic after Vinny dropped his thread on him, in which the first shows how Toon Critic himself was going on an event about how people are bringing up 6-year-old drama to bury him, with Icarus of course not aware of his past and thinking it was just normal venting going on. Toon Critic would eventually confess to him after being prodded about how he was preying on that girl from back in 2018, but swears he's a changed man now. With Icarus
he is not a changed man. This just goes on and on and on.
And all that other stuff after linking Vinny's thread.
There's another video on how this dude returned.
With Icarus already making up his mind and telling him to leave the community he currently resides
10 days
in
ago. I'm not gonna get into that.
Like, somebody named Judah come out and talk about how they met Toon Critic in March 2021 in Twitter roleplay circles and that he was overly expressive but nothing bad in their experience with him. Eventually, after a year of knowing each other, he would try to ask him out but would get rejected for being too old. But things would get weird in February 2023 when he invited a pedo known in the Sonic the Hedgehog roleplay circle.
We got everything here. Pokemon, My Little Pony, furries, Sonic the Hedgehog. We got everything in here. Everyone is here.
Circles named Habit into his Discord server one day. He will leak the DMs between each other during that day. He informed him about the dude and eventually got him to confess and leave him
Thomas the Tag Engine.
But the most important part would be this one line where he says that they had a good roleplay going on and would get shit for it if he doesn't let him go. Which, given that Toon Critic here has talked to a minor himself, comes off with a much different feeling with that context added into the mix. Sammy also made a Google Doc about some drama between the two of them, though it's not really interesting to be honest, but again shows that even in those circles his reputation wasn't exactly the best among that crowd. Honestly, I ain't surprised one bit that Toon Critic is still around on the internet, though I gotta say, I was a little bit surprised he was still hanging around these circles similar back to his MLP days. These are the kinds of people who will figure him and his name out pretty easily, and you would think if he
at least they're keeping up with him, and as long as they're keeping up with him,
here we are. It's pretty clear
he cannot return fully.
Another identity to go by again. And let's face it, will probably find himself in another situation like this however many months or years later because he can't control himself and is always hitting on anybody who speaks to him. It's extremely pathetic, but given that he's done this with a minor before, I have no sympathy. And only time will tell when the next time he'll get exposed on the internet will be. Now Joshua Vita here, despite being one of the people who was pushing the story of Toon Critic around, had his very own similar skeletons in the
That is a good question. The problem is like if like he hasn't really like I don't know. I think like it has something to do with the laws. Cause like the question again is, does what he did count as it being a crime committed? That is the question.
The closet himself. His story starts back in September 2018 when a minor named Mithart would come to him and his friend Lyle Convoy and tell them how her mother's boyfriend sexually assaulted her.
We've seen a couple of times. The first guy wasn't arrested. Dr. Disrespect didn't get anything because there wasn't a crime committed. I don't know.
To do about it.
Well, yeah. I'll leave that to her discretion, or her other option.
There's more
to set up that camera.
New person. At least it's a new person.
I was just saying to leave her phone plugged in and just have the phone pointed at her.
At least it's shorter.
Nobody's gonna suspect a phone on the bedside.
Because this was word salad.
If you see the screen, you can see that it's recording.
Yeah. So I flip it over.
You better hope it doesn't fall over at night.
Yeah.
I think it'd be better if she surely has a desktop PC or a laptop.
She got a new laptop, yeah.
Yeah, put the camera on that sucker, have it recording in the corner, minimized, and you're good to go.
Are they talking about recording somebody without their consent? Oh.
Now, obviously, Loud Convoy here telling her to record a potential
and
inadvertently produce CP is a pretty bad look, but his story is a whole other can of worms that is not worth getting into right now. The point here is that Vita was okay with this idea himself, and while thankfully they didn't follow through with it and instead made a GoFundMe for Mithart to move out on her own soon, there's a reason Vita is in this video. Now, Vita used to run a Twitter account alongside a lie on others called the Zoophile Police, an account where they would basically expose and bully zoophiles. Obviously, nobody
Would
had
it be funny if the zoophile police was actually a zoophile? Wouldn't it be funny?
issue with this because it's funny to bully people like that, but things that get bad as during a dry spell in his Discord server.
No. Zoophiles deserve to be bullied. Like, why are you trying to get with animals, bro? What is your deal? This is not. Hopefully, this is not another hypnotist Zaphos situation.
Top of the barrel, Vita would start to post a bunch of very gross messages on the account in April 2020 in an attempt to get drama rolling to satiate his
It's kids again.
boredom. This would cause his friends to disassociate with him for obvious reasons, and in turn, a Discord server called the Senate would be created as everyone started to leave the man behind. Vita wouldn't like this and would go on to threaten to dox Lau and his wife in an attempt at revenge against his former friend. This drama would then take a turn for the worst, as just 2 days later, someone named Jazz would come out and expose him for grooming them, all while he knew they were underage and he was an adult.
And a groomer.
Such as sending nude images to them and even threatening them
And nude
after they were
images.
18, as they've been going around telling people about their relationship behind the scenes.
Yeah, this just continues. We just got a whole lot
He would
more.
even reply to this online, questioning his approach to the situation now that the jig was up. Even going on to try and scare someone by expressing how he's surrounded by minors online in this new community he found himself in now that things were over in the Brony fandom. Vita would eventually put out a Google Doc response that is basically him just ego tripping and saying how not many people care and how he's not the type to apologize but rather attack back on the offensive. Basically, a very odd approach by someone who's just exposed to talk in some type of way to a
Google
minor
document.
online.
Great.
He'd also try to throw friends under the bus who knew about what was going on, obviously not telling people the reason.
I know a few people that like to throw friends and co-workers under the bus in the VTubing space. I'm not gonna say any names though.
And they kept quiet was due to them fearing he would do something bad to the girl. Basically, some really screwed up yet poor manipulation games going on from a guy trying to control those around him. Even after the initial exposure, he would start to harass Jazz again through a burner account on Twitter, showing that this dude is pretty unhinged alongside the whole talking to minor stuff. This wasn't just it, however, as things got even more interesting when it turned out Jazz wasn't the only minor.
By the way, bro has a huge forehead. You could land an airplane on it. Goddamn. You could build an entire apartment complex.
That Vita was talking to like that. In fact, Vita had been talking to none other than Mithart herself for years at this point, since he was 22 and she was 13. And despite this recent
Ew! No, that's the worst one. Up until this point. That is the worst one. 13.
Wouldn't come out about her experience with the man until September 2020, when he is around 27 years old now, just a month after she moved into her own place once she turned 18. Vita would threaten his own life in an attempt to control her and cause her stress, in which she would make an attempt on her own life but thankfully get the proper medical help she needed to get through things. After this, he'd also try to frame Mithart as a pedo and Zoo themselves by making fake messages and such and trying to spread it around his former inner circle to no avail. And he would continue to contact her and even make these fake apologies to get her back on his good side in this failed attempt at further manipulation.
I'm sorry for contacting you again, I really am. I was hoping to give it a while before I did, because I wanted to give you some time, but there's something serious going on I really need to talk to you about.
After this, Vita would be officially kicked out of the Brony fandom, as they and others in those niche circles had learned about just how disgusting and insane
True and real. But I know there's a lot of good that the internet can do. Like, pay for cancer bills, pay for, like, bills for the veterinarian. I see, like, plenty of VTubers, like, support people in need. It's just that this, like, negative stuff just gets, like, way more elevated as it gets way more views than the positive stuff.
he is. However, he'll move on to another one soon after, that being the Dead by Daylight community, now going by the name the Drunken Legion.
We really got everyone in this video. Not Dead by Daylight. We really got everyone in this community. In this video. Goddamn. Even Dead by Daylight. Funny enough, a lot of like my experience with the Dead by Daylight community is negative.
In his online streaming adventures. He would meet someone named Jib sometime in summer 2020 when they were just 16 years old, in which they would become friends and chat with each other about their lives and such. Eventually, the Mithart news would come Jib's way and they would talk about it with Vita, with him still trying to keep them around because he's sick in the head like that. Jibs would actually open up about their experience with him in a video by a former friend of Vita's named Queen Seraphina, saying how they had a bad habit of removing and re-adding him as a friend because they missed talking about him despite learning these bad things about him.
There began a cycle of me repeatedly removing Vita, adding him back because I miss chatting with him, and I'm a little dumb sometimes. Then removing him again because either something major would happen, I'd have a breakdown, or a friend would ditch me for talking him to him still. Reasonably so.
I suppose you'd better try harder to find ways to meet us, huh? Because my D is ready and waiting. What the hell? What the hell? What is this third message?
Might I add. But during the time we did speak, he kept pushing boundaries, getting more and more sexual and private, as well as him telling me what to do, and even trying to get me to manipulate Mint into going back to him by using side baiting.
It was extremely obvious that Vito was manipulating another impressionable teenager, and eventually more people would contact Jibs and get them to fully drop the guy once and for all. As far as what was going to happen to the guy, Loud Convoy would end up getting
I'm gonna be real. I have to cleanse my eyes after this. Like, I'm gonna just, like, pour a bottle of bleach over my face and just melt it off. It's just my brain with it.
Not because he was a pedo, however, but because after calling the police on him when he allegedly made an attempt on his own life, he was going to assault his own mother after being sent for a mental health.
Brogos at everyone. Adult women. Kids. The old mother gets just assaulted. Simple assault. Simple assault. Imagine if he tried to do the deed with his mom.
Getting it taken down at his request. Vita also hacked into some BronyCon information database and leaked a bunch of private information of the guests too.
Of
which
course,
he would also get arrested for that, was booked in Brunswick County, North Carolina for what he did.
Thanks to the sheer immense incompetency of Sequestria Fest, I now have the docs of over 50 fucking people. If you
or the emergency contact number of another person who knows you, in case you can't be reached or suffer some sort of injury.
Damn, 50 people.
Some guy put his mom's
he got
this
a
isn't
lot
the
of
end
information.
The Vita story, however, as he was let out on probation for the hacking incident and by all means is a free man. And it would come out in February 2023 that Jibs is still in contact with the man and even gave him the info of a minor at his request despite knowing about his past. Obviously, it's not a very good look at all, but it makes sense why they're still talking to them as they had this attachment formed years ago.
This is just
so while it was something they
insane,
very well
dude.
messed up on, that was over a year ago now as of this video, and they've since cut him off again, hopefully this time for good. There's no point in putting any blame on them. And as far as I can tell, Joshua Vita is still a free man scouring about the internet, doing whatever he wants.
There's another one.
He appears around public circles, everybody is reminded of how gross of a person he truly is, and he will never be able to use the internet publicly ever again after what he's done.
Good.
Flufflepuff, also known as Mike, is an animator on YouTube who got popular over a decade ago for making cute
1.64 million subs. Wow.
My Little Pony animations, including their self-insert character aptly named
We're
Fluffy.
continuing the child lover big content creator trope.
Puff. He'd also used the character Dan from Dan Versus, another show that was airing on the same channel as MLP, in a lot of his animations as well. And he wasn't no slouch back then either, as he has millions upon millions of views on his channel for his simple fan animations on the TV show. Hell, get this, his most popular video has 68 million views on the website. As even though he fell off given the show and the Brony fandom itself has ran its course, he was still pretty well known in internet animation circles. Well, things that start to get rocky is on June 22nd, 2018, for no good reason, also known as FNGR, would make a video alleging that Mike was dating a 15-year-old at the time,
not Brony 88,
serious
okay.
claim to make about the man. He would show a screenshot of a conversation between some random person and another person named Bayfish, in which he says they have an 11-year age gap and recently met up earlier that year in April to hang out. FNGR would then start to rant about Joshua Vita a bit because putting together a proper timeline about a story is borderline impossible for these terminally online losers, before finally getting into the Flufflepuff situation 10 minutes into the video. However, it's so messy and disorganized with barely audible clips playing as the evidence, and though some stuff is said in them that sounds bad, it was presented so poorly it was hard for anybody who wasn't in these circles or was in the
yeah, that is
to
be expected. That was to be expected that is the case in the United States.
Even when checking Mike's age,
didn't
April
understand
2018,
a single
he was 29
word, bro.
turning 30, meaning that the girl at the very earliest would either be 18 or 19, making it legal and not that big of an issue at the time of presenting the story. It's no wonder this information never made the rounds back then, as it was frankly very poorly put together, and so for years nothing would ever come of this news as people went on with their lives in expected fashion. However, all that would change as over half a decade later on April 6, 2024, A random Twitter user named Devil Sweets will make a thread talking about the situation themselves for the public.
It's like funny. Don't date. Like he posts like content. Don't date a 15-year-old, and guess what he does? This is projection.
To see. This time, some actual good evidence will be posted, in which back on June 21st, 2019, just a day shy of the 1-year anniversary of FNGR's video, Mike would go on to say that he met her when she was 15 but didn't start dating her until she was either 17 or 18. Even saying that he liked her back when she was a teenager but didn't do nothing before they started dating. That pretty definitively shows that he was into a 15-year-old when he was around 26 years old himself, which is pretty disgusting no matter the context. And Bayfish,
yeah, disgusting, but he really didn't, like, he didn't commit a crime. At least he waited. At least he waited, others wouldn't have waited.
Confirmed that the
oh
audio
my
that
god,
FNGR
this is
played
just
in his video was
horrendous.
true, though saying it was secretly recorded while trying to downplay everything given they were dating each other. Alongside the confirmed Bayfish story, the thread also shows someone else named Starcy saying back in August 2020 that when she was 16 and Mike was 30, they did stuff together, as even though she admits she was the one who was pushing it to go down between each other.
He was 30 when stuff happened with me. I was 16. I mean, I pushed for it to happen, but he still should have said no and not given in.
Everyone knows that Mike is a fully grown adult and should have known better and rejected her advances. Even over half a decade later, under the new name Aurelia, she was still in denial about what went down because she had a crush on him, showing just how deep this rabbit hole with Mike goes even years later. Devil Suits would eventually write up a Google Doc about everything they got so far, such as showing an old Gaia Online account of Mike.
I still miss the time when people didn't just drop Google documents but made response videos. That's just me though. I don't know, but like reading a Google document is like less digestible than watching a video.
August 9th, 2012, he would say how he prefers to go by maturity rather than age, with his example even including a 16-year-old.
The age of consent is 18. Doesn't matter the maturity of the child. The age of consent is 18.
To really show what he likes. Some more leaked messages from Starcy talking with Mike back in August 2018 would come out, in which after finding out he was dating Bayfish when they went down on each other, she would get upset, with Mike trying to be all sad and stuff about his regret for what they did together in a pitiful attempt at emotional manipulation to make her feel bad for him, with a
So he cheated. Off with his head.
The conversation just waiting off in this weird emotional
On the minor.
sad boy way as he successfully got her to
Double
feel sorry for him.
over with his
There's
head.
also more allegations made against him, but when looking into them, they seem to all be just hearsay and nothing more, so I'm not gonna go into them. Bayfish would put out a short response the next day on the 10th, basically saying the person who blew the story wide open hadn't spoke to them for about 5 years now and that they're upset about the situation given the circumstances. Going on to say that they're not a victim despite the evidence and trying to twist it onto the user because they had no permission to spread the story.
Okay.
Also saying that it's bad and kind of just ranting for a bit before anything's off. They would respond back.
We're
basically
almost
saying
done,
no,
guys.
you and
We're
that
almost
Bayfish
done
blocked
with
them
this
first and
degenerate
such.
stuff.
And honestly, it's kind of just a
That's
small
gonna be a
pissy
long
match that
ass
isn't of
reaction
much
video,
importance, so we
clearly.
can move on from this easily enough. On May 8th, 2024, Mike would make his official response, a 21-page Google document going into everything levied against him so far. To put it blunt before we get into it, the response is pretty dog shit all things considered. It's mostly just a bunch of woe is me type statements on how he had such a tough upbringing for being autistic and having depression and anxiety and all that.
Having mental health issues is not an excuse. Is the age of consent in Germany 18? It's not 18. I'm pretty sure it's 14. It's 14. The age of consent is 14. I don't know for what stuff though. I think there's levels to it. And there cannot be any like exploitation between the two. So like, if you are older and you date somebody who's younger, there cannot be any exploitation. If there's exploitation, you're committing a crime. but technically, I think also the parents have to be okay with it, if I remember correctly. Which, let's be real, if you're like 21 trying to date a 14-year-old here in Germany, you're probably dead. You're probably dead, to be fair.
Basically priming people to feel
would be
sorry
the
for him
last
before
day of your
actually
life.
get into the allegations
Pretty
so they
much.
could pity him. It's honestly pretty pathetic because nobody gives a shit if he had a rough upbringing, as while it indeed sucked that he went through some honestly rough stuff as a kid and into adulthood, it doesn't negate what he did to 2 teenagers well into being an adult and only further shows how far he's willing to take
And
his
I highly doubt
emotional
most parents would allow that.
manipulation on what little of a fan base he had left by this point. Mike here, we're going to say how he never had any relationship before he was an adult, saying how when he was introduced to NSFW roleplaying, he got all these little ideas stuck in his head due to this newfound lust he was finally able to engage on. Again, basically trying to sound like a complete loser to get pity from people. It's so dragged out, he even starts to talk about why he started making the MLP videos back in the day and all that, and then finally gets into the Bayfish stuff, saying how she initially lied about her age, but he still hung out with her after finding out she was 15, so this point is basically moot. He would say that after people found out they were dating, the audio FNGR posted would be made public, and that apparently he was
Bro should have stopped the moment like he realized she lied about her age. On the other hand, it's really scummy that she lied about her age.
Never told in his life dating a minor was wrong, which yeah, okay buddy. Mike starts to talk about Starsea and tries to paint himself as one of the stupidest people on the planet despite being well into his 20s by this point in time when they met each other online. Even going to admit that he was reciprocating her pushy and flirtatious nature given she had a crush on him at the time to everyone's disgust reading. He then talks about the night they went down on each other and again tries to paint it as if he's the stupidest, weakest, most autistic loser on the planet to somehow gain pity from the viewers. Even going to try and say she was the one who forced him into doing all that, despite, you know, being a fully grown 30-year-old adult by this point who met up with a 16-year-old and totally had no idea about her intentions at all,
30 and
guys.
16,
Michael
yeah,
going
of
to
course.
say that Bayfish is now 24 and that they've been living together for the past 2 years now, that her family has apparently known about this but never had an issue with it, and that none of this is our lives and just theirs, and that he's changed since then. He even mentions how someone's been trying to get him banned from conventions for years now, which yeah, he should fucking be.
Yeah,
going on to try
not
and
just from
twist things on
conventions, internet, everywhere. Just remove this guy.
Devil Suits were breaking the story as if they were the bad guy for making this public in a failed attempt to garner more sympathy from the viewers. He even starts to go on this small rant about cancel culture as he starts to wrap things up as if he's making some
Cancel
bold
culture.
statement, and ends things off saying how he'll try to move on from things and try to do better. This statement was pretty pathetic.
You are
to read as
not a victim to cancel culture, bro. That is not the case. You are. Hello, Cora Paxton. How are you? That is
Mike
not
basically
a. You
just
are not
admits
a
to it all, but
victim
tries
to
to paint
cancel
himself
culture.
as the most autistic and pitiful man alive who never knew it was bad to talk to a minor as a fully grown, almost 30-year-old adult.
Cancel culture is mostly kind of cancel for like a false cancellation. Bro deserves to be cancelled.
But hey, it makes it way easier for people to see how messed up he is, so that's good, I suppose. Bayfish's official response is 47 pages, and honestly not worth going deep into as it's pretty obvious she's defending the guy who groomed her and blatantly admitted to it. Like
that's a common trope. Victims of grooming rarely like what's the word? Like rarely do this. They defend their like what's the word? Their groomers. Have I heard of Angora Ferret? Nope. Nope.
This one part where she admits to lying about ages as if it wasn't Mike's responsibility to cut her off.
Let me guess, probably something from the VTuber, from the furry community.
He learned she was actually 15 instead of 19 like she initially told him.
Like according to the
She
name.
even says she met Joshua Vita as well, showing just how interconnected these circles of degeneracy are, and that's just the stuff that's been documented in my videos I make on these freaks. Hell, at one point, Bayfish even talks about how Vita cosplayed as Slenderman at a Brody convention after getting banned, in which she says how it was leaked to her when he talked to Lau Convoy about his plan to start pressing her about her and Mike's relationship, again showing just how deep this rabbit hole truly goes in these internet circles. There's also some stuff about Devil Suits and her beef with them, but frankly, I don't give a shit because the story is with Mike, her, and Starsea, and that story ended up being true, and I don't give a shit about the petty stuff going on in the mix of all this. She would ended off basically telling people leave her and Mike alone.
I mean, a 19-year-old dating a 30-year-old isn't really like a crime. Like, I find it's weird. I assumed that this was again some drama stuff. So Angora Ferrets, I'm gonna look that up. Oh, these are little fluffy guys. They look cute. These look cute.
Happy in her current relationship, so it is what it is.
I just skimmed over your
This has been just a small handful of some of the worst the internet has to offer. This time pertains to the Brony fandom and what remains of it as of today.
These are really
I'm sure there are
cute,
stories I
true.
missed out on given how deep this rabbit hole seems to go. And now's a good reminder for y'all to give me any video ideas to this email on screen. It doesn't have to pertain to bronies, it can be any sort of group or
Man, that was a huge rabbit hole. Oh my god. Like, I know that these, like, weird, like, kid fandoms sometimes have weird people in, but not... I didn't expect this to be that bad. I'm gonna need to cleanse my eyes, of this stream. That's 100% true. So I'm gonna watch one more video. One more. And it's gonna be Ref Says Desu video, because I'm always interested in what Ubisoft does. So yeah, we'll get into this.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Again, Hey guys, Ref here is a war cry at this point. Yeah, we'll get into this one, and I'll probably have enough. We'll back to more with The Legend of Zelda, probably.
Hey, what's up, guys? Ref here. So today we're gonna be once again talking about the
Wind Waker
slow-moving car crash that is Ubisoft. The year
of course,
2024
Ubisoft.
has been very rough for the company. They've had
Hello, Doc
several major
Slothington. How are you?
flops like Skull and Bones and Star Wars Outlaws. However, they have one hope left for 2024, and that's Assassin's Creed Shadows, a game that they ensured their very worried investors will succeed.
Yeah, I am watching things that, like, I probably need to cleanse my eyes of this. I hope they do. I hope that Ubisoft does go bankrupt. It'll be a great sign to, like, to like Western devs to say no to DI, no to Bridge.
Because it's well received by gamers, and of course, we saw.
Because at the end of the day, DEI is just Bridge, but nobody really talks about Bridge aside from like Kirche. And that's a whole another rabbit hole. This goes way deeper than DEI.
About a week ago, and here is the positive response from gamers. A major dislike ratio on the video, 20,000 likes versus nearly 100,000.
I think last time it was around like 80k, and now it's 100k. That is wild.
And also note that this trailer
that is huge.
Doesn't even have 1 million views in a week, which is very low for an Assassin's Creed World trailer. Now,
it's kind of insane.
Really
like,
bad, right? There's already a lot of existing
Assassin's Creed
with
ended
Ubisoft
up in that
and this product.
Like,
how could they make it worse? Well, enter Sweet Baby Inc. Because of course.
I hate these motherfuckers. They are everywhere. They are literally everywhere. Like, their shit is literally everywhere. Literally.
Sweet Baby would get involved in the situation.
These dudes are everywhere.
So we have this article right here from That Place titled Japanese Consultant Used by Ubisoft and the New York Times to Attack Gamers Over Assassin's Creed Shadows.
So, for those who do not know what Sweet Baby Inc. is, it's essentially a consultant, like, company that, like, focuses on, like, diversity and stuff. And basically what they do is they push diversity into games, which obviously then, because it's forced, then it ruins the games. The problem is that the CEO of the company completely admits to this. They literally said that other companies who do the same should scare like the people that they are consulting into basically giving them what they want. This is like absolutely insane. There's another one that's called Gamer X, like gay people, and like they did the same with Pokemon Go, which is why we got the weird looking avatars.
Was a Sweet Baby Inc. employee. It always comes back to Sweet Baby. So a few days ago, we talked about this article. They referenced...
And the funny part is, at this point, Sweet Baby Inc. is such a red flag that even former employees of Sweet Baby Inc. cannot find a job. It is that bad.
The fight over a black samurai in Assassin's Creed Shadows made by the New York Times and written by Zach.
And I feel like
Small.
because of the lighting in here, my model
they
is
some very, let's say, suspect
weird
sources to back up their claims, beginning with a citation of the historian Yu Hirayama, who has been completely debunked and mocked by their peers.
Yeah, because he's actually a communist.
Baseless claims that Yasuke is a samurai. This is also someone who is a member of the Japanese Communist Party and subscribes to Marxist...
and the Japanese Communist Party is also pushing DEI and gender ideology in Japan. And they have been fairly successful in the educational system.
Historiography, which essentially says that you don't need to use empirical evidence in your historical claims and analysis, which is absolutely crazy. But also in that article, Small would reference a consultant named Kazuma Hashimoto. Now, people have been digging into this person, and they've been finding out some very interesting things. So number one, it was Hashimoto who claimed in the article that it was people in the West who were upset with seeing Yasuke as a samurai, and also added that many of the negative online comments written in Japanese...
I'm guessing it's east for you? Well, for me it's west, so I'm suffering and waiting for my text to appear. I mean, I don't quite understand. You mean like... They are... Do you mean your message they are everywhere, like roaches? True, because they are. I am not going to buy Assassin's Creed Shadows. My problem with Assassin's Creed now is a bit deeper, because I enjoyed like the stealth stuff, like being an assassin, and ever since Origins that hasn't really been the case. Like I played Mirage. I think that's much more closer to what I like. Because like I'm a huge fan of Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood and Black Flag. Those are really great. I like 3. Don't really like the theme of 3, but I still like it. Like the first one is also good, but like I haven't bought a open world Assassin's Creed. I don't like it. They turned Assassin's Creed into just a generic open world RPG, and like I don't like it. And like Mirage sold also fairly well, so I'm like...
Japanese appear to be roughly translated.
And like the funny part
English,
is that
essentially saying this is a
all those like new Assassin's Creed games, they're all like reduced price. And the funny part is like Mirage isn't, Black Flag isn't, like it's still full price. And that clearly tells that nobody is buying these games.
False flag initiative, where people in the West are the only ones upset about this game, and they're impersonating Japanese users and basically making the game look bad in Japan in terms of its response.
Which they have.
Which is a very...
They have no proof for that. They say that, but they have no proof of that. Not like that doesn't happen. Under some circumstances that does happen. I don't think like this applies here, because like the Japanese trailer has a even worse dislike ratio on Japanese YouTube than on like Western YouTube.
Very bold claim to make, by the way. And also in terms of suspicious behavior, a lot of people, you can check out other videos on this from other YouTubers, but there's been a lot of claims that there's botting going on with comments on YouTube and Twitter in favor of Ubisoft clearly being manufactured. They're copy and paste type responses, and also some random positive comments about Ubisoft or this game getting a massive influx of likes seemingly out of thin air. And a lot of people are questioning, well, is this Ubisoft doing...
Is this Ubisoft botting? I mean, there is a chance that they do. This wouldn't be the first time that a major company is caught botting.
This, or is it someone doing it on Ubisoft's behalf, like some activists trying to hype up this game? Who knows, but at the end of the day, it is to the benefit of Ubisoft and Assassin's Creed Shadows. but you don't have to get that deep into this conversation, especially the claim that it's only people in the West who are upset about this game and Yasuke being portrayed as a samurai.
This is just part of a bigger problem, and I'm gonna say it right now. Gatekeep your hobbies, or they end up like this. They will end up like Star Wars, they will end up like Assassin's Creed, they will end up like The Lord of the Rings. It's funny how Harry Potter has survived so long, and I think that is mostly thanks to J.K. Rowling. You may think of her what you will, but man, is she gatekeeping that franchise? Just by existing, she's gatekeeping that franchise.
Well, because you can look around and just see that we have major outrage from Japanese gamers. We have a petition with like 100,000 signatures trying to get this game shut down from Japanese, Japanese side of social
Japan.
media. You also have Japanese politicians and members of their government who are looking into the historical inaccuracies of this game. On top of that, pretty much every single release on the Japanese side of YouTube involving this franchise and this game is getting dislike bombed into oblivion. And I talked about the world trailer on the Japanese side of YouTube for this game in one of my previous videos, but I feel like I didn't do a good job really hammering home just how bad things were.
True. That is also true. Though that is also more linked to culture than actually like xenophobia, because we have to consider something. Japan still lives with very old rules. For example, in Japan, lighter skin is seen as more pretty, more what is it called? Even like is associated with wealth. And like darker skin is like associated with like hard work outside in the field. It's like a whole. It's like I find it weird, to be honest. But like, it's culturally different. There are certainly some problems with that. I disagree with that concept, but it also has to do with culture. Just like China. Like, the people were complaining about that there are no black, like dark-skinned characters in Genshin Impact. Brother, this is a Chinese game by a Chinese company in China. You will not see that. That will not happen. Or like the people that get queer baited for like the Hoyoverse games. They will not put gay characters into that game. They just make these characters as marketable as possible. It's like... We are culturally different. That is just the harsh truth. And these things, they come from culture.
So here is...
Now, is that good? Not necessarily. Can you do much against it as a Westerner? Nope. Well, you could force them to... You could force them, like, if you don't buy the games and don't, like... What is the term? And, like, don't consume the media. Then you could force them. But, like, most people don't care. That's the harsh truth.
The official world trailer released on Ubisoft Japan. Yes, your eyes do not deceive you. That is the like-dislike ratio.
What the actual fuck? So 306 likes versus 9.8k dislikes. Okay.
100 likes.
The Japanese have
dislikes.
A big problem with this.
Around a 3% like ratio, or on the flip side, a 97%
the Japanese do not like this
dislike ratio. This is even stronger, or really a lot stronger, than the amount of dislikes on the Western version of this trailer.
Yeah, that is.
And yeah, I don't know what qualifies a video
that
for that
is...
list of the most disliked videos in YouTube history. I don't know if there's like a certain number of dislikes it needs to have, or a certain number of views on the video. But this is one of the worst dislike ratios, not just in gaming, but on YouTube I've ever seen. Like, this is impressively bad, okay? And looking at the hype again, they can't even break 100,000 views in 7 days on a trailer that's based on...
AAA gaming is in shambles. AAA gaming is in absolute shambles. Wow. If an Assassin's Creed cannot produce any numbers, that is terrible. That is
in the
awful.
country where the game is set. It's absolutely insane. And
yeah, I know they have like Afro Samurai. I think Niho, which was produced by Westerners, I think, but still had Yasuke as like a DLC character, I think. Nobody complained about that. So it's like, and there are like a lot of darker skinned characters. Like Sao has a like a black man. There are certainly black characters in anime. And like nobody's really complaining about that. Now I have seen some complaints in China from China for Genshin Impact. Like that was wild. There were some things have been said.
Also, I know the usual sycophants on Twitter will be saying, "Oh, well, those dislike extensions on different browsers are not very accurate." Well, I can speak as a YouTuber.
This whole problem with Yasuke boils down to he is not a pick because he was the best possible pick for a main character. He was a pick for a main character because of an ideology. Nobody would have complained if like Yasuke was a side character or like a side quest. Nobody would have complained. Because it could have been like more. The problem is also with Ubisoft, they claim to have historically accurate characters. You can have the best of both worlds. You need to pick. Either you go full fiction, or you don't. And keep it mostly accurate. Mostly. Yasuke is not a character that they picked because they wanted to, like, represent. They picked Yasuke because of funding and because of, like, yeah, pushing an agenda.
Who can compare the ratios that are presented with these extensions on my videos versus the actual analytics I have on my YouTube page that I can see, and I think they are very accurate extensions. And on top of that, just look at the number of likes. That's still publicly visible. Do you think a video with 300 likes on a official world trailer is...
And I'll be real. They want a black character in Assassin's Creed? Make an Assassin's Creed based on Africa. Make an Assassin's Creed based on African history. For example, make an Assassin's Creed during, like, a slave trade. And take an African man, or take an African man from an African, like, historical era. Nobody would complain about that. Because it makes sense.
Well received. The amount of dislikes really makes sense. 300 likes on a world trailer on Ubisoft Japan? That's insanely bad. But of course, to further disprove these claims that, only the West is upset about this, ironically, you have a Japanese YouTuber here sharing some information about Hashimoto. So they say, I was informed by everyone about the case of Hashimoto Kazuma, who wrote in the New York Times that Assassin's Creed Shadows was well received in Japan and that the criticism in Japanese was translated from English. And they point out that this person, in their own records here, state that they are a journalist, a narrative designer, and also they work as a cultural consultant for AAA developers such as Ubisoft.
This screams red flag. Also, stay away from Platinum Games. Thank you. I mean, Square Enix is already poisoned. Yeah, nobody had a problem with that. Nobody. And I feel like they are creating their own... They are literally creating their own downfall with this. And it's like sad. Ubisoft had good games. Ubisoft did a lot for like gaming. And I have a lot of great memories with like games from Ubisoft. Prince of Persia, the new one. That's a good game. Prince of Persia, that's a good game. The old Prince of Persia games, they were good. You have your Ubisoft mascot laying around. What's about what? They are not doing anything with Rayman. For some odd reason. It's just weird.
And on top
they have
of
like
that,
all
if you
these
went to their
options, and they
LinkedIn profile,
choose to
you'll
push
see
this.
Proudly displayed among their resume is the fact that they are a freelance narrative design consultant for Sweet Baby, and they provided consultation on various AAA titles under Sweet Baby, including unannounced work with Ubisoft. So basically, this was the worst thing they could have done, right? They bring in a person from Sweet Baby to defend them.
They just don't learn. They just do not learn. And then you have these Sweet Baby people there. And they just keep them. They do not learn. Yeah, I love Prince of Persia as well. I had huge fun with the Warrior Within trilogy. I know Warrior Within, like the second game, was a bit edgy. Like rock music and like all that stuff. It was a bit edgy, but I love that game. I played that game so much.
Themselves. Right now, Ubisoft's reputation couldn't get any worse, but then they brought in someone from Sweet Baby. It's like the perfect storm of unlikable companies right now, and I cannot believe they thought this was good optics. I mean, maybe they just assumed nobody would look.
And yeah, you can say what you want, but Sony will receive the same punishment. They release a game that funnily enough is about anti-capital. Think about it. A game about anti-capitalism. By a company that needs money to even exist. By a super successful gaming company. Think about it. Like, do you not see the hypocrisy?
Into this, but at this
like
point,
eat
they should know
a
better,
rich type
people
of
are
game.
looking for any mistake Ubisoft is
That game
making.
will also fail.
On top of that, we see in the article even.
And like together with Concord, Sony has lost a whopping $400 million. Imagine what good you could have done with that kind of money. Just imagine the possibilities.
Small admits that there's some issues with
like, the company costed $200 million. The game in production costed $200 million. So they made a absolute failed investment.
Historical and
that next game is going to fail as well. And
including
it
the
is
presence
deserved.
of Chinese architecture and period inappropriate flags in the background of Assassin's Creed Shadows. And that is something that is explored in this video. I want to highly recommend you watching this video because this is hilarious. It is called Drunk Japanese Hyper-Analyze Assassin's Creed Shadows Duo Trailer. So you have two Japanese users looking through the trailer and spotting all the inaccuracies, whether it has to do with the geography.
I am
culture,
interested in what they have seen.
And they basically can't even go 5 seconds without having to pause and point something out. It is crazy. And I just want to play
that would be interesting to react to.
It really hammers home just
that could
how
be
little
interesting to react to, honestly.
Ubisoft did on Japanese culture.
The art of combat.
Yasuke is our first historical protagonist in Assassin's Creed. What we know about Yasuke historically is just a bit, but it was enough to get the team really excited about the opportunity to work with him as a character.
Because he was black.
His way out of anything, but he's also super smart and can think his way through things equally as well. And
if Yasuke is so...
Hello, Dragula. How are you doing? There could be a balance, sure. I am not saying that diversity is bad. It's just how they do diversity. Because they don't do it because they feel like they can provide something for the people that are marginalized. They do it because it gives them funding. They don't do it good over the hearts. And the problem is the character. Yeah, good writing. The problem is the characters that they put in. They are not written well. They are just there to get the brownie points and then move on. That's just like, and as long as they behave this way, go woke, go broke is the only option. Just don't buy the games. Like, there are indie developers that do more for diversity than these AAA companies. Like, there's an entire game, like a Pokemon-esque game that is entirely based on Native Americans. I'm super interested when that releases.
So damn smart. Why is he writing at the end of the scroll like this? You do not write this way on the scrolls like this, bro. You write from here down, and then you work your way to the left towards the roll. This
I might put this into my reaction list just for shits and giggles. Just for shits and giggles.
This is the beginning, okay? Is this the only kanji he wanted to write for this entire scroll?
There's like an entire monster taming direct out there. There's like a community that like makes monster taming games for the monster taming genre. There's a bunch of interesting stuff. And like, basically what that game does is it takes like Native American spirits and like puts them in a Pokemon-esque situation with like Native American characters. And like, I saw that and I was like, that's pretty cool. No politics, no anything else, just Native Americans in a Pokemon-esque theme. It's not gonna release for a while. It's still very early, but like, I'm interested. I should really just for shits and giggles.
Yeah. If he had written anything prior to this inside this roll, it would have been soaked with the ink because it doesn't dry up that quickly. Yeah. Bro, Yasuke is a genius, guys. This dude is so smart. What does it say?
Yuki brave.
Of course, Ubi.
True. I mean, you could make an cool Assassin's Creed game here for Germany. Just put it in like in the World War II scenario, and you had like a solid like Assassin's Creed game. Actually, that could have been fairly interesting. They won't do that because they can shove in like any DEI characters, or could they? They would find a way.
We would choose a word like brave for him to write incorrectly on the scroll.
So returning back to Kazuma Hashimoto here, so you can see they have gone private just like every other person does in this situation.
And it's funny, they don't have Sweet Baby Ink in there. Because they know if they have Sweet Baby Ink in there, that doesn't work quite as well. But they have IGN in there. Red flag.
Besides
IGN is a red flag.
Immediately private their account and go into hiding and basically weather out the storm, just like they always do, like I said. But also, people are looking through their previous work and found some very interesting articles, including this absolute banger, a work of...
Hi, I wrote about Animal Crossing New Horizons, why acknowledging Japan's history of colonial rule is important to this... How do you interpret it? Interpret so much into Animal Crossing New Horizons. This game is made for kids and no one else. What are you yapping about? Why? How?
Literary genius here. Hi, I wrote about Animal Crossing New Horizons and why acknowledging Japan's history
Leave my Nintendo alone.
Is important to the discussion.
Nintendo seems to try and push away Western investors, and I appreciate that. Because like thanks to that, they toned down Xenoblade Chronicles 3. because like people were crying about the character designs in 2.
Obviously, it doesn't cover everything, but feel free to read. Yes, we're talking about colonialism when playing Animal Crossing. Bro is pressed over Animal Crossing.
These people are coping and seething over Animal Crossing. It ain't real, bro. It's a video game for kids. Oh god, poor Dragon's Dogma. That game got massacred as well.
Here's another banger people are talking about. How gay can you be in Dragon's Dogma 2? An investigation. Wow, that's some hard-hitting journalism right there.
That's another, like, Dragon's Dogma 1 was so good. What did you do with Dragon's Dogma 2, man? Like, oh man. This could have been great, but Capcom is, by the way, also going that route, slowly but surely. Like, they have censored stuff for, like... Was it Street Fighter? I think they've censored, like, stuff for Street Fighter. Like, the Japanese version has, like, jiggle physics for characters, and, like, the Western version doesn't.
But anyways, you get the point. A lot of people are looking at the obvious here that not only is there a lot of outrage in the West over
Let's
this
hope
game,
that the game fails.
There's a lot of outrage,
just to show them
even more outrage in Japan over this game,
that
and things
this
are
can no
looking
longer continue.
really bad for Ubisoft. Like, let's not understate how bad this looks. This game is basically on a path to destruction here. This is the really... They needed a miracle. They needed a Hail Mary with this game. Ubisoft is struggling really hard financially right now, and this is their final hope. And it's looking about as bad as anything we've ever seen. It's not just the gameplay, it's the inaccuracies, and it's also the behavior of the developers and who they're associating with. I mean, contacting Sweet Baby to defend you. That's insane. That's absolutely...
The fix would be super easy. Push the game back to 2025. Put Yasuke in a side story. Turn the main character Japanese. And you could fix this game. But they probably wouldn't do that. And yeah, and fix the other issues that are super disrespectful to the Japanese. I mean, it's not like a Tales of the Shire situation where the outrage was big enough to push it back to 2025. But, like, I don't know if that game can be saved either. Such a mess. But, they won't do that. This slot will release. But yeah, I guess I'm gonna finish today. I've streamed for over... I originally wanted to stream only for 6 hours, and now I'm like over 6 hours, just like yesterday. But, yeah. I had big fun today, and I appreciate everyone for, like, coming into chatting, just, you know, supporting the channel. And yeah, I'll stream more. Same time, same amount, but we'll probably finish The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. That's gonna be the general plan for this. So yeah, I'll stream every single day for 6 hours. And yeah, and like my side content gets pushed as well. But yeah, guys, I'll see you in the next stream if you want to come by, and take care, guys. Bye bye.